It's time to register to play our live interactive game shows. Call 800-537-GAME now. It's fast, it's fun, and it's free. You only need to register once to play forever on Game Show Network.
You're watching Game Show Network.
Welcome to Game Show Fever Chats to tell. Now it's Super Fever Chat for the summer. And I hope you guys enjoyed our Super Fever Chat last February, March. We had a ball. So we decided to give you Super Fever Chat as of this Saturday. Started this Saturday. Oh, yes. And today we got you classic episodes of Game Show personalities on To Tell the Truth. Coming up next.
George Burns and Gracie Allen Show. Presented by Carnation, the milk from contented cows. Carnation evaporated milk and new Carnation instant non-fat dry milk. Ladies and gentlemen, Carnation Company, makers of Friskies dog food, proudly present the dog food with all the goodness of prime grade meat. Oh, yes. Friskies is really worth sitting up for.
Have your dog love Friskies, too, by getting in on the special offer. Send Gracie and me 6 Frisky labels, and we'll send you a coupon worth 50 cents on your next purchase.
Just mail 6 Friskies labels with your name and address to George and Gracie, Television City, Hollywood. George and Gracie, Television City, Hollywood.
Take advantage of this special Friskies offer now. Friskies has plenty of horse meat, plus all the other nutrients necessary to nourish your dog completely. What's more, your dog will love Friskies' taste. Mine sure does.
Make sure that your dog gets Friskies, the complete dog food. Yes, Margaret, there it is. That's what Gracie was talking about.
Why, of course. Here are all those wonderful recipes for the new Lenten dishes. Oh, those Carnation people have the best ideas.
The secret to tastier Lenten dishes is Carnation's 3-minute cheese sauce, the smoothest, most delicious cheese sauce ever made. And Carnation cheese sauce is so easy to prepare. First, pour 1 large can of Carnation evaporated milk into a saucepan. Remember, no other form of milk will do. Next, add 1/2 teaspoon salt. Simmer to just below boiling. Add 2 cups of grated cheese to heated Carnation milk and stir until cheese melts. And there it is. There's never a lump in cheese sauce made the better blending Carnation way. During the Lenten season, serve tuna rice au gratin, made with new improved minute rice and Carnation 3-minute cheese sauce. Carnation gives you smoother sauces every time because Carnation is the only form of milk with special blending qualities.
Remember, you just can't miss when you cook with Carnation.
Be sure you use Carnation evaporated milk, the modern, thrifty cooking milk.
Yes, George and Gracie will be right back into one of their vaudeville routines.
Do you ever think how your kitchen looks to the little members of your family? Everything is so big, just look at this. It's confetti angel food. And Ma baked it with Betty Crocker confetti angel food cake mix. Looks as high as a mountain.
Is it just the angle? No, sir. This cake is especially high because the whites of 13 farm-fresh eggs are right in the Betty Crocker Angel Food Cake Mix package. So your cake bakes up higher and lighter than you ever dreamed possible. You know, only Betty Crocker guarantees you a perfect cake. Homemade perfect. See for yourself. Bake up a cake that's high as a mountain, light as a cloud, and oh, so pretty with the gay bits of candy that come right in your Betty Crocker Confetti Angel Food Cake Mix. And now, Carnation's contented couple,
Have your dog love Friskies, too, by getting in on the special offer. Send Gracie and me 6 Frisky labels, and we'll send you a coupon worth 50 cents on your next purchase.
Just mail 6 Friskies labels with your name and address to George and Gracie, Television City, Hollywood. Make sure that your dog gets Friskies, the complete dog food. Appearing on tonight's show were Jack Rain as Professor Clifford, Gene Tesloff as Carol Henderson, John Stevenson as the Quizmaster, Jack Gargan as the TV program assistant, Florence Shane as the telephone operator, and Stephen Ferry as Abdul. Be sure to read the story on George Burns in the current issue of Look magazine. This is Harry Von Zell saying good night for Carnation.
What is your name, please?
My name is Joseph P. McAvoy.
What is your name, please?
My name is Joseph P. McAvoy.
What is your name, please?
My name is Joseph P. McAvoy.
2 of these people are imposters. Only one is the real Joseph P. McAvoy and is the only one sworn to tell the truth.
Geritol, America's #1 tonic. Geritol, the fast-acting, high-potency tonic that helps you feel stronger fast, presents To Tell the Truth.
And here is our host, Bud Collier.
Thank you, and welcome once again to Tell the Truth. Now, may I introduce our panel? What is your name, please?
My name is Polly Bergen.
My name is Dick Clark.
My name is Kitty Carlisle.
And my name is Hy Gardner.
Dick, speaking for all of us, I want to tell you how happy we are that you could take the time to step down off that mighty important bandstand of yours and be with us tonight.
Thank you, Bud. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, believe me, it's our pleasure. Hope you find the rhythm around here cool enough and to your liking.
My average on this game is very bad.
You play along at home? Well, good. I hope you're all doing that right now, as a matter of fact. As you heard, these 3 gentlemen all claim to be Joseph P. McAvoy. And, of course, only one is the real Joseph P. McAvoy. The other 2 have merely assumed that identity. And they are the ones who do not have to stick to the truth. Now, will you please listen while I read this affidavit? I, Joseph P. McAvoy, started on a new job yesterday morning. I work at Grand Central Station, and I'm responsible for the gate men, the red caps, the train announcers, the information service, and the arrival and departure of the 55 million annual passengers who ride the more than 500 daily trains. I am the new general station master at Grand Central Station here in New York City. Signed, Joseph P. McAvoy. Our panel, we all heard these 3 gentlemen claim to be Joseph P. McAvoy, General Station Master at Grand Central Station. Only the real Joseph P. McAvoy is required to answer your questions truthfully. You will each question until you hear this signal, and at the end of the questioning period, you will be asked to register your vote for the one who, in your opinion, is the real Joseph P. McAvoy. And let's begin tonight's questioning with Kitty Carlisle. Kitty?
Thank you, Bud. Number 1, who do you work for?
The New York Central Railroad Company.
Number 2, what is the strangest request as station master you have ever heard of? I know you've never been requested yet, but what is the strangest you've ever heard of?
The strangest I ever heard of was to my predecessor to strew a bed of orchids along a platform for arriving Hollywood stars.
Do you know who the star was?
Well, I don't think I should go into that.
I see. Oh, please do. Number 3, is it true that the 20th century used to pay the passengers for every minute they were late?
At one time, that was true.
When did they stop?
I don't know.
When they started being late. Number 1, can you telephone from a train?
Yeah, most certainly.
When?
Well, any time there's a phone aboard the train, you can tell it.
Hi, Gardner.
Number 1, are public porters permitted to operate at Grand Central?
No, they are not.
Number 2, what are public porters?
Public porters are the men without red caps who operate in subways and adjacent to the terminal. They must surrender to a red cap when they reach the terminal.
Number 3, are the clocks at Grand Central Terminal on Eastern Standard Time or daylight time? They are in daylight time. When do they change? They change at the change of time in April.
Number 1, how much do red caps get
per piece of baggage?
35 cents apiece.
Number 2, when was Johnny Conroy station master at Grand Central? Do you know?
In the 1930s.
Do you know number 3?
I don't know. He was.
Do you remember number 1?
No, I do not.
Number 1, there's a red cap car in which they hold church services every morning. Do you know who the pastor of that Baptist church car is?
No, I do not.
You know anything about the church, 3?
Polly?
Sorry.
Number 1, what does number 15 Vanderbilt mean to you?
Number 15 Vanderbilt is the entrance to the CBS studios, which are located on the 4th floor of the 42nd Street side of the station.
Anything else you'd like to know, Polly?
Could you tell me who's on television tonight?
I am. You hear his answer?
I am. Number 2, what are the two railroad companies that use Grand Central Station?
New York Central and New York New Haven Market.
Number 3, what year was Grand Central Station built? Do you know?
In 1903, its construction was started.
1903.
Dick?
Number 2, how long would it take me on the New Haven Railroad to get to Mount Vernon, New York?
About 20 minutes.
Number 3, how long would it take me to get to Mount Vernon?
About 23 minutes.
I don't know.
Never
Number
has
one.
yet, has it, Dick?
I don't know. Number 1, of what railroad is John P. Loudermilk president?
John P.
Loudermilk.
I do not know.
Number 2?
I don't know.
Number 3?
I do not know.
Oops, must be a small railroad.
Short line.
Number 2, the Pennsylvania Railroad, though it does not travel from Grand Central Station. If I were to write a letter of complaint about the dining service, who would I write to?
And the New York Central, you write it to the New York Central because they operate all the dining services and Pullman services. There's no more Pullman.
Would you?
That's it. It's time to vote, panel. So without consultation, will you please mark your ballots? And in so doing, you will, of course, select number 1, number 2, or number 3. Team of challengers, as you know, will receive $250 for every incorrect vote. Panel, are you all marked? Oh, you are, Polly. Head of the game tonight. For whom did you vote this first round?
Well, Bud, you know, I've been getting a lot of letters of complaint about the fact that I always don't know who to vote for, and I vote for number 1, but I think it's number 2, and they all think that I make it up just to be funny. They don't think that I seriously don't know, and which is flattering but not true. And so in response to all of those rather difficult letters, I would firmly like to vote for number 1, though I'm sure it's number 2.
You're just as firm about number 2, I assume.
Yes.
Dick, what about your vote?
Bud, I'm forced to agree with Polly. I vote for number 2 because I like the way he said his name.
She's checking up on
She voted
you.
with number 1.
That's
Yes,
right.
number 1, but she says she thought it was
I thought it
number
was
2.
number
Firmly.
2.
All right.
Kitty, what about your vote?
She'll you up, don't worry.
Kitty?
Oh, gosh.
I voted for number 2 on the basis of his information, and number 3 didn't know when the Century stopped paying for their being late, and I thought he ought to know.
All right, High Gardner.
Well, I voted for number 1, too. One of the reasons for is I knew about General Porters, and that you have to know a little bit about railroading for that. And number 2, wasn't sure about when Conroy was station master, and I made the name up, so I think it's 3.
There we go again. Well, okay.
You made that
The votes are in. The deceptions have been pulled by the panel as well as by us, and we'll find out now, for your sake and ours, which one of these 3 gentlemen is the real station master at Grand Central Station. So will the real Joseph P. McAvoy now please stand up? Thank you very much. All right. My, we had such good reasons, too, didn't we? Number 1, would you tell us who you really are and what you really do, please?
My name is George O'Keefe. I am a registered representative with Hirsch & Company, members of the New York Stock Exchange.
number 2, what about you, sir?
My name is Tom Malley. I'm a writer and editor associated with The Reporter magazine.
I always like the writers.
Well, there you are. There's a start for you. We had all incorrect votes at $250 each for a total of $1,000 from Geritol, gentlemen. Thank you very much for being with us. Happy train schedules, and on your way out, you will find an apothecary jar of Geritol for each of you. Good night and good luck. And now let's meet our next team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Margaret O'Neill.
What is your name, please?
My name is Margaret O'Neill.
What is your name, please?
My name is Margaret O'Neill.
All right, please listen while I read this affidavit. I, Margaret O'Neill, am a former high school teacher and a former ski instructor. For the past 13 years, however, I have been associated with the Miss America pageant. I am the official traveling companion and pageant representative for Miss America, and as such have traveled 450,000 miles in the past 3 years. When the new Miss America is chosen on Saturday, I will again accompany her on a tour of the United States and Europe. Signed, Margaret O'Neill. Okay, panel, we've heard these 3 ladies all claiming to be Margaret O'Neill, Miss America traveling companion. We'll start this cross-examination with Dick Clark. Dick?
Number 2, how many contestants are there in this year's pageant?
52.
Number 3, how many contestants?
There are 52 contestants.
Number 1?
52.
Consistent.
Yeah.
Number 1, who is Evelyn I?
I believe she was Miss America of 1953.
Number 3, if this is true, where did Evelyn I live?
Evelyn I lives in Verona, New Jersey.
Number 2, where does Evelyn I, or where did she live when she won?
Ephrata, PA.
And number 1?
Ephrata, PA.
Is there a Miss Alaska in the contest this year, number 3?
Yes, there is Miss Alaska.
Kitty?
Number 1, who are the judges this year in the Miss America contest?
You are one, Miss Carlisle.
Me? Well, I want to say that I was a judge last year, and I never saw any of these ladies before. So I don't know. They must all be ringers.
You never traveled with Miss America.
Number 2, how many sisters does the present Miss America have?
She has 3 sisters.
3 sisters. Number 3, who is Hugh Watson?
Hugh
Watson. Number 2, who is Hugh Watson?
He works on the pageant board.
Number 1, who was Miss Indian America last year?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Number 2, who do the contestants have breakfast with every morning? And where do they breakfast?
They have breakfast with the judges.
Hi.
Number 2, what Broadway columnist has been a judge every once in a while for the pageant?
I am number 1.
No, I said number 2.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Number 1, would you know?
What, Broadway columnist?
Yes. Number
Sir?
3, would you? I'm sorry?
Sir?
Would you know number 3?
I don't believe that Coral Bennett served as Broadway columnist, but he has been a judge.
No, I don't think even Bennett would do that. Number 2, what did Bob Russell have to do with the pageant in the past?
He was a master of ceremonies.
Number 1, do you know the name of Miss Alaska? I happened to see her last week.
I don't remember.
Would you know number 2?
No, I don't
Number
know.
3?
No, I do
Holly?
not know.
Number 3, who is the lady in charge of the Miss America pageant?
Leona Slaughter, wife of my boss.
Number 2, who placed second in the Miss America contest last year?
Miss Georgia.
Number 1, who placed third? Number 1, who placed
Richie.
third last year?
Richie?
I beg your pardon?
Richie?
I can't hear you.
Richie.
Ritchie?
Miss Ritchie, you mean her last name is Ritchie.
Oh,
Saying her
I
last name
see.
was Ritchie.
What state is she from, number one?
Colorado.
Number three, who was the Miss America of 1955?
1955.
Well,
that was Sharon.
Big one? Did you know?
Sharon Ritchie.
Okay, there we go now. Our time is out. We'll have to vote, and without consultation, will you please mark your ballots? And in so doing, as you did before, please select number 1, number 2, or number 3. Are we all set, panel? Everyone but Polly?
Oh, you didn't have to say that.
Is this a firm vote?
No, this is probably the unfirmest vote of all the votes, because I really have no idea which one it is. I simply just picked a number. I don't know anything about Miss America contests, and it makes it a little difficult when you don't know.
How about you, Dick Clark?
I picked number 2 because she knew that Evelyn and I lived in Ephrata, Pennsylvania.
Your vote, Kitty?
I picked number 2 on the basis of all of her information, which was all correct, and some of the others had correct answers, but not all correct ones.
And Hi, who do you think is the real
Well,
one?
this is unusual for a Miss America contest, but I make it unanimous, number 2.
Well, all right, there we are. Unanimous on number 2. Let's see how unanimous we are with your voting at home, as we trust you are doing, as we learn right now which one of these 3 ladies is the real Miss America's traveling companion. So will the real Margaret O'Neill please stand up? You got her. You got her. Well, one thing about our panel, if they goof strong, they come back strong. At least we say that for them. Thank you. Number 2. Number 1, would you tell us who you really are and what you do, please?
Yes, my name is Eve Jackson. I live in New York City. I'm a housewife and have 3 children.
And number 3, what about you?
My name is Mrs. Bernard Shore, Vice President of Shore Battery and Equipment Company of Jamaica, Long Island.
Incidentally, we're mighty proud that our lovely Kitty is going to be judging the lovelies, as you heard in the questioning down there at Atlantic City. And you can see it this Saturday night on this very network, so you be sure to be watching. Maybe you'll get a sneak look at Kitty there, too. Well, now, let's see. We have 100% again our challenges this time, which means that Geritol contributes $150, ladies, so that you have that to divide. On your way out, stop and pick up your apothecary jar of Geritol. Thanks so much for being with us. Good night and happy traveling. Now, there will be more challengers and more laughs, of course, in less than a minute. Now, let's have our 3rd team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Johnston McCulley.
What is your name, please?
My name is Johnston McCulley.
What is your name, please?
My name is Johnston McCulley.
Now, please listen while I read this affidavit. I, Johnston McCulley, have been a writer for over 50 years. After finishing school, I entered the newspaper field. I eventually gave up newspaper work to devote full time to fiction writing. My most famous novel was written in 1920 and was twice made into a motion picture. The main character is now the subject of a television series. I am the creator of Zorro. Signed, Johnston McCulley. And now we have 3 gentlemen panel, all claiming to be Johnston McCulley. As you heard, creator of the famous character Zorro. We'll start this round with Polly Bergen. Polly?
Thank you, Bud. Number 1, who plays the current Zorro?
Williams, Guy Williams.
Number 2, where is the series shot?
In California.
At what studio, number 2?
I personally don't know.
Number 3, could you tell me what studio it's shot at?
Well, partly a Disney studio.
I didn't hear
that. Partly at Disney Studios.
Number 1, do you agree with number 3? Where is the series shot?
Burbank, California.
At what studio, sir?
I don't know the studio.
Number 2, who played the original Zorro?
Disney's too skip.
Douglas Fairbanks.
Where was
silent films.
Where was that movie made? Number 2.
I don't know.
Dick Clark.
Number 3, what is the name of Zorro's deaf-mute friend?
Beg pardon?
Well, in the play, in the series, Zorro has a friend, a close associate with a deaf-mute. What is
Bernardo.
his name? I beg your pardon?
Bernardo.
All right. Number 1, what is the name of the rather plump sergeant he's always having conflict with?
That was Gonzalez.
Number 2, a hit recording was made recently called Zorro. What was the name of the artist or artists that made the record?
I don't know. Had nothing to do with it.
Number 3, do you know?
I know Norman Foster wrote the words. I don't know the name of the...
Number 1, do you know the name of the artist who made the record?
No.
Kitty?
Number 1, who's president of the Authors League? Are you a member of the Authors League?
Not now, no.
Are you a member of the Authors League, number 2?
I am not.
Are you number 3?
Not a president.
Oh, dear. Well, number 1, what does Zorro mean?
The fox in Spanish.
Number 2, was this story based on anything?
Yes, it was based upon a serial that I wrote. It was originally published in the Argosy.
Number 3, was this based on a serial that you wrote?
Yes, it's based on a serial I wrote.
And did you get this idea out of your own head, or was it based on an idea that you got from some other place?
Well, I got it.
Where else would one get an idea?
Yeah.
Well, Shakespeare got all his ideas out of Pindar.
Don't say Charles Bacon or you'll start a whole thing.
Hi, Gardner.
Number 3, you probably knew Douglas Fairbanks if he made the silent movie. Who was the fellow named Carl K. Kitchen? Would you know?
A fellow named what?
Carl K. Kitchen.
Yes. He was a newspaper man who worked from New York, and he did a lot of work for Douglas Fairbanks.
Number 1, Doug Fairbanks, when he made that movie or later, became one of the creators of United Artists. Do you know who his partners were?
No.
Would you know number 3?
Mary Pickford and Charles Chaplin.
Yeah, number 3, would you know?
Same, Mary Pickford and Charles.
There is a comedian, number 3, who is against your show in Hollywood right now. Rather, his show is against your show. Would you know what his name is? Would you know?
That's it. Time once again to vote. So will you please mark your ballots, panel, and in so doing, as you did before, select number 1, number 2, or number 3. Hey, ready and waiting, Polly, huh? For whom did you vote this time?
I voted for number 3, mainly because he said Johnson McCulley so easily, as though it were a name he had used for many years.
All right, Dick Clark, what about your selection this time?
His name is probably Horace Applewhite.
With my luck, yes, I know.
I'm with you.
Oh, no.
Number 3, because he seemed to know a little bit about a very, very big record that should have been important to him.
Kitty?
I voted for number 3. It turns out we're playing against each other here because the train fellow was invented by High. I believe that number 3 knew Mr. Kitchen, who was the associate. So if I'm playing against you, then I'm playing against everything.
All right, High, what about you?
Okay, Kitchen was one of the first Broadway columnists on the Old Evening World and the Sun, and he was a close friend of Douglas Fairbanks and Mary Pickford, and that's why I voted for number 3. Right.
Well, again, we have a unanimous vote, and let's see if that unanimity spreads to you in your home as we discover right now which one of these 3 gentlemen is the real creator of the famous character Zorro. So, will the real Johnston McCulley please stand up? Thank you very much, sir. Well, the panel's doing real well tonight after a bad start. Number 1, would you tell us who you really are and what you do, please?
My name is Edwin Stafford Morgan. I'm a stockbroker with Shearson Hamill and Company in Wall Street.
Thank you, sir. And number 2, would you tell us about yourself?
I am Campbell Jeffrey, for more than 45 years, a member of the New York Bar and the retired dean of New York Law School.
Thank you, sir. Well, I think you zeroed in rather well there, panel, tonight. And as we see, we have a panel guessing correctly 100%, which means that once again, since there were no incorrect votes, Geritol contributes $150 to you gentlemen, with our best wishes for a pleasant year and many years ahead of you in your writing and more work in that old Zorro field. It must be fun to see it coming back to life again and again and again like that. And will you stop on your way out, speaking of coming to life again, and pick up your apothecary jars of Geritol? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Good night and good luck. Now we'll join our panel again in just a minute, but before we do, listen. Well, that's all the time we have for tonight, except once again, Dick, thanks so very much for visiting us.
Thank you, Bud, very much. How was our average?
Good. Extremely good. Yes, indeed it was. You did exceptionally well for a visiting guest the first time, believe me. Incidentally, next week on our panel, we're going to have Fred Clark. Is he any relation to you?
No.
Well,
I've watched him many times.
So have we all. And he'll be with us on our panel next week. I guess that's it. So good night, panel.
Good night, Bud.
Now, this is Bud Collier saying good night from Geritol and reminding all of you to tell the truth. Good night, everybody.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson Bill Podcast production in association with the CBS Television Network. Miss Bergen's Gown by Wilma.
One of these men is the head of the largest fire department in the world. What is your name, please?
My name is Edward Thompson.
My name is Edward Thompson.
My name is Edward Thompson.
Only one of these men is the real Edward Thompson. The other two are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, star of My Fair Lady on Broadway, Miss Margot Ozer, Johnny Carson, and Betty White on To Tell the Truth with your host, Bud Collier.
Thank you very much, and welcome once again to Tell the Truth, brought to you this week by Dristan Nasal Mist, the new decongestant spray for relief from miseries of sinus congestion and head colds. Good evening, panel.
Hi, Bud.
Hi, Bud.
Margot, Betty, real nice to welcome you back to the show.
Nice to be back. Thanks, Bud. I'm glad to be here.
Will you open your envelopes for the first time, take out your affidavit cards, and follow along with me as I read from this first affidavit. I, Edward Thompson, am the head of the largest fire department in the world. With 12,000 men and 700 pieces of equipment, we respond to some 200 alarms each day. 1/3 of these calls, about 20,000 a year, are false alarms. I joined a hook and ladder company as a fireman more than 20 years ago. I am now the fire commissioner of New York City. Signed, Edward Thompson. All right, panel. The gentlemen are comfortably seated. You heard them all claiming to be Edward Thompson, Fire Commissioner of New York City. And let's start the questioning with our own fire putter-outer, Betty White.
Thank you, Bud. First in the chute. Well, first of all, Mr. Thompson, whichever one of you it is, congratulations for a job most well done. Believe me, and much appreciated. Number one, what is the largest piece of equipment in your fire department?
Well, the fire truck.
Number two, is that how you would answer that question?
Fireboat.
The fireboat. Number three, what would you say was the largest?
Fireboats.
Number one, how many fireboats do you have?
9.
Well, good luck. Number three, what is the most common call that you get other than fires for your services?
Other than fires?
Other than fires.
I would say inspection, really.
Number two, what would you say is the most common call that you get other than fires?
Inspection.
Number one?
Inspections.
Really?
Tom Poston.
I guess now you know. Number three, what was your first admonition or suggestion to the public after you became commissioner? I heard it on the radio. Do you remember what you said?
Yes, indeed I do. Prevent fires.
That's nice of me. He's smoking bear, that's all.
Wouldn't that burn you? Number 2, what was the fire department's duty when our Colonel Glenn came to New York City?
We put on a fireboat display.
Where?
In the East River.
East River, thank you. Number 1, who decides on the number of patrons that a public hall is allowed to have?
The commissioner of I do.
The commissioner of I do, eh?
Commissioner of I do. That's the commissioner of marriage. Margot.
Number 2, what is the equipment on a fireboat? I mean, what does it include?
Mostly a pump and hose.
How many feet of hose? Number 3.
Very little, actually, because we put most of the water out from high-pressure nozzles.
I see. Number 3 again. Don't you have a long ladder on a fireboat?
Yes, we do. This is subsidiary equipment.
Number 1, is there more than one ladder on a fireboat?
Definitely.
They're pretty
Johnny.
smart.
Number 2, what is the best thing to put on a grease fire if you have burning grease?
Best thing of what?
How do you put out a grease fire? In other words, if grease in the kitchen...
Foam. Foam.
Foam? Why wouldn't you put water on it?
Because water won't put it out.
Number 1, what is the penalty for turning in a false alarm?
Well, arson, you can get penalty up to 40 years in jail.
40 years?
40 years.
I see. Number 3, who is the former fire commissioner of New York?
Kavanaugh.
Mr. Kavanaugh. What position does he hold now?
Deputy mayor.
Thank you.
That's it. Time for you to try to put your own fires out or start some conflagrations of your own panel as you mark your ballots. Will you do so now? Hot and heavy with the crayon on the ballot? And without consultation, vote now for number 1, number 2, or number 3. Team of challengers will, as usual, receive $250 for every incorrect vote. All ballots marked? Okay, Tom, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number 2, that's whom. I thought number 3 gave certainly the most... I don't know who it is.
Margot, which one do you think is the real one?
Well, I say number 3 because I think he gave the most authoritative answers.
Authoritative answers.
That's
the word I was...
Johnny.
I voted for number 2, although the biggest thing in the fire department is the wife of Arthur Schwartz, who was on our show several weeks ago, who is a fireman in town, but I voted for number 2.
Betty, what is your vote?
I voted for number 3 because he didn't look at us when he sat down, and I think if he's lying, he's not going to look at us. Number 2 looked us right in the eye. But I thought the second biggest call was for oxygen equipment for heart attacks and resuscitation and like that.
Well, there we have it. 2 for 2 and 2 for 3 and none for 1. Let's see how right, wrong, or in between we may be as we learn now and our own ticket of firefighters try to work on this little spark or two. Who's right and who's wrong as we discover which one of these gentlemen is the fire commissioner of the city of New York. So, will the real Edward Thompson please stand up? What are you being so violent about, Betty?
Oh, you can't trust anybody. He looked us right in the eye and the whole best liar I ever saw.
Yeah, number 3 was great liar. They were all great liars.
Oh, and number 3 looked so shy and kind of like, well, I'm trying to pretend I'm not it, but I am. And number 2 was looking like, well, I am really it, and he was.
Okay. You know, 80,000 fires a year is an amazing...
80,000 alarms, 60,000 fires in New York, 20,000 false alarms. New Yorkers, 90% of them you can prevent. They start because you are careless. Fire prevention is your business every day. Save your lives, save your children.
Hear, hear. Thank you, sir. Can't remind them too often of that, I know. When you pick up the papers every day, you see some horrible tragedies. Well, let's find out about these other 2 gentlemen now. Number 1, I'm sorry you didn't get any of the votes, but I'm sure you had a good time. Would you tell us your real name and what you really do, please?
My name is Donald McKay. I'm a salesman for American Banknote Company. In addition to making stocks and bonds, we also make money for many of the foreign countries.
And he got it right. Thank you, sir. And number 3, would you tell us your real name and what you really do, please?
I'm James Warren. I'm Executive Vice President of Montec Corporation, manufacturer of yachts and parking meters.
Having trouble parking your yachts, Pat. You know right where to go now. Well, we checked the score and find that there were 2 incorrect votes at $250 each for a total of $500 from Dristan, which you gentlemen will get and parcel up between you. You'll also, of course, receive a gift package of the fine products from the makers of Dristan. And we thank you very much for sharing your time with us tonight. Hope you had fun. Good night to you, and God bless. And now a word about Easy Off Oven Cleaner.
Spills, spots, grease, grime. Yes, a dirty oven can seem just too big a job sometimes. But not when you clean your oven regularly with Easy Off Oven Cleaner. Dramatic results were confirmed by Good Housekeeping Institute using Easy Off on a really dirty oven. Experts spread Easy Off on oven walls, racks, broiler pans. Let it set, then wiped. Caked on grease came right off. Even this grimy oven came sparkling clean. Today, Easy Off is used at Good Housekeeping Institute even before spills, grease, grime build up. Keep ahead of the job. Use Easy Off to remove spills and greasy film before they bake on. That means no more bother with big oven cleaning jobs. The easy way is to use Easy Off regularly. Keep ahead of the job with America's #1 oven cleaner, Easy Off, used by 5 times more women than all other oven cleaners combined. And it's earned the Good Housekeeping seal. Get Easy Off today.
Yes, Tom.
Bud, I have something here I think the audience might find very interesting. It's a book that's going to be published tomorrow. It's called Thou Shalt Not Fear. And it's interesting for several reasons. One is that it's a collection of sermons in verse. And the author is not only a good poet, but also a pretty good television performer. And son of a gun, it's Bud Collier. How about that?
Thank you, Tom.
Thou shalt not fear. Thank you, Bud.
Now let's meet our next team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Dee O'Hara.
My name is Dee O'Hara.
My name is Dee O'Hara.
Well, you've had your look, and you've heard the whistles, and now let's concentrate on the affidavit, if you follow along as I read from my copy. I, Lieutenant Dee O'Hara, of the United States Air Force, am a nurse for 7 of the healthiest people in the world. For the past 2 years, I have been working at Cape Canaveral and assigned to the Mercury space program. During actual flights, my post is in the launch medical station. I am the official nurse and the only nurse assigned to the 7 United States astronauts. Signed, Lieutenant Dee O'Hara. Very well, let's play our game then. And as you heard, panel, these 3 ladies all claim to be Lieutenant Dee O'Hara, nurse to the astronauts. We start our cross-examination with Johnny Carson.
Attention. I give it a try. Number 2. How do you learn to give shots? How do you practice?
You learn that in your first 6 months at nurse's training.
What do you practice on?
People.
Number 3, isn't there some other way that you...
Yes, you practice on a rubber ball.
Number 1?
You can use a rubber ball or an orange, whichever's handy.
That's what I was looking for.
Or people.
Or people. Number 2, as an officer, are you allowed to go out with enlisted men yet? Has that changed?
No.
Oh. That was my problem. Number 3, what is cat fever? Cat fever.
I don't know.
Okay, thank
Betty White.
Thank you, Bud. Number 1, which of the astronauts was stationed at Bermuda during the launch of Colonel Glenn?
I believe it was Gus Grissom.
And number 2, who was stationed in Australia?
Captain Cooper.
Number 3, who was stationed in...
Captain Cooper.
Number 1, who was stationed in Australia?
Captain Cooper.
Oh, you're no fun. Any one of you, really. Number one, who is scheduled for the next shot? It's been published. It's not security.
I believe it's Deke Slayton.
You're also smart. Number two, how many connections, wired connections, did Colonel Glenn have when he was actually put into the capsule?
I don't have any idea.
Number three, have you? 4.
Tom.
Gosh, they're really too... number one, what is a new test for metabolism?
A new test?
Well, what they used to use?
Well, they used to use a basal metabolism machine, which is and they can also do it by drawing blood.
Well, all right, number one, what is the name of that rubber tube that they use when they draw blood? What does it become when they...
They don't really draw it with a tube.
No, but they use it. Okay. Number two, what does metabolism mean? Do you happen to know?
Yes, it's your general blood pressure and...
All right, General. Number three, do you have anything else that you can add to in the way of defining metabolism?
Yes, I think that's your body makeup. It's a term for your body makeup.
Pancakes.
All right, lady.
You leave me.
Margot.
Number one, what insignia do you wear on your uniform? On your shoulder?
You wear a silver bar or any type of rank which would denote your rank.
Number three, what is the special insignia to designate the astronaut program?
It's an eagle.
Where do you wear it? Number three?
On your collar.
On the collar?
On the collar or the chevron.
Fred, that's all we have time for, so pull yourselves back from orbit, panel, and seize on to something earthbound, and let's mark a few ballots, shall we? Do so now, please, without consultation. And as you do so, vote as before for number 1, number 2, or number 3. All ballots marked?
No, I haven't marked yet.
Oh.
Mark them up.
Well,
Okay, Tom, what is your selection this time?
Well, I tell you, I wanted to vote for number 2 because just simply because of the way she looked, only. But then I didn't care too much for some of her answers. I tried to find one in my memory, but I couldn't. The number 1 looks wrong to me. She just don't look right to me, son. But I voted for her anyway because of her answers.
Margot.
Well, number 1 and 3, again, that same good old word, authoritative, they were both great. And it's probably number 2, so it's I voted for number 1.
Johnny, what about your choice?
Number 1 looks A-okay to me.
I was...
You were going to say that. No, I have heard that you do practice on an orange. That's why I was interested in that. Or a grapefruit, depending on the patient.
Practice what on an orange?
Giving shots.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Betty.
The last few shots I've had, they were practicing on me. I have news for you. I voted for number 1. She just seemed to have such a calm, direct way of not looking at you. I'm going to go that way again. She didn't look at us either when she sat down. I think it's number 1.
Well,
I know it's number 1.
Well, there you have it. Looks like all systems are go for number 1. And we'll see whether we're right or wrong and whether we get into orbit in our own little path here as we track it down the line and as we learn which one of these young ladies is the real nurse to the astronauts. So, will the real Lieutenant D. O'Hara please stand up? I wonder if it was that orange that did it. I don't know, but the panel was real smart that time.
Well,
Number
she's
2.
starting to look better to me.
Number 2, would you tell us your real name and what you really do, please?
My name is Joy Brunson, and I'm a secretary here in New York.
And number 3, you who practice giving shots to rubber balls, what is your real name and what do you do?
I usually give them to children. I'm Merle Spears. I'm Dan's wife and Danny's, Marcy's, Patty's, and John's mother.
Well, I must say it was a great, great thrill and pleasure to have you on our show tonight, Lieutenant. And every one of us, United States citizens, is counting on you to take good care of those astronauts in the great Project Mercury. Thank you very much for being with us. And of all of you, in checking the score, we find that there were no incorrect votes, but in that case, complimentary-like and sort of as a bit of compensation, you get $150 from Dristan, as well as a gift package of the fine products that they make. Thank you so much for being with us. Good night to you all, and God bless you. Now, a word of interest about a new nasal spray.
For sinus congestion and head cold's distress, use Dristan Nasal Mist with a decongestant most prescribed by doctors to bring quick, deep relief. Look, the nasograph shows almost no air through this victim's nostrils. Now, Dristan Mist sprayed into one nostril. In seconds, it penetrates deep into swollen nasal and sinus passages, promotes drainage, thus relieves pressure, controls postnasal irritation. Now, nostril sprayed with Dristan shows free breathing restored. Get Dristan Nasal Mist.
And now a word about heat.
Arthritis or rheumatism's minor pain, no matter how hard you rub, no salve, no liniment penetrates into muscles, joints, bones. Now get immediate relief, hours of relief. Get Heat. Heat works the only counter-irritation way doctors everywhere accept. Brush on Heat. Immediately, heat penetrates into your skin, replaces such pain arising from deep inside with soothing warmth. Relief lasts for hours. For arthritis or rheumatism's minor pain, get immediate relief. Get Heat.
Now, panel, may I present our third team of challengers?
What is your name, please?
My name is Barnaby Conrad.
My name is Barnaby Conrad.
My name is Barnaby Conrad.
Follow along once again, if you will, please, panel, with your copies of this affidavit. I, Barnaby Conrad, saw my first bullfight when I was 13 years old and fought my first bull when I was 17. Later, in Spain, where I was the youngest vice consul in the United States Foreign Service, I studied bullfighting under the great Juan Belmonte and fought some 40 amateur fights. I was seriously injured twice. I turned to writing. My book, Matador, sold over 2.5 million copies. My latest and 12th book is to be published this year. Currently, I am dividing my time between writing a play for fall Broadway production and running my West Coast bistro, which is known appropriately enough as El Matador. Signed, Barnaby Conrad. Here we have three stalwart gentlemen panel, each one claiming to be Barnaby Conrad, intrepid amateur bullfighter, and successful author. And we start this round with Tom Poston. Tom?
With old me?
With old you.
Thank you, Bud. Let me see. Number 3, please. Who wrote The Brave Bulls? Do you happen to remember?
Tom Lee.
Number 2, who played the part of the manager in the film of The Brave Bulls? I take it your interest would be sufficient for you to know this. Do you happen to remember that?
Jack Palance.
Number 1, could you tell me the name of a recent comprehensive volume on bullfighting?
Yes.
Number 1?
My Encyclopedia of Bullfighting.
Oh, was that yours? I didn't even know that.
Margot.
Number 1, what is the title of your Encyclopedia of Bullfighting?
Exactly that.
Oh, the Encyclopedia of Bullfighting.
I bought it.
Number 1, name two very famous bullfighters, names with which we would be familiar.
Well, you mean recent bullfighting?
Recent ones, current ones.
Well, I would say Dominguez, and, Ordonez.
That's 2.
And,
Number 3, where is Dominguez fighting right now?
I don't know that he is.
Number 2, what city is your restaurant El Matador in?
San Francisco.
Johnny.
Number 1, is it not true that any color of material could be used to distract the bull, that bulls are colorblind? Is that true?
That's true.
Number 2, can you tell me in what city they hold the Festival of the Bulls, where they let the bulls run down the street and the amateurs come out and they chase them through the streets?
Sevilla.
Number 3, can you tell me who starred in the motion picture Blood and Sand?
Rudolph Valentino.
Number 1, can you tell me who recently finished a book called El Toros?
No, I can't.
Betty.
Number 2, what is the organization in England trying to legalize bullfighting there?
I'm not certain of that.
Number 3, do you know?
No.
Number 1, do you know? Number 1, is bullfighting legal in England?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know if it's legal or not.
Number 3, is bullfighting legal in this country?
I think it is. I don't know.
Number 1, is bullfighting legal in this country?
I would make a guess that it's not, because they fight in Tijuana and Juarez.
And that's it. Panel, leaving it on a very interesting note as to what's legal and what's illegal. I know it's legal for you to mark your ballots now, so will you kindly do so right away? And without consultation, vote now for number 1, number 2, or number 3.
Oh, I'm going to be sorry. I'm going to be real sorry.
All set? All ballots marked? Okay, Tom, what is your choice this time?
Well, Bud, I'm going to do something that I never did on the show before. I'm going to disqualify myself at this late date.
Oh, really?
That's why I made the 3 so vague. I tell you the truth, I think I might have recognized Mr. Conrad from a book jacket that I once saw, but I don't know. His answers were so strange. I didn't know that bullfighting was legal in this country, but I'm disqualified.
You're disqualifying yourself. All right, we count that as an incorrect
probably
vote
wrong,
then.
but
Margot.
Well, I voted for number 2, only because 1 and 3 didn't know if bullfighting was legal in this country. I thought it was illegal.
Johnny.
I voted for number 1. It depends what you mean by bullfighting, whether you kill the bull or not, I believe. You know, you could have bullfighting without killing the bull,
Right.
so I voted for 1.
That's the best kind, you know that.
Betty.
What I'm going to get in.
What was your vote?
Well, I almost switched at the last minute for Margot's reason, but I voted for number 1. He looked so pleased when Tom said he bought his book.
All right, now let's find out right now whether or not our panel is awarded the ears, the tail, and all that goes with it, and whether or not they have voted correctly, as we learn which one of these gentlemen is the real amateur bullfighter and author. So will the real Barnaby Conrad please stand up? So we will, it's too bad. That was the one you thought it
Now
was.
the time to find out if...
I don't think there's an ordinance specifically against bullfighting. I think most people protest bringing bullfighting to this country as they should. It doesn't belong in this country. It belongs in the Latin countries.
Oh, but it's not a law. Oh,
There's no law. I
one
don't
way or the
think.
other.
I don't know.
Okay, number 1, would you tell us your real name and what you really do, please?
My name is Don Cook. I'm a painter, and I teach in the art department at New York University.
And number 2, may we have your real name and what you do, please?
My name is Alexander Cameron, Business Development Manager of McCall's Magazine. And as a matter of fact, I've never been to Spain and never seen a bullfight.
It gave us a lot of pleasure, and I hope we did you too. In checking the score, we find there were 1, 2, 3, 4 incorrect votes for a total of $1,000 from Tristan. Not bad for an evening's entertainment, and if you had as much fun too, that's a plus. You also received a gift package of all the fine products in the makers of Tristan. Thank you, gentlemen, and continued successful writing to you, sir. Good night. God bless you. Now let's pause for just a moment to hear something about another fine product.
Young things in a gay new world, a lift to the spirits, and a refreshing new outlook on life. It's springtime, the season you recall every time you light a Salem cigarette. Now more delightfully than ever, Salem refreshes your taste. For from the Salem Research Laboratories comes the special high-porosity cigarette paper that air softens every puff. Invisible porous openings in the paper blend in just the right amount of fresh air to give you an even cooler and fresher smoke. A better tasting smoke in every way, because the flavor of Salem's rich tobaccos is air softened with every puff. Menthol fresh, rich tobacco taste. Modern filter too, that's Salem. Now even the paper adds to Salem's springtime freshness. Try Salem, more delightfully than ever. Salem refreshes your taste.
For all of you who are in or near or will be in or near Palm Beach, our own Betty White is starring in Light Up the Sky at the Royal Poinciana Theater there. Don't miss it. Guess that's all we have time for, so good night, panel.
Good night, Bud.
Good night, Bud.
Bud Collier saying good night for Dristan Nasal Mist and reminding you to tell the truth. Good night, everybody.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. To Tell the Truth has been brought to you by Concentrated Heat Liquid, the liniment to relieve minor rheumatism, arthritis, or backache pain for hours. Ronnie Olson saying good night, but To Tell the Truth, this program was pre-recorded. One of these men asked his parents for a gorilla. Instead, they gave him 2 rabbits. What is your name, please?
My name is Dan Mannix.
My name is Dan Mannix. My name is Dan Mannix.
Only one of these men is the real Dan Mannix. The other 2 are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, Peggy Cass, Alan Ludden, and Kitty Carlisle on To Tell the Truth with your host, Bud Collier.
Thank you very much. Welcome once again to Tell the Truth, brought to you this week by Salem Cigarettes. Good evening, panel.
Good evening, Bud.
Everybody feeling bright and full of ginger tonight?
No.
Well, to start the ginger going, open up your envelopes, if you will. Take out that first affidavit card and follow along with me. I, Dan Mannix, in addition to my rabbits, live with 1 wife, 2 children, and 251 animals. To feed this menagerie, I spend $20 a month on worms alone. Among the more unusual species of wildlife that share my home are 3 skunks, 1 ocelot, 2 tarantula, 1 gecko, 1 bald eagle, 1 squirrel monkey, 5 peacocks, a raven who talks, and a tank full of man-eating piranha. I also have a red-tailed boa who sleeps in my son's room, and a 10-foot python who sleeps in our bathtub. Signed, Dan Mannix. Very well, panel. These 3 gentlemen, as you heard, and so did I, claim to be Dan Mannix. I guess you could say friend to animals. Let's start this questioning with Peggy Cass. Peggy?
Thank you. Mr. Mannix, number 2, how come you have so many animals?
Well, because I like animals.
Number 3, do you get any employment out of the animals? Do you rent them?
No, I'm a writer. I write about them.
I see. Number 1, what's a gecko?
Gecko is a lizard.
Thank you. Number 3, a red-tailed boa. Is that a snake?
Yes.
I've heard of feather boas. I thought they were boa constrictors, the snakes. Number 3, who wrote Ring of Bright Water?
Maxwell. Somebody Maxwell. Garish Maxwell. Something like that.
Thank you. Number 1, who wrote Black Beauty?
I don't know.
Alan Ludden.
But I wish Betty White were here. She likes animals. Let's see. Man-eating...
You wish you were here anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Man-eating piranha. Number 3. How big is a man-eating piranha?
About the size of your palm of your hand. About the size of your extended hand.
Oh, he just eats little pieces at a time. What about worms? Number 2. When you, for an ocelot. What is does an ocelot eat worms?
Well, he prefers hamburger.
Number 1, must your worms be alive for these animals to eat them?
Yes.
Number 3, is there an animal, have any of your animals eat dead worms, dried worms?
No.
Where do you get, number 2, where do you get your live worms?
Well, I get them... You mean the name of the store?
Yeah, no, well, you buy them? Is there,
Yes.
Is there a store in this town that
Yeah,
sells
it's in town.
What's the name of it?
Gherkins.
What?
Gherkins.
Number 1, is this a wholesale house?
I get my worms from a farm in Arizona.
They're shipped to you directly.
That's right.
Kitty.
Number one, where do you live? Where do you live to do all this?
Cold Spring, New York.
Cold Spring, New York?
Yes.
Number two, are you a writer like Edgar Allan Poe? All these animals have something in common. They're all rather unpleasant.
Well, I don't think so, but
Huh?
I like them. I enjoy them.
Number three, is your skunk de-skunked?
Yes.
Number two, is your tarantula whatever it is?
No, he will bite.
Number one, how do you get in the tub with a boa constrictor?
You don't. You have
Or
to
a
evict
python,
him.
huh?
You have to evict him first.
Where does he go?
Evict him first.
Onto the floor or out in the living room.
Tom Poston.
No one asked you yet, number one. Well, why do you have all these animals in your home?
I like animals.
And you don't make any, you don't rent them to anyone? You
No,
just
I
have,
don't.
They're pets.
That's right.
Why did you want a gorilla, number one?
Well, I saw a gorilla when I was about 8 years old in a zoo, and it so fascinated me compared to dogs and cats that that's all I wanted.
Did you ever see any pictures of, like, Elizabeth Taylor, anybody like that?
When I was 8, I didn't care.
Tom, that's a different kind of guerrilla warfare.
Number two, how do you spell piranha?
P-R-A-N-H-A.
And what kind of teeth do...
That's all the time we have, I'm afraid. You may mark your ballots with your teeth if you want to, but I wouldn't advise it. But mark them, please, at once, without change, and of course, no consultation, as you vote now for number one, number two, or number three. And our team of challengers will be awarded $250 for every incorrect vote. All ballots marked? Yeah. Everybody done and ready? Okay, Tom, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number one because he looks like he hates people. Even if he does love all those animals. Let's face it, what is it, a tarantula and skunks and gecko? Listen, he must have bad neighbors, that guy.
Peggy, what is your vote?
Well, I voted for number three, because if he's a writer of animal books, then he should know about Ring of Bright Water, and he did.
All right, Alan, your choice?
Well, I voted for number one because, as opposed to Tom, I think he looks like he likes people and animals. He's a very calm... You'd have to be calm to live in a house full of that stuff. And it seems to me he has a great equanimity about him, and it's probably number two. I don't know.
I was just kidding about him hating people. I didn't mean...
Well, don't kid, because I voted for number one, not for the exact reason, but I thought number one looked rather forgive me, a little sinister. Sort of Edgar Allan Poe-ish, you see. And I voted for number one because of this. And the way he's told about where the worms came from and all.
I think he's nice looking.
He is nice looking.
Well, girls, you can talk about that later. Let's get to the business of who's right and who's wrong right now. Don't fight over him until it's all over. So, the votes are in, the minds are made up. Let's find out now who's telling the truth and who isn't, as we learn which one of these gentlemen actually is the friend to animals. So will the real Dan Mannix please stand up? Well, very good. Let's find out about the others now. Incidentally, I want to tell you about Dan Mannix. He has written a book about his life with these animals. It'll be published in the fall and is entitled All Creatures Great and Small. That's a good title. Good luck with it.
Bud?
Where is your home, Dan?
Malvern, Pennsylvania. Outside of Philadelphia, about 35 miles.
It has to be way outside of Philadelphia. Number one, what is your real name? You got most of the votes, and what do you really do?
My name is Barrett Clark. I produce albums for Riverside Records.
I don't find you sinister at all.
I like animals and people.
Number two, what is your real name and what do you do, sir?
My name is William Dorr, and I'm a painter of abstract pictures.
And in checking the score, I think you can safely say you came very close to skunking the panel. You got 3 incorrect ones to your credit, and that, of course, added up times $250 is $750, gentlemen, for you to take away with you. As well as that, of course, comes from Salem Cigarettes, as does a gift package of Salem's. Thanks for being with us, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Good night. God bless you.
Now, everyone, let's relax for just a minute and take a look at this delightful film and discover a new world of springtime. Our second team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Josefina Prado.
My name is Josefina Prado.
My name is Josefina Prado.
Will you follow along with your copies of this affidavit, panel? I, Josefina Prado, was a TV producer in Havana, Cuba, and a member of the anti-Castro underground. We learned that 9 members of our organization were slated for imprisonment and death. At dusk, under the guise of a swimming party, the 10 of us boarded my 27-foot cabin cruiser, intending to make a run for the Florida coast. As we dashed out of the harbor, we were shot at, and our fuel tank was hit. We drifted helplessly with no food and no water, dressed only in bathing suits. Then a hurricane struck us. Somehow, we survived. 3 days later, we were sighted by a Canadian freighter which towed us into Key West and safety. Signed, Josefina Prado. Panel, these 3 ladies all claim to be Josefina Prado, gallant Cuban lady. I think you'll agree. We'll start this cross-examination with Kitty Carlisle. Kitty?
Thank you, Bud. This is a very impressive thing, and I'm very happy to meet you all. Number 2, why did you have no food and water on board the cruiser?
Because due to the fact that we were working in the underground, we couldn't notify anybody or to make any provisions for the trip.
I see. Number 3, how far off your course did the hurricane blow you?
Ooh. When they found us, we were in the Gulf of Mexico. But I don't know.
Number 1, how far is Cuba from the coast of the United States?
90 miles.
Number 2, how long did you expect this trip to take without all these mishaps?
24 hours.
24 hours.
Thank you.
Very well, Tom.
Oh, it's my turn. I'm going to ask these ladies if they know where... I know where something is in Havana. Number 1, do you know where the Bodeguita del Medio is?
I beg your pardon?
Bodeguita. You know what I'm saying when I say Bodeguita?
Bodeguita del Medio.
Do you know where that is?
In the old side of Havana. The old Havana.
Thank you. Thank you. Number 3, there's a church very close to the Bodeguita. Do you know where the Bodeguita is?
Well, I know where it is, yes.
There's a church very close to it. Do you know the name of that church?
No.
No. Number 2, how far is Cuba? Is that my turn?
Thank you. Number 2, when the fuel tank was hit by the guns from the shore, how come that Castro's people didn't just come in and take you off the boat?
Well, we didn't stop because we didn't lose all the gasoline at the same moment. We continued the trip, and they lost contact with us.
I see, thank you. Number 3, when did this happen?
September 22, 1960.
1960?
60.
Number 1, who's Che Guevara?
Who is Che Guevara?
Number 1.
Number 1.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Number 1.
It's one of the governments in Cuba.
Thank you.
Alan.
Number 3, I'm fascinated why you had no food on a 27-foot cruiser. You owned the cruiser?
Yes.
How long had it been since you'd been out in it before you went on this run?
It's 2 weeks.
And you kept no food of any kind on it? No water? Number 2, thinking back to your television producer days, what is a gobo?
Well, I beg your pardon. I don't know the words in English too well. I know the technical words in Spanish.
I see. Number 3, in your...
That's all the time we have, I'm sorry to say. It's time for you now to mark your ballot. So please do so on the information you have gleaned thus far, and do the best you can in voting for the truth. As you vote now, without consultation, for number 1, number 2, or number 3. Everybody voted? Tom, for whom did you vote this time?
I voted for number 1. She knew where the Bodeguita was, and that's all I knew to ask. That's about all I had time to ask.
Peggy.
Well, I voted for number 2 because she's a little older than the other 2 girls, and I feel you have to work longer to get a 27-foot cabin cruiser.
Not if you go to the races. Alan Ludden, what is your vote?
Well, I think that's a very good reason that she just gave for number 2, but I voted for number 3. Because I like the way she answered Kitty's question. And I think you have to be young to do this and come out of it at all.
All right, there's one for each of the 3. With which one are you casting your lot, Kitty?
I voted for number 3 because she said that the reason there was no food on the boat was because it would look suspicious. Number 2 said that it would not be possible for friends to bring food, but that seemed a little removed. And I think she got the cabin cruiser because she had a rich daddy.
You know that.
Well, whatever the reason, let's go for the truth now as we learn which one of these ladies actually is the gallant Cuban lady. So, check the votes, and here we go. Will the real Josefina Prado please stand up? Our congratulations to you and our great joy that you had a safe escape. Glad that you're here, and I suspect you are, too.
Thank you very much.
Number 2, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is Nelida Lawrence. I was born in Argentina, and I've never been in Cuba in my life. And I am a freelance medical translator.
All right, number 3, what is your real name and what do you really do? You got most of the votes.
My name is Sita Canelba. I was born in Paris, France, and I'm an artist in collage and live in New York City.
Well, when we check the score, it's a good one in your favor because, again, there were 3 incorrect votes. You really did a good job of fooling the panel. So coming your way from Salem Cigarettes will be 3 times $250, and that, of course, is $750. What ladies can do with that is always pretty fantastic. Thank you for being with us, and on your way out, you will be given a carton of Salem's as well. Good night to you, and God bless you. The next 60 seconds are guaranteed to put you in a refreshing frame of mind. Watch. Very well, panel. Let's meet our 3rd team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Luther Lassiter. My nickname is Whippy.
My name is Luther Lassiter. My nickname is Chicago Shorts.
My name is Luther Lassiter. My nickname is Greens. Fingers.
Very well. Will you follow along, panel, with your copies of this affidavit? I, Luther Lassiter, have been playing pool since I was 13 years old. I have toured 42 states, playing against the best and the most colorful men in the business, including Cowboy Jimmy Moore, Weenie Beanie, the Knoxville Bear, Superstitious Aloysius, Daddy Warbucks, Gold Tooth Earl, and New York Fats. Recently, however, I hit the jackpot. Last year, competing with the top field in 9-ball, 1-pocket, and straight pool, I became the 1962 all-around national champion. Just last month, I won a tournament in New York and thereby became the pocket billiards champion of the world. Signed, Luther Lassiter. Very well. We've had these 3 gentlemen all claiming to be the same one. By name, Luther Lassiter. By occupation, world's champion pool player. And we will start this round with the stellar host of television's Password and pool shark extraordinary, Alan Ludden.
You know, now I know why they asked me here tonight. I don't know a thing about pool or billiards. Number 3, what is the essential difference between pool and billiards?
Billiards is played with 3 balls, and pool is played with 15 balls.
Thanks. Number 2, who's Willie Hoppy?
Well, he's the great-granddaddy of all pool players.
When did he live?
Where did he live?
When?
Well, Willie Hoppy is deceased now. He died in 1959.
Yes.
And he won his first tournament in 1906.
Number 1, did you ever see Willie Hoppy shoot pool or billiards, whichever he did?
No, sir.
Kitty.
Number 1, I'm afraid I didn't hear your nickname. Would you say it again?
Wimpy.
What?
Wimpy.
Wimpy. And number 3, I didn't hear your nickname.
Fingers.
Fingers, because they're green. Number one, what is it that you put on the cue when you play billiards?
Chalk.
Chalk.
Oh,
Number two, what's the difference between snooker and billiards?
There again, it's the number of balls that are played with.
How many balls?
Well, there are 15 red and 6 numbered balls.
I see.
In snooker.
Number three, what's the color of the 8 ball?
Black.
What's the color of the number 1 ball, number 1?
Yellow.
Oh, well, they know all those colors. Number two, do the billiard tables change in dimension when you play championship pool?
Well, they do vary in size.
They do?
Yes.
Number three, does this make the game vary?
No, it doesn't make the game vary. It's all what is agreed upon at the time of the tournament.
Thank you. Number one, do you play for money?
Tom.
Thank you. Number two, how do you get a tip to stay on a pool cue?
Well, it's mostly with the glue. It's done with glue.
Number three, thank you, number two. Number three, what's a tip made of?
Leather.
How is it made to stay on when you glue it? There's a device that's used to keep that tip on. What is it when it's being glued?
There's a little peg in the center of it, the cue, and then the glue into the groove in the center of the tip.
Thank you. Number one, what's the name of that chalk that's used in pool? There's this particular kind of chalk that is used when you're playing pool. What's the name of that? Do you know?
Pool chalk.
Pool chalk. Thank you.
Peggy.
Chicago Shorts. Is that your name? Number two? Well, Chicago Shorts. Do you own your own cue?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Number three. Did you say your name was Greasy Fingers up there?
Greasy Fingers.
Greasy Fingers. Well, number one, Wimpy. There's a certain change been made in pool tables lately. They're not all green anymore. Is that true?
Change in the tables only in the cloth. That's right, in the cloth only.
In the what?
In the cloth.
Yes. Number two, Chicago Shorts. I love these names. Who's Willie Moscone?
Well, Moscone holds the championship for three-rail billiards.
Thank you.
That's all. Time is gone, so chalk your cues and mark your ballots, if you will, please. Mark them at once without change and no consultation permitted. As you vote now for number one, number two, or number three. All set, everyone? All ballots marked? Okay. Alan, did you mark yours?
Yes.
All right. Tom, start us off.
Well, I think I know a little too much about the game. I voted for number two. A fellow named Don Tisdall taught me about pool a long time ago. He was a great pool player. He's not with us anymore, but he taught me enough to know at least that it's French chalk, and there ain't any pegs on the end of those tips. But, I think it was number two.
Peggy.
Well, Chicago Shorts knew the most. But I voted for Wimpy because, you know something? I felt like he didn't need to tell us any more than we asked. That's Wimpy number one.
Just checking to see what you voted.
Matter?
You said by name, you didn't say by number, and I was just checking
I
to see
beg
what
your
number
pardon.
you voted.
And I just really, and also he talks sort of Southern, and he beat Knoxville Bear, and he's Southern, so there's...
Alan, what sound reasoning and voting do you bring to it?
I don't know. She confuses me. I thought you didn't know anything about pool.
I don't know anything.
I voted for number two in spite of the fact that they dressed him up, which always makes me suspicious, and let him carry a pool cue, whatever that is. But I think he answered with great authority, and I didn't know as much as Tom because I didn't hang around in those places, you know. But I think it's two.
Kitty.
I voted for number two, and I hope I'm riding in on the coattails of Tom's misspent youth.
All right, well, whether or not, let's get to the truth and find out which one is and which ones are not the world's champion pool player. So, will the real Luther Lassiter please stand up?
Well, isn't anybody going to get up?
Why do they call you Wimpy?
From eating hamburgers.
Oh, you like hamburger, that's why. All right, number two, you got most of the votes this time, and the scoring seems to be about the same all the way tonight on our panel's voting. What is your real name, sir? What do you really do?
My name is George Zimmer, and I'm a television and motion picture stuntman.
Thank you, sir. And number 3, what is your real name and what do you do, sir?
My name is Buck Green, and I'm a fingerprint expert.
As a matter of fact, a little more to it than that. Buck Green was the former chief of criminal identification for the U.S. Treasury Department. That's who he is. Fellas, you did as well as the other 2 groups. 3 times $250, and you're taking away $750 for the 3rd time tonight. That comes to you from Salem as well as the Carton of Salem's on your way out, and our sincere and heartfelt thanks. Good night to you, and God bless you. Time for good night, panel, and bless you.
Good night, Bud.
Good night to all of you. Don't forget to join us again next week at the same time, and I'll be with you tomorrow on the afternoon show. And in the meantime, Bud Collier saying good night for Salem Cigarettes and reminding you to tell the truth. Good night.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Taubman production. Miss Carlisle serves by Hartenstein. To Tell the Truth has been brought to you by Salem, the cigarette that refreshes your taste. This is Johnny Olson speaking for To Tell the Truth. This program was pre-recorded. What is your name, please?
My name is Vera Christensen. My name is Vera Christensen. My name is Vera Christensen.
Only one of these young ladies is the real Vera Christensen. The other 2 are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, Sheila McRae, Orson Bean, and Kitty Carlisle. On To Tell the Truth. And here, sitting in for Bud Collier, is our host for tonight, Gene Raver.
Thank you very much. I thank all of you assembled here, and I greet you and thank you for joining us here on To Tell the Truth. I may pass along a word of greeting to this bright, witty, intelligent group on my right. Good evening, bright, witty, intelligent group on my right there.
How are you, buddy?
I'm fine. How's everybody over there?
Fine.
Sheila, we're especially delighted to have you here because you and I are sharing something. This is a first for you there and a
That's
first
right.
for me here, isn't it?
I'm kind of glad it's first for you, too.
All right.
I thought you meant you had a mink like that.
That's first.
Sheila, I hope you get as much pleasure in participating here tonight as you give the people who go to the Waldorf Astoria these days to see you and Gordon McRae.
Well, thank you.
You're going to be there until how long?
Till October 19th, yeah.
We'll
We
call
like it.
by some night and dig
Good.
you there, as
All
we
right.
always have.
Good.
All right, panel, would you please open your envelopes now and follow along as I read?
Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
I, Vera Christensen, am an authority on weightlifting for women. As a former weightlifting champion, I write a monthly article on the subject for women in a national magazine. I also run a correspondence course in weightlifting, which teaches the ladies figure control by mail. Almost any woman can profit from using the weights. If she is too fat, she can reduce. If she is too thin, she can put on weight in the proper places. But whatever the specific goal, the result is general physical conditioning. I personally believe in exercising with weights during and after pregnancy. Here I speak with considerable authority since I am the mother of 4 children, signed Vera Christensen. All right, the 3 bodies beautiful are now seated in their places, and all of these young ladies panel claim to be Vera Christensen, who believes in figure building through weightlifting. And let's start the questioning tonight with Kitty Carlisle.
Thank you, Gene. Number 1, it says here that you can put on weight in the proper places. Where can you put on weight by weightlifting? In the proper places. Well,
whatever the proper places are for yourself.
What do you consider that?
Well, what a person would need in forming their body. For these areas, we can help you develop.
Thank you. Number 2, how heavy a weight do you think it's proper for a woman to finally learn to lift?
She lifts the weight of her weight.
As
the
no
individual
more.
person.
Each
No.
one can lift the weight of her weight and no more.
Gradually, she works up to that, yes.
Number 3, how long do you think a pregnant woman should lift weights before delivery?
She can do it all the way up to delivery, if she has been exercising before.
All right, Kitty, your time is up. Tom?
Gene?
Yes?
I'm not going to tell you that I'm familiar with one of these young ladies because I wouldn't want to get that impression created in the minds of the audience, but I think that I recognize one, and I think I'd better not ask the other two any questions because that's not the way we play this game.
All right, so you're going to disqualify yourself, Tom, and later on, when we come to the final tally, that will count as an incorrect vote. So let's turn to Sheila McRae.
Well, number 1, what area cannot be changed at all by exercise? There's a certain area of the body.
Well, the bust line for ladies is very difficult to develop. You can develop the back area, which will increase your area through here, but not your cup size.
Number 2, what do you think? Which area?
I would say the bust line.
Number 3?
The forearms.
The forearms. Number 3, who is Bonnie Pruden?
She was an exponent on making exercise known for women.
And number 2, what is isometric exercise? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
I don't know.
Number 1, do you know?
It's dynamic tension. It's trying to move an object which cannot be moved, and through this, may I answer?
You may finish, yes.
And through this, you can increase the power of a muscle.
Okay, Sheila, your time is up, and now, Orson?
Well, Miss Christensen, whoever you are, you're bountifully endowed by the Creator, I will say that. Miss Christensen, number 3. In other words, if a lady had a small bust and enormous forearms, there's nothing she could do about it, right? I mean, she's had it with your system, is that it?
Next question, Orson.
Oh, all right, I will pursue. Miss Christensen, number 1. You say you can increase the back of the... wouldn't this tend to lead to dowager's hump?
Yes, it would.
Number 2, is there anything you can do once you have dowager's hump to get rid of it?
No, I don't believe so.
All right. We were saved by the bell there. Our time is up and just in the nick of time. And now it's time to vote, and we ask you to do so without consultation. Mark your ballots and select number 1, number 2, or number 3. And the team of challengers will get $250 for every incorrect vote. They already have $250 because Tom disqualified himself. Okay, is everybody ready? Sheila, we will call on you first. Tom puts his X up there, and now it's show and tell time,
Show
Sheila.
and tell? Well, I voted for number 1 because she knew a little bit about isometric exercise.
All right, Sheila votes for number 1. Orson, for whom did you vote?
Yes, she also knew about dynamic tension, which is that good old Charles Atlas stuff from the back of the funny books. But I voted for number 3 because she looks like the kind of a lady that would like, do that kind of stuff.
I see. Okay.
Well, I voted for number 1 on the basis of her answers, but I know you can get rid of dowager's hump. I'll show you after the show. But number 1 smiled when you said she had 4 children with a kind of pardonable pride. So I think it's number 1.
So number 1, you think so?
Yeah.
All right, all the votes are in, and they've all made up their minds. And now let's see which of these 3 young ladies is the real figure builder through weightlifting. So, will the real Vera Christensen please stand up?
The posture.
She does have excellent posture. Tom, you happen to know one of these young ladies, or thought you...
No, I just wanted to, desperately.
Oh, I see. So you just disqualified yourself on that basis.
I think I recognized the young lady in the first chair.
I see.
I think we attended the same dance classes together. She may not know me, but I know her.
I wonder why.
Well, I think you did the correct thing, Tom, in disqualifying yourself. If there was any shadow of doubt, you did well there. Okay, now, number one, will you tell us who you really are and if you did attend this dance class with Tom Poston?
Well, my name is Lynn Fraga, and I am the lifeguard at the New City Squire Motor Inn here in New York.
I don't swim that much. But does the young lady know Frank Wagner?
Do you know Frank Wagner?
Yes, I know Frank Wagner.
Frank Wagner is a dance teacher here in New York City.
Well, you know Frank.
Yes, I do. I was in his class, too, but I was hoping that wouldn't come up. Okay. Now, number two, would you tell us who you are?
Yes, I'm Lisa Hall, and I'm a high-fashion shoe model.
Okay, so there were 3 incorrect votes there. That's a total of $750 and from Winston Cigarettes, and we thank you very much. A very best of luck to you. And on your way out, there'll be a carton of Winstons for each one of you. Thank you, ladies, and good night. We'll put the panel back to work in just a moment or so. Meantime, here's something you'll enjoy. All right, now let's have our next team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Fred Cervenka.
My name is Fred Cervenka.
My name is Fred Cervenka.
All right, panel, please listen while I read. I, Fred Cervenka, own a duck and goose farm. I specialize in weeder geese. These birds have a special appetite for weeds, especially those weeds which are the natural enemies of the cotton farmer. 12 geese will do as much weeding as one man with a hoe. They work from dawn to dusk, 7 days a week, and will even do a bit of extra weeding on bright moonlight nights. The use of weeder geese has reduced the cost of growing cotton and increased the yield per acre. I sell 100,000 hungry geese each spring. It's rather a neat arrangement. The fields get weeded and the geese get fed at the same time. Signed, Fred Cervenka. All right, panel, all of these gentlemen claim to be Fred Cervenka, breeder of weeder geese. And let's begin with Sheila McCrae, shall we?
Number one, what are the names of the weeds that are injurious to cotton?
Well, Johnson grass is very injurious to cotton.
Number two?
Johnson grass, as well as several other grasses, crabgrass, nut grass.
Number three, what is Queen Anne's lace?
Beg pardon?
Queen Anne's lace.
That is a weed.
Number one, what exact time of the year do these geese breed?
Usually in the spring of the year.
Number two, how much physical difference is there between a weeder geese and a mallard? Physical attributes.
Well, mallard is a wild duck.
Wild duck, yes. What is the physical coloring, the coloration?
Well, mallard is green and green head and brown body, where...
All right, Sheila, your time is up, and we toss it over to Orson.
Now, if 12 weeder geese will do as much weeding as one man with a hoe, how many... No, I don't want to go... Sounds like back in school, doesn't it? I was going to say Mr. Weeder Goose. Mr.
Cervenka.
A wonderful word, isn't it? Weeder geese. Mr. Cervenka, number three, do you know anything about contact lenses for chickens?
Yes.
Tell me about contact lenses for chickens.
Well, they're used to keep them from picking each other, becoming cannibals.
Sorry, Orson, your time is up. There, you were playing with the word, and now Kitty.
Number one, what do you call a female goose?
A gander.
A gander? Yeah. What do you call a female goose, number two?
Goose.
Number three, what do you call a baby swan?
A cygnet.
Number one, why do the contact lenses stop them from joining up with the pecking order?
Well, they just know that.
They just know that?
Right, it's instinct.
You think if we wore contact lenses, we'd be kinder to each other?
I wouldn't bet on it.
Okay, Kitty, your time is up. And now, Tom.
Number three, what are the other natural enemies of cotton? I thought it was mostly dirt backwash and weak bleach and things like that.
There are some weeds, and of course there's the boll weevil, a boll worm.
You know about that, number three?
There are a few weeds, yes.
Thank you. Number two, what do your ducks do? I mean, are they bums, or do they have jobs, too, like these weeder geese?
No, ducks are mainly raised for meat, some for pets.
Tell me, what eventually happens to the geese? Number two, I'll continue questioning you, if you don't mind. What happens to your geese at the end of their tour of duty?
We purchase the geese from the farmers in the fall of the year, and they are processed for marketing.
All right, hold everything. Our time is up. Once again, it's time to vote, and please do so without consultation. Mark your ballots. And select number 1, number 2, or number 3. Everybody all set? You must hurry, Orson. Okay. All right, Tom. May we see the result of your deliberation?
I voted for number 2. I thought it was sort of the perfect arrangement. He sells these geese to cotton farmers in the spring, buys them back from them in the fall, and processes them for marketing and eating. That's great. You can't beat that for a business.
Sheila, may we see your vote?
I voted for number 2, not for the same reason. I voted because he looked like a man who had great patience that it must take to find the certain geese that can eat weeds.
All right. Orson, your decision, please.
I agree with Tom. I think it's a short, happy life, providing you like weeds. And number 3 had a lot of information, but on hunch, I go for number 2.
And Kitty?
I voted for number 2.
Oh!
Well, number 3 gave marvelous answers. Number 1 said a female goose was, I think we got that wrong somehow, but maybe you misunderstood me. Anyway, I voted for number 2 because he said when we process them and they go to the market, it all sounded as though he knew his onions, his geese.
So they have all made up their minds, and they've all voted for number 2.
Gene, I don't like those.
Well, we'll find out right now which one of these 3 gentlemen is the real breeder of wheater geese. So, will the real Fred Cervinka please stand up? Panel, you were absolutely superb in that. May I point out that Fred Cervinka raises his wheater geese at the Heart of Missouri Poultry Farm and Hatchery. That's the place where he does this sort of thing. All right, now, number 1, will you tell us who you really are?
I'm Jim McDowell, the executive sports editor of the Trenton Times newspaper in Trenton, New Jersey.
And number 3, how about you?
I am Clarence Nash, the original and only voice of Donald Duck.
He's been doing this for 30 years, and this is the man who owns the voice that you've been wondering about for 30 years. And Clarence, tell us this, does Donald Duck like weeds?
I'm Donald Goose.
He what?
I'm Donald Goose. I don't eat that kind of stuff. I'm Donald Fletcher.
Well, I thank you very much, Clarence, for being with us tonight, and it's a pleasure to meet you at long last. And gentlemen, we thank all 3 of you. There were no incorrect votes. However, you do get $150, and the carton of Winston cigarettes will be waiting for you on the way out. Thanks very much for being our guest tonight. Good night. And now, friends, 60 seconds designed to your particular taste for your particular pleasure. Now, let's have our 3rd team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Robert Prescott.
My name is Robert Prescott.
My name is Robert Prescott.
All right, panel, you may listen while I read. I, Robert Prescott, was an original member of the Flying Tigers. Our group flew during World War II as volunteer members of the Chinese Air Force under General Claire Chennault. During our campaign, I shot down 6 enemy planes. After the war, 10 former Flying Tigers founded this country's first all-cargo airline. I am the president of what is now known as the Flying Tiger Line. Our fleet of 20 planes transports everything from turkey eggs and strawberries to livestock and elephants. Our motto is, we fly anything, anywhere, anytime. Signed, Robert Prescott. All right, gentlemen. Get yourself seated comfortably there. All three of these gentlemen claim to be Robert Prescott, a flying tiger in both war and peace. And we'll start this round of questioning with Orson Bean. Orson?
Thank you. Mr. Prescott, number 2, do you know who starred in the picture called The Flying Tigers?
I believe it was Dennis Morgan. I'm not sure of that.
Number 3, do you agree with that?
No, I believe it was John Wayne.
Number 1, who do you think it was?
It was John Wayne.
Number 1 again, describe the planes that you flew in those days in China. The front of it, I'm talking about.
Well, we flew P-40s, Tomahawks.
Were they decorated in any particular way?
Yes, we knew the suspicions of the Japanese. They were afraid of ugly-looking animals, you might say, and we painted on their noses the teeth of the tiger shark.
Now, number 3.
Time is up, Orson. Kitty?
Number 3, does the name Dr. Margaret Chung mean anything to you?
Yes, Mama Chung, right,
Yes.
from San Francisco.
Number 1, are you a member of the Kiwis?
No, I'm not.
Are you number 3?
No.
Number 2, how far would you fly anything like a turkey egg?
Well, as far as the man wants to deliver it.
In ice?
Not necessarily.
Oh, just plain. Number 3, what is the largest thing you've ever flown?
A turbine generator, I think, it weighed about 40,000 pounds.
And how long did it take you to get it where it was going?
About 8 hours.
All right, Kitty, your time is up, and now we'll talk, let's have the flyer there. Tom Poston ask some questions.
Number 3, what was General Chenault's position on Chang during the war?
I don't understand the question, his position.
Well, it differed very strongly from Stilwell's. What position was Chenault's?
Well, of course, he was the advisor to Chiang Kai-shek. And of course,
Philosophical position.
Political is what I was saying.
Political
He was a backer of him. He worked for him.
Thank you. Number 2, what was Chang's title?
Well, here's a Chinese general, as far as I knew.
Thank you. Number 1, do you know where Thunderbird Field is in America?
It's in Oklahoma.
Thank you.
All right, Tom, your time is up, and now Sheila.
I have to disqualify myself.
Oh, 2 times in one show.
Oh, no.
All right, so that will count as an incorrect vote later. That means our time is up. And we ask you to make up your minds at this time and vote for number 1, number 2, or number 3. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Okay, Tom, show and tell time again.
I voted for number 3. The reason I chose this as my show and tell for today was because Chang was generalissimo. I think you probably would know that. And it's true that they had different opinions about Chang, Stilwell and Chenault. And Thunderbird Field, both of them are in Arizona.
Okay, Tom. Now, Sheila's vote will be an incorrect one, and we'll swing over to Orson.
Yes, I voted for number 3 as well. I thought he looked he kind of a John Wayne type, weather-beaten and fierce.
I see. You're weather-beaten, number 3. Kitty, what do you say?
Well, I paid no attention to what Tom said because he's fooled me before. I voted for number 3 because Dr. Margaret Chung had an organization called the Kiwis. She was rather the patron saint of this flying tiger thing, and I happen to be an honorary Kiwi.
Oh, bless you.
Well, we're all happy to know what a Kiwi is now. Well, there you are. Everybody votes for number 3, and it's either going to be a bust or a great success here now. We'll find out in a moment or so which of these 3 gentlemen is the real flying tiger in both war and peace. So, will the real Robert Prescott please stand up?
Well, if it hadn't been for Sheila, we'd all go home broke.
Sheila, do you know Robert Prescott?
Very well.
Oh, really?
We fly together. He flies me to the Crosby tournament. He's a very good friend of my husband. He's a great golfer and a sportsman, and I had no idea he was in town until this moment. I saw his face.
Well, since the panel was so smart, I guess it is fortuitous that there was one wrong answer that will be counted for you. Now, number 1, will you tell us who you really are and what you do, please?
My name is Al Peterson, and I represent the International Plaza at the 1964 World's Fair in New York City here.
Nice to have you with us, Al. Beautiful girl. And number 2, how about you?
My name is Dick McIntosh. I'm manager of resort sales for the Hotel Corporation of America.
Yes, Tom?
If I have a second, I think that those guys that were flying in the Flying Tigers were some of the best pilots that we ever turned out of this continent.
That's
they
true.
weren't all from America, but they were great guys and great flyers. And we're lucky to have Mr. Prescott on. They did a good job over there under very, very trying conditions.
Indeed, you're absolutely right, Tom. It was a great moment in American history. So, thanks to the personal acquaintanceship between Sheila and Mr. Prescott, there was one incorrect vote, $150 for you gentlemen, and a carton of Winstons for each of you. Thank you so much for being with us on To Tell the Truth. Good night. Well, I guess I wouldn't be human if I didn't make one goof, and I did, and I'll tell you about it. I gave this last team of challengers $150 when they were really due $250, but I will assure you that they will get it because we're a very wealthy show. Panel, you were brilliant as usual. As a matter of fact, you were more brilliant than usual, and we thank you very much. And good night to you, panel.
Good night.
And to you, friends, don't forget to join us next week at the same time and tomorrow afternoon on our daytime show of To Tell the Truth. Until then, this is Gene Rayburn saying good night for Winston Cigarettes and reminding you to tell the truth, for heaven's sake.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Tell the Truth has been brought to you by Winston Filter Cigarettes. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Johnny Olson speaking. For To Tell the Truth, this program was pre-recorded. These carnivorous plants live on insects, which they trap and devour. They also eat hamburgers. Watch this. These amazing plants are the subject of a book by Lynn and Gray Poole. What are your names, please?
My name is Lynn Poole, and this is my husband, Gray Poole.
My name is Lynn Poole, and this is my brother, Gray Poole.
My name is Gray Poole, and this is my husband, Lynn Poole.
Of these three sets of people, only one set is the real Lynn and Gray Poole. The other two sets are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, Peggy Cass, Gene Rayburn, and Kitty Carlisle on To Tell the Truth. And here sitting in for Bud Collier as our host for tonight, one of the stars of Broadway's Never Too Late, Orson Bean.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening. To Tell the Truth is brought to you by Anacin, the headache remedy with a special combination of ingredients to relieve pain, to relax tension, to soothe irritability. Anacin. Well, I guess everyone would like to know that our dear buddy Bud Collier is getting along just fine. Be back with us real soon. Last week, Gene, you substituted for Bud, and I hope I do as good a job tonight.
I'm sure you will, Orson. You started out great by knocking over the chair, as you say.
Next week, Tom Poston, my old pal, will be here in the hot seat.
Well, I don't know whether I'm looking forward to it or not. I already had a feeling that I want to stump the panel.
Please open up your envelopes and follow along as I read. We, Lynn and Gray Poole, write books for young people. Our latest deals with insect-eating plants. These amazing plants lure their victims by either scent or color. Once within striking distance, the insects are caught by various ingenious methods. Sundews glue their prey on sticky tentacles. The cobra plant drowns insects in a pool of water. One type of fungus catches worms with a living lasso. Wow. The Venus flytrap snaps its leaves shut about the victim. We believe that this proves that the plant is quicker than the fly. Signed, Lynn and Gray Poole. These 6 people all claim to be Lynn and Gray Poole, authors of a book entitled Insect-Eating Plants. Let's start the questions with Peggy Cass.
Thank you. Lynn Poole, number 1. May I ask you, do these grow in the United States?
Yes, they do.
Oh. Lynn Poole, number 3. Do any of them grow around New York?
Yes, they do.
Number 2, Lynn Poole, Gray Poole, number 2. Like, could you get them in Larchmont?
Yes. They grow in Larchmont.
They do.
Certain varieties of them.
Thank you. Gray Poole, number 3. Is that the way they feed themselves? I mean, don't they get anything from the earth?
No.
No what? They don't get anything?
No nourishment from the earth.
Oh, yeah.
Gene Rayburn, number 1.
Gray Poole. You, Limpool, Gray Poole, you. Gray Poole, you. Number 2. What does stamen mean in horticultural terms?
Stamen is the...
Thank you, number 2.
That's not a foreign language, is it, that word?
No.
All right.
No, it's a perfectly good American word. Linpool, number 3. Do you know what, in the world of botany, pistil refers to?
A pistil in the world of botany is the top of the flower that's used in the pollination by birds and bees and
Thank
all
you.
the rest.
Number...
Kitty Carlisle.
Number 2, the left one. Are you Gray or Lynn?
No, I'm Lynn Poole.
Lynn, if these plants don't get any insects or hamburger, would they starve to death?
Well, they would if this went on long enough. But nature wouldn't let this happen.
Thank you. Gray Poole, number 1. Can you spell pistil for me as in botany?
I believe it's P-I-S-T-O-L.
Thank you. Number 3, Gray Poole, the gentleman. Yes? Number 3?
I'm Lynn.
You're Lynn. Lynn, thank you so much. Lynn, would you tell me where I could find a plant like this in Larchmont?
I don't know Larchmont well enough, but certainly around the shore somewhere or a boggy area.
Tom Post.
Boggy. So,
Thank you. The left pool in the center, number 2, is Lynn Gray.
Lynn Poole.
Lynn Poole. Lynn, are there plants that live on air alone?
Yes, there are plants. In botany, you mean. There are plants which live on air alone.
Number 2, his brother, Gray. What are those plants called? Do you know?
Yes, parasites.
Thank you. Gray, number 3, very interesting. I know that's the lady. Some of these plants are not parasitic. Do you know the name of those plants?
Anthracite.
What rather exotic flower comes from that group? Do you know, number 3, Gray?
Orchids.
Orchids, thank you.
All right. It's time to vote. Without consultation, mark your ballots and select number 1, number 2, or number 3. The team of challengers will get $250 for each incorrect vote. All marked, my good people? Everybody?
Everybody.
Tom Poston.
Well, I voted for number 3. I wasn't too pleased with his answer about what a pistil is, but it had, the pollination was right anyway. And they looked like the kind of people who would enjoy writing books for children. I liked them.
Peggy Cass.
Well, I voted for number 3, too, because I don't think anybody, 2 fellas wouldn't write for children, and that she's a lady, and they understand children, so that's why I voted for 3.
Gene Rayburn.
I went for number 3 also, Orson, and mainly because it seemed like number 3 gave me a pretty good refresher course in botany, which I took a long time ago.
And Kitty Carlisle.
I voted for number 3.
My goodness.
Well, number 1 Mr. Graypool said that pistol is spelled P-I-S-T-O-L, and I think it's P-I-S-T-I-L in botany. And number 2 couldn't answer your question very quickly about stamen, I think it was. So I voted for number 3, Pool.
I'll answer now. Too late to answer now. The votes are all in and the minds are made up. Now let's find out which 2 of these 6 people are the authors of insect-eating plants. Will the real Lynn and Gray Pool please stand up? I guess you people, you really know your bugs. Team number 1, what are your real names and what do you really do?
My name is Marcia Bragg, and I'm a housewife from Tenafly, New Jersey.
And my name is Peter Wilhelm. I'm a lumber salesman. I'm not married to this young lady, but she's my sister-in-law.
And team number 2, what are your real names, gentlemen? What do you really do?
Well, my name is Dan Saratello, and I'm films manager for the British Travel Association.
And my name is Vernon Bame, president of Skytrack, and at the moment, the only employee of Skytrack. And I haven't seen this man before in my life until this morning.
Well, I'm sorry to say that the panel was too smart for you, but you do get $150 from Anison, and there is a gift box of fine products from the makers of Anison for each of you on the way out. Thanks, and good luck. Now, let's have our next team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Jim Clark.
My name is Jim Clark.
My name is Jim Clark.
Panel, please listen as I read. I, Jim Clark, am a sheep farmer. I'm better known, however, as an automobile racing driver. In this year's first 8 Grand Prix races, I placed first in 5, second in 1, and third in another. With 2 races still to be run, I have already clinched the championship. I am the youngest man in history to become a Grand Prix world champion driver. Signed, Jim Clark. Well, panel, these 3 gentlemen all claim to be Jim Clark, 1963 Grand Prix champion. Let's start the cross-examination with Kitty Carlisle.
Thank you, Orson. Number 2, where do you sheep farm?
Berwickshire,
Where's that?
Scotland.
Ah, thank you. Number 3, can you tell me the name of the famous French race that goes on for quite a long time?
Le Mans?
Number 1, do you know about a race called Monza?
I do.
Where is it run?
In Italy?
Thank you. Number 3, what is the Targa... number 2, what is the Targa Florio?
Italian race, Sicily.
Thank you. Number 3, where do you sheep farm?
In Berwickshire?
Also?
Yeah.
How many sheep do you have?
About 2,000.
Oh, how marvelous. Number 1...
That's a lot of sheep. Tom Poston.
Number 3, I love you. You're jolly and cheerful, and that's nice. Number 3, what is a Kia bird, and how does it relate to sheep herding and so forth?
Sorry, I didn't get...
K-E-A, Kia bird, Kia bird.
I don't know.
Do you know number 1?
No, I don't.
Number 2?
New to me.
New to you. It's an Australian bird. Now do you know how it relates to sheep, number 3?
No.
No? Okay. Number 1, who is Foyt?
A.J. Foyt, driver.
What happened to him yesterday or today? You know?
I don't know.
Number 2? You know?
I believe he was suspended.
Thank you.
And we go to Peggy Cass.
Number 2, will you please finish this line for me? Scots were hay.
Scots were hay.
You don't know the end of it? Number 3, do you?
Yes.
Would you say it to me, please?
Scots were hay where Wallace bled.
Number 1, could you please tell me what that thing is that they throw at the Braemar Games?
The caber.
Oh, I thought that was it. Number 2, where's the Firth of Forth?
Northern Scotland.
Thank you. Number 3, what's a sparring?
What he's
Foreign.
wearing. He's wearing it with his kilt.
Yes, thank you. Number 1, where's the Mille Miglia run? Mille Miglia.
The Mille Miglia is it also run in Italy.
Thank you. Number 2, who?
Stole my heart away.
On we go to Gene Rayburn.
Well, whichever one is the real one, having won all these races, is hot as a pistol. That's P-I-S-T-O-L, pistol. Number 2, you ever have to dip your sheep?
Aye.
You do?
Aye.
Why?
Aye. To get rid of vermin.
To get rid of vermin. Number 1, if I give you this sequence of numbers, it has some significance to you if you're a race driver. 1, 5, 3, 6, 2, 4. What does that mean?
It could be grid positions for a start.
Thank you.
Well, it's time to vote. No consultations as you vote. Please mark your ballots and select number 1, number 2, or number 3. Have you selected your choices?
No.
Everybody? Jean?
Yes, I'm
Kitty?
ready.
Everybody.
I'm wrong, but ready.
All right, Tom, for whom did you vote?
I voted for 3. I voted for number 3.
Looks like you've been in a sheep dip there, old buddy.
No, but I had a 5th at the first or 4th.
Peggy Cass.
Well, I voted for 3, too, because I'm part Scotch, and any Scotchman knows that Scots were hay where Wallace bled, so that's why I voted for him.
Oh, boy.
He knew it.
That's number 1.
Oh, but he just knew it, and I just knew it was he. I think.
Gene Rayburn.
Well, I'm breaking the pattern this time. I voted for number 2. Number 1, excuse me, couldn't give me the firing order of a 6-cylinder internal combustion engine.
Oh, no.
And,
Oh, the
and number 2 gave me a very convincing... He looks to me and sounded as if he were a sheep raiser. Of course, you people could have brought a sheep raiser in here who had never driven a car in his life, but we'll see.
And Kitty Carlisle.
Well, as you can see, I voted for number 1 because I don't know the firing engine of a 6-cylinder, whatever it is. And anyway, he looks reckless, daredevil, tough, even a little... No. He looks like a racing driver to me.
Well, the votes are all in, and the minds, such as they are made up. Now, let us see which of these 3 gentlemen is the real 1963 Grand Prix champion. Will the real Jim Clark please stand up? Congratulations, Mr. Clark, and good luck with the next 2 races, even though you don't need them.
Thank you.
Number 1, what is your real name? What do you really do? And are you cold in those kilts?
My real name is Paul Glazer. I've never been to Scotland, and I'm employed by the New Zealand Mission to the United Nations, and I'm not cold in the kilts.
Well, you got 1 vote. Number 2, you got 1 vote as well. What is your real name? What do you really do?
My name is Leonard Simmons, and I am employed by the Canadian Consulate in New York City.
What happened to the Scotch accent?
It was a good fake Scotch accent there. Well, there have been 2 incorrect votes, which means a grand total of $500 from Anison. And as well, there is a gift box of the products of this fine company for each of you on the way out. Thanks, and good luck. Our 3rd team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Jose Arnold.
My name is Jose Arnold.
My name is Jose Arnold.
Please listen while I read. I, Jose Arnold. All right, open your envelopes, and then please listen while I read. All right, I'll wait for you.
Thank you.
I, Jose Arnold, for 5 years was chief steward for King Saud of Arabia. I was responsible for an annual budget of $5 million, operating the kitchens in Saud's 10 elaborate palaces. I also accompanied the king on his travels, both at home and abroad. When he went to visit his desert tribes, I had to pack into the caravan enough cooking supplies to feed 300 people for 30 days. I once supervised a banquet during which we served a boiled breast of camel, which took 10 men to lift. It appeared on a mountain of rice garnished with 5 whole sheep. Signed, Jose Arnold. All right, these 3 gentlemen all claim to be Jose Arnold, chief steward formerly to King Saud. We'll start with that well-known gourmet and breast of camel fancier, Gene Rayburn.
Thank you, Orson. Number 2. You say you have an operating budget of $5 million? I guess you housewives of America are a little envious of this kind of budget. Would you say there's some big eaters in Arabia? Number 2, do people really have big appetites in the royal?
Yes.
They do. Does King Saud have a harem?
Yes.
Number 3, how many wives does he have?
He has 3 legal wives and 60 concubines.
Mm-hmm. 60, then.
60 illegal.
60. Well, isn't it not so great? Think of all those stockings hanging out to dry in the bathroom. We'll go now to Kitty Carlisle.
Thank you. Number 3, where is the kingdom of Swat?
I don't know.
Number 2, where is Kuwait?
In the northeast from Saudi Arabia.
Number 1, what is the part of the sheep that is always served to the honored guest?
The heart, of course.
The heart. Number 2, when you travel, when you transport all of this food, how do you take it?
We had air-conditioned buses.
In buses?
In buses.
Number 3, do you have refrigeration in Saudi Arabia?
Yes, we have.
Thank you.
And we go to Tom Poston.
Thank you. Number 2, what are the Druze? Druze?
I don't know.
Number 1, Druze, do you know D-R-U-S-E-S, Druzes?
No, I don't know.
Number 3, do you know?
It's a tribe in the northern part of Lebanon, between Lebanon and Jordan.
Thank you. Number 3, do you know where Kuwait is?
Yes, from the Persian Gulf.
Thank you. Number 1, what is saffron used for? Saffron.
It's a spice, a thyme that is used in their coffee.
And we go to Peggy Cass.
Number 2, do you ever serve the eye of the sheep?
Come on, no. Peg.
No, you don't.
We had the head next to the body.
Thank you. Number 3, did you feed the 3 legal wives and the 60 illegal wives as well?
Yes.
Yes. And, number
Did he feed them as well? Feed
no,
the illegal ones as well?
My dear number 1, King Saud was in the hospital lately, I believe. And where was the hospital?
It was in Switzerland.
Number 3, do you agree with that?
It's time to vote. Please mark your ballots for number 1, number 2, or number 3. Everybody all marked? Good. Well, Tom Poon, did you vote?
I thought he looked like the kind of a guy that could really smack his lips while tasting, $5 million worth of potpourri or something.
Peggy Cass.
Well, I voted for number 3 because I thought that the part that they really think is the best is the eye of the sheep. And one of them didn't know that. And then he knew about those tribesmen, and I figured if Tom knew and he knew that was right.
Gene Rayburn.
I voted for number 3 because he looks like he spent a lot of time sweating over a hot stove.
And Kitty Carlisle.
I voted for number 3 because although he didn't know where the kingdom of Swat is, and it's in that general vicinity, nevertheless, it is true that it is the eye that is the most important part for the honored guest. And the Druzes are just where you said they were.
Is that from casting sheep's eyes when you say casting sheep's eyes at me?
No, that's
that
a whole
like
different
eat
thing,
up?
Tom. That's
No. Well, the votes are all in and the minds are made up. So now let us find out which of these 3 gentlemen is the real former chief steward to King Saud. will the real Jose Arnold please stand up? Jose Arnold has just written a book about his experiences with King Saud and all the ladies and all like that. And the book is entitled Golden Swords and Pots and Pans, and it's published by Harcourt, Brace, and World. Number one, what is your real name? What do you really do?
My name is Louis Battori, and I'm vice president of the Battori Computer Company.
Fine. And number two, what is your real name? What do you really do?
My name is Tibor Atlényi. I work for a Patrician Plastic Corporation, and we are manufacturing buttons.
Buttons, good. Well, I'm sorry to say that the panel was a little bit too smart for you, all these gourmets over here. But you do get $150 from Anison, and there is a gift box of fine products from the makers of Anison for each of you on the way out. Congratulations. Good luck. Some interesting spots tonight.
Indeed.
And I think I learned something interesting about you all. You know your onions about bugs and food and odd things.
And sheep.
Sheep dip. What is sheep dip? You asked about
I
that,
don't
Chief.
know. I've seen it in movies. They dip the sheep in when they get some kind of disease.
Bugs.
Yeah.
Vermin. He was right.
Vermin.
It's a caustic water solution, an oil, and messy and terrible, and don't fall in it and don't drink it.
All right.
Unless there isn't
That's
anything
my
else.
advice for the night, friends. I won't do it. I promise you, neither. Well, don't forget to join us at the same time next week, and I'll see you tomorrow afternoon on our daytime show. Until then, this is Orson Bean saying good night for Anison and reminding you, as Bud Collyer always does, to tell the truth. Good night, Bud.
Good night, Bud.
Hello, Bud.
Good night, Bud.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Thompson production.
Hi, friends. This is Gary Moore with an invitation for tomorrow night. Dorothy Loudon, Roy Castle, Durward Kirby, and Brock Peters will star in an hour of song and comedy. So look for us here on most of these stations.
Tell the Truth has been brought to you tonight by new self-polishing Aero Wax with Jet Age plastic for the tough, long-lasting shine that never yellows floors. New Aero Wax. This is Johnny Olson speaking for To Tell the Truth. This program was pre-recorded.
Now there's a new pain reliever made especially for people who need long-lasting pain relief. For people with arthritis, long-lasting muscular aches, pain that disturbs sleep. It's new timed release Measurin, the pain reliever with a built-in second dose, so you take it just once every 8 hours. For long-lasting relief, Measurin gives you a double dose of aspirin. Each tablet of timed release Measurin has over 6,000 separate reservoirs of aspirin. When you take Measurin for temporary relief from minor arthritis, pain, and stiffness, it works fast and keeps on working, so your comfort is long-lasting. When you take Measurin at bedtime, its built-in second dose gives you maximum nighttime pain relief. Helps you awake without stiffness. For convenience, just take 2 Measurin tablets when pain starts, and not again for 8 hours. Get new timed release Measurin, the pain reliever with a built-in second dose for long-lasting pain relief.
Baby's upset tummy and yours have a lot in common. It's a well-known medical fact that eating too much or too fast can cause pressure and gas. Here's the best solution for baby. For you, Digel, the extra action antacid. Digel not only neutralizes excess acid, it has the extra action of simethicone that breaks up bubbles of gas. Helps you feel better fast. When you eat too well, demand Digel.
Hot sun. Hours drift away.
Ahoy there! Time's taking you out. Climb aboard.
Fiery sunburn pain. Put out the fire. With Solar Cane. Contains pain-killing benzocaine, ingredient used by doctors. Stop sunburn pain with Solar Cane.
You won't get your vitamins munching peanuts for lunch.
I'm miles from the nearest diner.
Aren't you going to stop for lunch?
I'd rather skate than eat.
What's a mother to do?
Serve them Total, the vitamin cereal, the only leading cereal hot or cold with a whole day's vitamin supply. 1 bowl, 1 ounce gives you 100% of every minimum daily adult vitamin requirement now set by the U.S. government.
Enjoy Total every day. Feel vitamin safe all day.
Sometimes the only way to get people to notice you is to make a lot of noise. Make noise with bugles. Bugles are love, truth, beauty, corn, and a little salt.
I thought little girls were supposed to be dainty, but Jenny's just as bad as the boys. Thank goodness Fab has real borax to take care of the whole mess. Gets everything fresh and spotless. A clean you really can get close to.
It's a new kind of clean you want to get close to. Oh, Fab, I'm glad they put real borax in you.
The ring is off, and so is the engagement.
But all I said was...
That you can't stand my breath.
She needs a mouthwash for lovers. Honey, my boyfriend once said my breath was bad enough to kill a moose.
What did you do?
Got Colgate 100, mouthwash for lovers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Noel Harrison.
Let's sing an old-fashioned song. I'll tell you lies all night long. Then we'll pretend that the world is a fairy story. Let's sing an old-fashioned song. Let's do an old-fashioned dance. Candles and wine and romance. Then I can say that I'll love you forever while we sing, while we lie, while we dance.
And now I would like you to meet my wife, Sarah.
Is this Sarah Harrison? Is this Sarah Harrison? Or is this Noel Harrison's wife, Sarah? Well, we'll soon find out as they try to fool this panel. Bert Convy, Betty White, Orson Dean, Kitty Carlisle, plus 100 of the people in our studio audience on To Tell the Truth. This portion of To Tell the Truth is brought to you by new cherry-flavored Chalks Plus Iron for children, the plus to grow on. And now here's our host on To Tell the Truth, Bud Collier.
Thank you very much, and welcome again to Tell the Truth. Oh, my. Very nice to welcome this gentleman who's sitting beside me right now. He's a man of many, many, many talents. He's a musician, he's a singer, a composer, actor, and as a matter of fact, based on what we saw at the start here, somewhat of a dancer, I would say. And most people don't know that he was twice a member of the British Olympic skiing team. So let's start this first part of our game with Kitty Carlisle.
Thank you, Bud. I remember hearing about your skiing from your father. Tell me, where did you first meet your wife?
In Switzerland.
And what were you doing?
We were doing a television commercial.
Oh, and she was on too?
That's
Yeah,
four
she was on
questions,
mostly.
Bud.
I was Four. I was on incidentally. 4 for her.
Okay, Bert.
4 questions, and all 3 of them were mine.
Good, good.
Can't think of
Don't waste time now.
Mr. Harrigan, it's a pleasure to see you.
Harrison.
I know. I'm saying that because I saw Noel on a Jerry Lewis show, and I couldn't get his name. It was a very funny show. Listen, your wife is a performer, is that right? No. Oh.
Betty.
She's not a...
Noel, what is in your opinion, the best record that you've made?
In my opinion, the best record that I've
The
made?
one that you really think is your best work.
The last one.
Oh, but that's commercial. That's what you
No, that's not commercial.
Really?
I hope the last one's, and I hope the next one's going to be better. You know?
Right, and what's the last one?
Well, the last track that I actually cut, I guess the last record I had out... Oh, wait a minute, Santa Monica Pier, yeah.
Is that the one you think, in your opinion, is the one you enjoyed?
Yeah.
Why did you steal Bud Collier's water?
I
saw you.
I gave it to him.
You gave it to him, humbug, sir. You're just trying to cover up for a felony. On what label is Santa Monica Pier? That's what I want to know.
Yes. A Reprise.
Reprise Records. All right, a little plug there.
Kitty!
Is there anything about your wife, Noel, that you really hate?
No.
Nothing at all?
No.
Come on.
How about her about you, Noel? What is something that you do that aggravates her terribly?
That you had to ask her. I don't know.
Betty!
All right, Noel, if not about your wife, what is your pet hate? What do you really not like?
Dishonesty.
Broads who ask questions on television. I know.
Orson!
How many babies do you have?
4.
Wonderful.
Kitty!
Thank
Where
you.
are they all?
They're all in California.
You live there?
Yeah.
Now,
Bert!
You said you were making a commercial in Switzerland when you met your wife.
Yes.
Now, what was your wife doing there?
She was making a commercial.
With you?
Yeah.
Oh, so she does make television commercials?
No, she did at that time. She doesn't anymore. She used to be a model, you see.
Right.
Betty!
How tall is your wife, Noel?
That's all the time we have for this questioning. You've learned a little about Noel Harrison and his wife, Sarah Lee. Let's ask the ladies now to please come in from their soundproofed room. Adjustable. All right, panel, see if you can find out now which of these ladies is married to Noel Harrison. We'll start with Orson B.
I have to disqualify myself because I know one of these charming ladies. However, I would like to take up my time to say a few words.
Never
on the
mind.
subject.
Thank you very much. Kitty Carlisle.
Number one, have you given up whatever hopes you had for a career?
Yes, I have.
And you don't mind that?
No, not in the least.
Number two, do you know Noel's mother's name?
Yes.
What is it?
It's Noel Marjorie Thomas before.
Thank you. Number three, is he hard? Do you cook for him, by the way?
No, I don't.
You don't cook at all?
No.
Number one, does he cook?
Yes, he can cook.
And is he any good?
Very good.
Number two, what is worst faults?
I couldn't sort of, you know, nothing that's really sort of...
Number three, did you fall in love with him at once during this commercial?
Yes, I did.
And number one, did he fall in love with you right away?
Of course.
That's my girl.
Bert Convey.
Thank you, Bud. Number three, if memory serves me right, your husband was on the English Olympic swimming team. Now,
it wasn't the swimming team, it was the skiing team.
Is that right? Okay. Number two, you met your husband doing a commercial. We don't want to give the product a plug, but what kind of a thing was it that you were?
Toothpaste.
A toothpaste. Number one, who cooks for the kids if you don't?
I've got a lady that cooks for the kids.
I see. And you got a man that cooks for Noel? No, you wouldn't.
No, she cooks for Noel too.
I see. Now, number three, what about traveling? You've got quite a brood. Now, your husband's all over the country, all over the world, I guess. What do you do about that?
Well, we usually try to go together, if it's at all possible.
Okay.
Betty White.
Thank you, Bud. Number two, you said his mother's name was Thomas. Now, that throws me right off there. Number one, when was this commercial made?
I'm very bad at dates. I'm afraid I can't remember.
Number three, do you remember when this was made?
No, I don't.
Number two, do you?
No.
You really don't?
No, I really have forgotten it.
About how many years approximately, give or take 10?
Well, it was, let me think. I suppose about, I can't remember, it's 50... It's now 7...
57. Okay.
57, about sort of, well, it's 11 years ago. 11 years.
Number three, what is your husband's favorite recording that he has made?
His favorite recording? I think Susanna.
That's all we have time for. So mark your ballots, if you will, please, without any consultation, and time for our studio audience to vote. So, audience, when I say vote, please select number one, number two, or number three. Are you ready? Vote. All right, let's see how our panel voted. Are all ballots marked?
No.
No?
Okay.
Now they are?
Yeah.
Okay. Bert, for whom did you vote?
I think they're all married to him. I don't know how he worked it, but it's great. But since I have to pick somebody, I think number 2 is married to Noah.
Betty.
She was really trying not to fib. Number 1 looks like a ski type person. And number 3, I don't think looks like the mother of 4. She probably has 74. I think it's number 2.
74?
Well...
Orson.
Well, the real one is, doesn't look like the mother of 4 either, but she was found in the mountains of Peru by Noel when he was down there. That's a disqualification.
Oh, I see. All righty. Kitty.
I voted for number 1 because they all have beautiful smiles, but I think number 1 is the real toothpaste girl. And when she said, of course he fell in love with me at once. She's got spunk.
All right. Let's see who got the most votes from our studio audience. Our audience voted for number 1. Noel, would you go over and pick out your wife, Sarah Lee, please? Thank you very, very much. What are you planning next season that might be exciting for you? Some producing, some directing, acting?
Well, I'm doing some specials, and I'm producing them with my own company, which is going to be nice. It means I can decide, do it all myself.
Will we see them in this country?
Well, they're going to be in it. I live in this
Great.
country.
Good,
I live in
good,
California.
good. That is exciting.
Orson at it again.
What are the ages of your children?
13, 9, and 6, and 3.
What a wonderful, wonderful family. Give them all a kiss for us, will you?
I will.
It was nice having you with us. Believe me. Don't go yet. Don't leave. Let's talk to the others first and find out who they are. Number 2, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is Morva Mancy, and I'm a freelance fashion coordinator and also merchandise editor for a magazine, baby magazine called Baby Talk.
Thank you. And number 3, what is your real name and what do you do?
My name is Anne Minke Brown, and I'm Assistant Product Manager of L'Oréal of Paris.
Thank you. And checking the score, we find that there were 2 incorrect votes, plus a disqualification, making it 3. 3 times $100, $300. Thank you all very much for gracing our show. Goodbye, and God bless you. Our next guest on To Tell the Truth was separated from her younger sister when she was 18 months old. Last month, the 2 sisters met for the first time in over 30 years. We'll meet her in just 1 minute. Now, this word.
All buttered up, and still getting a beauty of a sunburn and a windburn on her hair. A burn that really hurts her looks. Now, for dull, dry, weather-beaten hair comes the Weather Beater, Alberto VO5 hairdressing. 5 conditioners bring relief in seconds, leave hair shining, healthy-looking, easy to manage, protected from the weather. VO5 hairdressing, the Weather Beater. Regular or blue for gray, white, or silver blondes.
All hairsprays hold well enough when you first put them on. But when you go outside, you need VO5 with Murol. Alberto VO5 with Murol really holds. And still, your hair looks soft and lovely anywhere.
Orson, which one of the ones did you know?
Oh, I know Sweet Sarah. Both she and Noel are adorable people. So you are a darling couple. I wish I was one of their kids.
I heard you were.
All right, now let's meet one of our reunited sisters.
What is your name, please?
My name is Vivian Perry.
My name is Vivian Perry.
My name is Vivian Perry.
We'll play our game with Vivian Perry in just 1 minute. Now, this word.
Because you never know when it can happen. Behold with lemon oil. More than just a lemon fragrance. Thick and rich and loaded with protection. Because you never know when accidents can happen. Behold with lemon oil. Because lemon oil and water don't mix.
Metrocal announces the great taste change. The greatest taste ever to pour out of a can. Richer, deeper chocolates. Perky Danish coffee. Luscious vanilla. Only 225 calories. To help keep pounds off, have Metrocal for lunch, eat sensibly at dinner. New taste and ready to serve.
There'll be some changes made.
Try it.
This portion of To Tell the Truth was brought to you by new cherry-flavored Chalks Plus Iron for children, the plus to grow on. The next portion of To Tell the Truth is brought to you by Mediquick First Aid Spray for little problems that shouldn't become big ones.
All right, panel, let's get into the game simply by saying that these three ladies all claim to be Vivian Perry. Last March, Vivian Perry found her long-lost sister after a separation of over 30 years. With that information, let's begin with Bert Convy.
Thank you, Bud. Number one, what were the circumstances that caused the separation?
When I was 18 months old, my mother died in childbirth. And my grandparents, with whom I was staying at the time, kept me, and my father took my sister.
I see. Number three, how long was it before you were aware that you had a sister?
For years, ever since I was small, growing up, I realized I had a sister, but I didn't know where.
Yes. Number two.
Betty White.
Number two, where did this take place?
In Albany.
In Albany. Number one, is your sister older or younger than you?
She's younger than I am.
Number 3, is your sister older or younger than you?
She's younger.
Oh, eight. Well, I beg your pardon. I was thinking that was the third baby. I beg your pardon. Who's counting after all? Number 1, where did you find your sister? How did you find her?
How did I find my sister? She found out about me later on and came to look for me. I didn't know her name. She had a different last name, so I couldn't get in touch with her.
Number 2, when did you first...
Horse.
Number 2, if number 1's story is correct, and I assume you agree with it, does this mean that your father was also whereabouts unknown?
Well, my father took care of me for a time, and he was the one who put my sister in a foster home, and then since then he passed away.
Well, number 3, is that right? Was your sister put in a foster home?
Yes, she lived with foster parents.
Why wouldn't your father have known where she went? Or was she adopted?
The father did know, but there was an agreement whereby she was not to know.
Kitty.
Number 2, how did she find out?
Well, she had gone to a wedding party, and a distant relative asked if she ever kept in touch with me.
And number 1, what happened when you finally met?
Just as you can imagine, we were very pleased to see each other.
And number 3, does she live far from you now? Can you see each other frequently?
No, she lives far from me. She lives in Miami.
And is she married?
Yes, she is.
And number 2, are you married?
Yes, I am.
Did you introduce your children to each other?
They haven't met as of yet.
And number 1...
That's all the time we have. So mark your ballots, if you will, please. And audience, again, when I say vote, will you please select number 1, number 2, or number 3? You ready? Vote.
Mercy.
Very well, let's see how our panel voted. Have we all marked? All right. Bert, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number 2. I think it's number 1. But see, that way I cover myself. If I'm wrong, I can say, oh, yeah, well, I thought so. So I think it's number 2. I also think you're pulling a trick on us, and I'll confirm it later.
Betty.
Well, what am I going to do with number 3? I can't.
You're going to lose.
I know the story of my life. No, it is a very tricky thing because I'm going to say number 3, but I have a hunch, the same hunch Bert has. I think we're being tricked.
Orson.
I think it's number 1. She looks like the girl from Buffalo or Albany, wherever it was, Secaucus, and I believe that on the basis of this, that she's the correct one. Thank you.
Kitty.
I believe it's number 3, but I believe one of the other 2 is the sister. Somehow there's a sister and the real one, and they're all there together, and I can't wait to find out who it is.
That's what
Very well, we'll find out how our audience voted and meet the real Vivian Perry in just 1 minute. Now, this message.
A scratch, a minor cut. Bacteria, infection germs. Given a chance, germs will infect an open wound. Mediquick kills germs with more antiseptic strength than iodine. Kills them with 3 antiseptics. 3 germ killers, 1 painkiller. Mediquick. For little problems that shouldn't become big ones.
My name is Betty White.
The best way to celebrate Betty White's life is with a 2-day tribute featuring our favorite Betty White episodes. First, all day Sunday, the password is Betty. Then Monday, on Betty's birthday, we tell Betty's story from her earliest appearances to her final bow.
The lovely and talented Miss Betty White.
Buzzer says goodbye to the first lady of game shows. Betty White concludes All Day today on Buzzer.
All right, panel, let's see who got the most votes from our studio audience. Our audience voted for number 1. So it's time to find out which of these 3 ladies, in truth, found her sister after a separation of 30 years. Will the real Vivian Perry please stand up? Thank you very much, and may you never lose touch again.
I hope
it's
not.
a happy arrangement and that you just keep close touch with each other and your families.
We hope to.
Number 1, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is Joy Falk, and I'm a speech therapist.
Number 2, what is your real name and what do you do?
My name is Anita Ingram, and I'm a housewife.
Thank you. And checking the score, we find there were 1, 2, 3 incorrect votes. 3 times $100, $300, ladies. Thanks for being with us. Hope you had a good time. Goodbye, and God bless you. We'll be back in a minute. Now, this message.
Trampolines. No wonder the Wilsons are in good shape.
Including Ida, my wife.
Mother of 5. Yet she keeps slim as her teenage daughter. How? Exercise and the right kind of foods. Like a post-grape nuts breakfast. It fills you up, not out. Gives you important protein. And only grape nuts have these crunchy nuggets. Enjoy a delicious post-grape nuts breakfast. It fills you up, not out. Post cereals make breakfast a little bit better.
Well, that's all we have time for, but it was a good time, and you made it so.
Thank you,
See you
Bud.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, see you tomorrow, too. In the meantime, don't you forget to tell the truth.
This portion of To Tell the Truth was brought to you by Mediquick First Aid Spray for little problems that shouldn't become big ones. To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Codman production. Harris's song and the preceding program were recorded.
What artistic hands.
Oh, I do paint a bit.
Did you ever try using a brush?
Dishwashing, Madge.
Well, try Palmolive dishwashing liquid.
Pretty green.
It softens your hands while you do the dishes. You know you're soaking in it?
Dishwashing liquid?
This is Palmolive.
That mild?
Oh, more than just mild.
Right, Madge. Palmolive suds last from the first glass right through to the last greasy pan. And it softens hands while you do dishes.
Madge, I'm so grateful for Palmolive liquid. You must let me paint you.
Oh, no, but how about my kitchen?
After years of using another window cleaner, they switched to Ajax window cleaner. Why?
With all that ammonia, Ajax doesn't streak.
Ajax with more ammonia cleans deep into corners.
More ammonia cleans dirt and grime off inside and out.
Ajax window cleaner with more ammonia.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's To Tell the Truth. And sitting in for Gary Moore is your host for today, Bill Cullen.
Thank you. Thank you. Kindly. What do you mean by it? Did you see that? Did you see what just happened? Johnny Olson says 4 words and Roger Peterson handed him $2. What do you mean, host for today? You trying to tell me something? Thanks a lot, Penny. Thank you all and welcome to Tell the Truth. Our first guest today is a a very young lady who did a very grown-up thing. Now, anyway, we'll meet her in a moment as she tries to fool you and our panel here on To Tell the Truth.
Peggy Cass. Keir DeLay. Kitty Carlisle. And Gene Rayburn.
Last show of the day, and I almost fell over the chair when I sat down. Hi, Gene Rayburn.
Hello, Bill.
I see you have a new suit.
Thank you.
You're pretty
I
good.
mean, you didn't even say you liked it. All you said it was new. You may hate it. I'm
Well,
going to continue wearing it, though.
I've watched your work, and I wonder how you got it. Keir DeLay, 2 seats down there from Gene. Thank you, Keir. It's been a fun week with you.
I enjoyed it.
It's sometimes on a show like this, we run
can learn a lot
off
on
like
this- on
men.
this show.
You've done a very fine job. Ladies, as usual. All right, if you're all ready, I am ready. Watch this. Let's meet our very young guest. Wait.
What is your name, please?
My name is Margaret Kleberg.
Number 2.
My name is Margaret Kleberg.
Number 3.
My name is Margaret Kleberg.
Panel, your job will be to find out which one of these 3 projecting youngsters is the real Margaret Kleberg. Listen while I, with pleasure, read her story. I, Margaret Kleberg, love to ride a bicycle. I live in New York City, and my mother and I heard about an unusual bicycle tour around the city. We decided to go along on the ride. Now, what made this bike hike so special was that it started at 2:30 in the morning. About 40 people were expected to show up at the meeting place in front of the Plaza Hotel. Surprisingly, more than 350 people on bikes arrived for the tour. All of us rode through the empty streets of Manhattan, winding up on the southern tip of Manhattan Island, where we watched the sunrise over the Brooklyn Bridge. My mother was surprised that I didn't get tired and asked to go home before that.
You see, until that, the latest I'd ever stayed up in my life was midnight last New Year's Eve. Signed, Margaret Kleberg. Okay, friends, we'll be back for our questioning period right after a few normal-sized commercials.
You about
3 of these charming young ladies claim to be Margaret Kleberg, our bike hike tyke. I'm glad I made that. We'll begin the questioning with our resident cyclist, Kitty Carlisle.
Oh, thank you. Gosh, I'm pleased to meet you all. I think it's a wonderful idea. Number one, did you have to train for this tour?
No, I had learned to ride a bike in about June or July, and the trip had been in August, and I had not known how to ride the bike.
That's amazing.
Well.
Goodness. Number two, didn't you ride a bike all your life?
No.
And you weren't tired a bit?
No.
Number three, did you bring any food with you?
Yes.
What did you bring?
Some donuts and juice.
What kind of juice?
Yeah.
Orange juice.
Where did you put it? Did you have a basket?
Yes.
Number one, where would you find the most traffic?
We really found it when we stopped at, I'd say, Washington's Arch.
Oh, I see. Down by Washington Square.
Yes.
But number two, which side of the street do you ride on when you ride in traffic? Against the traffic or with it?
Well, this was very early in the morning. There was hardly any traffic.
But in general, number three, when you ride in the street, which side do you ride on?
Either side.
It doesn't matter?
No.
Seems to be true. And now here is a real cyclist. He rides to work on a crazy thing. He always has juice with him. what kind of juice, Gene?
Oh, you know, some of that stuff to give you some energy.
Fine. All right, you may question away. He's a bike.
Well, Bill, I think this is absolutely a marvelous idea, and my hat's off to whoever thought it up, and my feelings are hurt that they didn't invite me.
Yeah.
Number three, what kind of bike do you ride?
A girl's English racer.
Mm-hmm. And you ride a girl's English racer? That's right, Bill. Number one, how many miles do you think you covered?
I'd say about 10 or so.
Yeah. Number three, what kind of bike do you ride?
Girls English racer.
I beg your pardon. I meant number two. I'm sorry.
Oh, I ride a Raleigh, a collapsible bike.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Gene.
And
Well, Peggy.
Number one, what kind of a bike do you ride?
I ride a small, low bike, and it isn't collapsible. It doesn't have speeds or a handbrake or anything.
Doesn't have a handbrake?
No.
Oh, just like my old bike. Number three, what time did you get home?
I got home about 7.
And number one, how long did you sleep?
I slept for about, I'd say, 5 hours or so.
And then were you able to sleep when you went to bed the next night? Were you able to go right to sleep?
Yes.
Good. And number two, what was it like when the sun came over the Brooklyn Bridge?
It was very, very beautiful.
And how many people were down there with you watching the sun come up over the Brooklyn Bridge?
350 people.
That was quite a crowd.
That's pretty crowded there. Care delay.
You know, it's funny. I almost went on this ride myself. I was a great bicycle. I bike to the theater every day. I haven't taken a cab or a bus or a train in about 2 months. It's marvelous. I admire you all for doing it, or the one that did it. What, number one, something very special was done at the tip of the island. Where and what was it?
It was, we ate breakfast, and they had donuts, fruit, and coffee for the grown-ups.
Number two, do you know who it was that catered that breakfast?
I believe it was the people that people that rented the bikes.
I see. Number three, was there a restaurant involved that catered that breakfast?
No.
What was the, oh, you didn't ride on you just saw the sun go over the bridge, so you didn't ride on the bridge. How much time did it take you to go down there? Number two?
Oh, I don't know. We started at about 2:30 and it ended about 8. I don't know exactly.
Is there any
Okay, the bell stops us there. We do our voting. Panel, mark your ballots. Vote for number one, number two, or number three. One is cuter than the other. $50 for a wrong vote and $500 if you're all wrong. Hope you make some money over there. Kitty, you were first to vote.
Well, I voted for number three. I liked the way she rode in on her bike. I liked the way she stopped her bike. It seemed to me that she had full control over it, and I think she was the best bike rider. Oops.
Okay. Gene?
Yeah. Well, I voted for number two, Bill, because she said she learned how to ride her bike in June.
That's the reason you voted
That's
for
the reason I voted.
Is that a good month for learning how to ride a bike?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, Peggy Cass.
I voted for number 1 because I thought that she really kind of thought out her answers.
And Coeur d'Alene.
Well, I thought that number 2 was sort of wise like an owl. She sort of sat back and just listened, and I think she's the bike rider.
Okay, time to count up the votes and maybe the money. 1 for number 1, 2 for number 2, 1 for number 3. Will the real Margaret Kleberg please stand up? You like that stand up? She went down. I don't know if you noticed. But when Margaret stood up, she went down. Did you notice that? Someone gave her. Number 2, good job for both of you girls. Number 2, who are you and what do you do?
My name is Kathy Hammer, and I'm a 6th grader in Dalton School.
Well done. We say in the Girl Scouts. Number 3, who are you, ma'am, and what do you do?
My name is Heidi Donahue. I'm a 5th grade student at PS 41.
You all did very well. Did you, Margaret, have any trouble keeping up with all those grown-ups on this bike ride?
No, they had trouble keeping up with me.
That sort of figures. All right, let's go a step further, or a revolution further. Who was most tired when it was all over, you or your mother?
My mother.
What was the best part of the whole trip?
Having breakfast down at the Battery.
You enjoyed that?
Yes.
How about the sun coming up? That was fun, too.
Yes.
I want to thank you, Margaret Kleberg and Imposters. There's juice backstage for playing To Tell the Truth. Well, our next guest is a motion picture cameraman. Boy, we have some filmy shot. It's great stuff. So, panel, if you'll watch the monitor right over there, we'll take a look at some of his footage. Look at that, huh?
That would make me nervous.
Going down. Okay, we'll meet our parachuting photographer right after we look at some movies of our own.
Grapefruit.
And now let's meet our photographer in the sky.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Bill Cole.
Number 2.
My name is Bill Cole.
Number 3.
My name is Bill Cole.
All right, here's Bill Cole's airborne affidavit panel. If you listen carefully, I'll read it. I, Bill Cole, am a professional skydiving cameraman. I've made over 500 parachute jumps. I've filmed television commercials while falling through the air at a speed of 125 miles an hour and at an altitude of over 20,000 feet. I have filmed an airman strapped in an ejection seat. Once I made a jump at 31,000 feet, and that was really memorable. It was 30 degrees below zero when I left the plane, but by the time I hit the ground, it was a balmy 74 above. On one occasion, I jumped from an aircraft at 13,200 feet. Now, the only unusual aspect about that jump was the fact that I jumped without a parachute. What? Another skydiver passed me one while we were both falling. I snapped it on, pulled the ripcord, and by the time the canopy finally opened, I had fallen through the air almost 2 miles. Signed in a rather shaky hand, Bill Cole. May I make an editorial comment?
Yes.
The real Bill Cole, whoever you are, you're a nut. That's all I have to say, but I love you. We'll start the questioning with a gal who is also a good parachute jumper, Peggy Cass.
Number 1, why did you do such a nutty thing as to jump without a parachute?
Well, there'd only been ever one other person who jumped out of an airplane without a parachute.
You wanted to be one of the first? Terrific. Number 3, how did you put it on the parachute? I thought it was hard to get into a parachute.
Oh, not at all. We're quite trained for it.
Thank you. Number 2, what commercials have you made?
Just beer and cigarette commercials.
What do you do? Have a guy falling free with a can of beer in his hand?
No, they have it after they land, sort of thing.
They what?
They have the beer after they land.
I see. They need it, too. Number 3, what kind of a camera do you use?
We use a 16 millimeter military camera.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Go to card delay.
Is it possible, number 2, is it possible to slow yourself up? For example, if you wanted the other people you were jumping with to fade in the background, that you could hold yourself higher than they?
Very slightly, very slightly, but they can go, I can go faster, put it that way.
Number 1, is it possible to climb at all, ever, under any circumstances?
No, that's the one thing you can't do.
Number 3, do you fold your own parachute?
Indeed so, yeah.
Number 2, have you ever been on the Coney Island jump?
No.
Number 1, have you been on the Coney Island parachute jump?
No, I've never been to Coney Island.
I've never been to Coney Island. How many kinds of jumping chutes are there, number 3?
3, basically. Stunt, military, and exhibition. Exhibition strictly.
I see.
All right, here's a lady who spends a great deal of her time at Coney Island, Kitty Carlisle.
Number 2, where is the school for amateurs on the eastern seaboard nearest here?
Nearest here, I think, is in New Jersey, Flemington, New Jersey, or Lakewood.
But isn't there one somewhere north of
yes,
here?
Orange, Massachusetts has one too.
Number 1, this is a question I've always wanted answered, never understood, and I know I won't understand the answer now, but is it true that a feather and a man falls at the same speed?
Well, a body attains a maximum velocity, yes, after about 12 seconds.
And what is the maximum velocity?
Well, 174 feet per second.
And number 3, if you have a heavy camera on your back and therefore you are heavier, would you attain a greater speed because you have heavier things on you, or do you fall at the same speed?
You fall at the same speed after the first 8 seconds, and the camera is not on the back, it's mounted on the helmet.
Doesn't matter what you're wearing, it's the same speed.
Same speed.
Thank you, Kitty. That old bombardier. Gene Rayburn.
Yes, number 3, what is terminal velocity?
Terminal velocity is the altitude loss over a period of a certain amount of seconds.
Thank you. Number 2, what does the phrase 2 degrees centigrade per 1,000 feet mean to you?
That would be somebody's guess at the change in temperature while they're going up or coming down, depending on which way the change was going.
Thank you. Number 1, what's a pedo tube?
I have no idea.
I don't either. I was just trying to find out what a pedo tube was. I hear people talking about them around airplanes all the time. Number 2, how many chutes do you normally wear when you jump?
Well, I've jumped without any. I've jumped with 1, I've jumped with 2. Most of the time with 2.
There you are. You don't know what a pedo tube is, huh?
Yes, I
bet you do. Okay, mark your ballots and vote for number 1, number 2, or number 3. $50 for each wrong answer. $500 for a wipeout. Peggy, you question first. You may vote first.
Okay, well, I really don't know which one. I love the black suit on that one, but I voted for 2 because I don't know. I like his accent.
Okay, Cœur de Lait.
Well, I thought number 2 again sounded most authoritative, and somehow he looks like a sky jumper. So I voted for number 3 because of the way he answered Gene's question.
Now, Kitty, I know you're an expert on this subject. Who did you vote for?
Well, I voted for number 1. And I hope, number 1, you won't take offense. You're a very handsome young man, but you look like the craziest of the 3.
Very good reasoning under the circumstances, Kitty. Now, did you write with your pedo tube what your vote was?
Well, a pedo tube is, as you know, is a flyer bill, is a thing that hangs down and the air goes in there and it'll give you some indication of what the temperature is or how fast you're going or whatever.
You hope it doesn't jam up and get stuck.
That's right.
Yes.
And number 1 didn't know that, so I didn't vote for him. Number 3 gave me a totally incorrect answer on terminal velocity.
Really? I wouldn't have known.
So that's why I voted for number 2, because he knew that the air cools at the rate of 2 degrees centigrade per 1,000 every feet of a 1,000. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't think you do.
Really, you handle that like an expert. Watch. We got 1 for 1, 2 for 2, and 1 for 3. Will the real Bill Cole please stand up? Actually, those fellows really did well. Number 1, sir, would you tell us who you are and what you do?
My name's Jim Duke and I own an English pub on 2nd Avenue and 85th Street called Drake's Drum.
You don't have to know about a pedo food. Get it. Number 3, sir. Who are you and what do you do?
My name is Wayne Ferguson, and I raise St. Bernard dogs in Colonia, New Jersey.
Well, Bill, I guess a lot of people ask you this question. We then assume a lot of people want to know the answer. How close to death have you come?
Well, I've had the reserve chute open as low as 300 feet.
Ouch.
I've had a malfunction on the main and cut away the main and opened my reserve, pulled the ripcord on the reserve, and nothing came out. I had to pull it out by hand, and that would open fairly low, too.
In reserve, you're already down to last resort, aren't you?
Yeah.
What's your next project, Bill?
Well, we got a high-altitude jump coming up in November at about 40,000 feet. We've involved NASA in it. They're very interested in it.
Okay, now we've heard a lot about Bill Cole's exploits. Let's watch some more of him in action for just a moment. On film, that is. Bill, if you'd tell us what's going on, we'll roll the film right now. It'll be over there.
All right, this is where I've jumped out of the aircraft first. Looking back, this is a Canadian aircraft up where I'm from. This is a chap here doing 120 miles an hour in what we call a frog position. He's going to try and maneuver in to do a hookup with the girl in the white jumpsuit there. And he's tipping his hands down here, and that pulls him forward about 25 miles an hour. Now there's the 3 of them. This is out of a Cessna 180. All 4 of us jumped out of the Cessna 180, and I come in and did a hookup with this girl in the white jumpsuit. It's the first time anybody ever made contact with her in free fall. And I grabbed her by the leg and then turned her around and faced into the camera. You see my hand coming in here trying to grapple for her left hand. Oh, it is. This is part of a film that I produced and filmed called The Silent Sky, which is available now in the States and Canada both. Here's a jumper lining up his exit point with the pilot, and there he goes from the aircraft. Now, after 12 seconds, he is reaching the terminal velocity that Gene was mentioned, and that's 174 feet a second or 120 miles an hour. Now, he can go faster. He can go to what we call a nosedive position and go well over 200 miles an hour. And, of course, the higher you go, if you get up into the troposphere, you can even get up probably over 300 miles an hour.
Great shots.
Here's a couple of jumpers hooking up here. It shows that they can maneuver in quite well. Of course, if you could, I would never have been able to get the chute off the other guy either. And I grabbed this guy by the leg and rolled him here, and I got grounded for 3 weeks for doing it because I was open pretty low by that time. But I've been grounded for life now from the national organization in Canada for doing the chuteless jump.
Very good. Very good footage. Very.
Breathe at 300 miles an hour.
It breathes just like you do on the ground. As you see, most people compare it to sticking their head out the window of a car into the slipstream and the turbulence. Well, you're not doing that up there. There is no turbulence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and imposters for playing to tell the truth.
Get ready to play.
Hi, I'm Marianne Curran. I know you get the Final Jeopardy questions correct when you play at home. Now Game Show Network is inviting you to play Final Jeopardy. Here's how it works. Watch Jeopardy at its regular time and channel. Then watch Game Show Network. Every night, I'll present a Final Jeopardy question. Using your touch-tone phone, you'll have a chance to play Final Jeopardy at home. Get it right, win a prize.
Catch Final Jeopardy right after the 9 p.m. Eastern match game weekdays on Game Show Network.
In the beginning, it's sort of nice changing your baby's diaper.
In addition to the cash awards, the central characters on today's show receive a fabulous ring in 14-karat gold set with a Lindy Star sapphire weighing over 3 carats. One of 8 glowing fashion colors available in Lindy Stars. Promotional consideration provided by American Airlines. Traveling on business or traveling for fun, it's good to know you're on American Airlines. This is Johnny Olson speaking for To Tell the Truth, the Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
looking at hamburger. You are looking at new improved Gaines Top Choice Burger for dogs, now made moister and tastier than ever before. Look, it's so moist and meaty it holds together like hamburger. But it's better for your dog than hamburger. It has beef byproducts and real beef, vegetable protein, vitamins and minerals for the complete nutrition hamburger doesn't have. New improved Top Choice. It's moister and tastier than ever.
Do you think the hamburger will try and get our hamburgers?
Well, if he does, I got a surprise for him. I tied a big rubber band to the bag.
We caught the hamburglar.
Now you can catch your own little hamburglar. He's fun to play with. Talk to or just hold. But watch out for your hamburger. A little hamburglar. Get yours at McDonald's now.
Get your Hamburglar doll for $1 plus tax, available now at all participating McDonald's. The Protectors tonight at 10:30.
Because of the following special program, Anna and the King will not be presented this evening.
Every day of her life she is giving. What she gets in return isn't much. And as much as I love her, I've been guilty of not loving her enough. She's the hills, she's the beautiful valleys. I often sip Coke in the shade of her touch. Her beauty will be mine forever, 'cause I've learned to love her enough. It's the real thing that Coca-Cola. What the world wants today is the real thing.
Here's a neat thing you can get free in each specially marked box of Dolly Madison Super Zingers. 1, it's a guide to help you draw Snoopy with different funny expressions. 2, it's a ruler with inches on one side, the metric system on the other. And 3, it's a bookmark with a special tab. It's a plastic Snoopy for President cartoon guide, ruler, and bookmark. There's 1 free in each specially marked box of Dolly Madison Super Zingers. Dolly Madison, all kinds of cakes for all kinds of tastes.
Now that you're seeing all things grow, there is more love in you than anyone I know. You've taken time for friends and simple talking, sipping Coke, enjoying life's good things. It's the real thing. Coca-Cola. It's the real thing. Coke is Coca-Cola.
Anna and the King will return 2 weeks from tonight on most of these stations. The lovely Mrs. Gordon isn't so lovely anymore. She had what she thought was a good excuse for not wearing safety belts. She was only going to the beauty parlor. But she never got even that far. Too many drivers find excuses for not wearing safety belts. Last year alone, 8,000 people died because they thought they had good excuses. What's your excuse? Stay tuned for a trip to Pepperland. It's the Beatles in their fabulous hit movie, Yellow Submarine. And what songs all together now? All You Need Is Love, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club Band, and many, many more. Enjoy it all next on CBS.
You're some rider. Who are you?
You may not believe this. My name is Granny Goose. Junior.
Junior?
I've taken over from Dad. And I've added a lot of fresh ideas, like the bag.
Very fresh.
You can read how it keeps them even fresher. Now, as Dad would say, are you grown up enough for a new Granny Goose?
The Protectors tonight at 10:30.
Because of the following special program, MASH, The Sandy Duncan Show, and the new Dick Van Dyke Show will not be presented this evening. All 3 of these comedies will return next Sunday night at their regular times over most of these stations.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Moore.
Thanks very much. And welcome once again to another week of To Tell the Truth. We have something rather remarkable behind us here, something we really don't need in New York today. We have a homemade flood. In back of us, we have 1.5 tons of water inside of a vertical thing, which is 7 feet high. Now, our first contestant says that he's going to come out and get completely manacled, hand and foot and across the chest, immersed upside down in the water, and before your very eyes, make an escape from all of the manacles and the chains. That's what he said. And we'll have to find out. But before we do that, let's say hello to our panel here on To Tell the Truth.
Peggy Cash. Bill Cullen. Kitty Carlisle. And Tom Kennedy.
Hey, how nice to see everybody.
Hello there, Kier.
And we've got good news for our audience. In our revolving panel chair this morning, we have the star of It's Your Bet, Mr. Tom Kennedy.
Hooray! Thank you, Tom.
Where? I don't know. And may I say that, Tom, that you'll never know how comfortable it makes me feel to look down that panel desk and know that there are two of the best MCs in the business.
Kitty and Peggy.
Peggy and Kitty.
Boy, they are the tops.
You two guys are all right, but the girls are the ones I stick with.
Yes.
Tom, we'll have time to chat more tomorrow, but right now we got to get to work and meet our escape artist.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Norman Bigelow.
Number 2.
My name is Norman Bigelow.
Number 3.
My name is Norman Bigelow.
And now let's listen to the strenuous saga of Norman Bigelow. Goes as follows. I, Norman Bigelow, am known professionally as the Escape King. I did my first big stunt at the age of 8 when I successfully escaped from the bottom of a lake while being handcuffed and enclosed in a burlap bag. Since that time, I have made a 60-foot leap into a river after being shackled and chained by the police. I have been locked into trunks and suspended 80 feet in the air, wrapped in chains, handcuffs, and a straitjacket. Therefore, it's not surprising I consider myself the reincarnation of the great Houdini. In a few moments, when my true identity is revealed, I will attempt to escape from chains and harnesses while suspended upside down in a 360-gallon tank of water that you see here on our stage. Signed, Norman Bigelow. And Norman, while you sit over there and get yourself ready, we'll rush off to the bank and make a buck or two. Now, we have over here 3 mysterious gentlemen, and they all say that they are Norman Bigelow escape artists. And we'll start the questioning with Kitty.
Thank you. Number 1, do you come from a family of escape artists?
No, I do not.
Well, number 2, who on earth put you in a burlap bag at the bottom of a lake at age 8?
Yeah. That was actually the first professional escape I'd ever done. It was done by the park authority.
But who did this to you?
The police.
Why?
I was challenged to do it.
Oh, number 3, you have to explain that. The police don't generally go around putting 8-year-old children in bags at the bottom of lakes.
Oh, I don't
know. Handcuffed.
Well, actually, I started at 6 in getting involved in this, and by the time I was 8, I already had asked to do this act.
Thank you. Number 1, who...
You thought perhaps it was his parents?
Yes.
Is that what you were getting at?
Yes.
Let's go to Tom Kennedy.
Number 2. How long are you going to take in this attempt in this vertical thing that Gary described?
As fast as I can.
Number 1, how many seconds will that take?
I have no idea. It depends on what I run into.
And number 3, in that burlap bag incident when you were number 8, when you finally get the cuffs off, what do? Just rip the bag open or what?
Yes, that's right. Rip the bag open and get some breath.
What are some of the other secrets?
And that buzzer cut you off, Tom. We're going to go down to Peggy.
Oh, me, huh?
Yeah, hey, you.
Number 2, do you use grease on your body so you can slip out of the chains faster?
No.
Oh, okay. Number 3, what did your mother think of this line of work you took up at the age of 8 when the cops threw you into the lake?
Very scared.
Well, I mean, number 1, had you sort of showed them that you would be good at this sort of work? I mean, I think they had a nerve to do that, frankly.
I had proven before the age of 8 what I could do. They didn't like it, though.
Number one, you said if there were, unless you ran into something in there, what could you possibly run into? Is there an octopus in there or what?
Lord Bridges.
To get out of that thing. You said depending on what you run into.
Excuse me. Yes. The unexpected happens sometimes.
And finally, Bill Cullen.
I'll stick with number 1 about the unexpected. How long can you hold your breath, sir?
Well, I've held it over 3 minutes when I had to.
And number 3, then if it takes over 3 minutes, you're in trouble in there, is that right?
I don't come out.
Well, now there's an axe. There's a fire axe there.
I'll get
Number 2, I'll direct this to you. In case you run into trouble and you want to be saved, does someone break the glass with that fire axe?
That's right, yes.
And 360 gallons of water comes cascading over the stage.
Bring out your bathing suit.
You know, an act like this can ruin my shoes. I don't care about all this.
You're out of your tree.
Yeah.
Anyhow, that does it for us, friends. It's voting time. You got to mark your ballot, Tom and Kitty and Bill and Peggy, while we take a look at number 1 and at number 2 and at number 3. And the penalties, of course, are that we pay $50 for each vote that goes wrong. We pay $500 if all the votes are incorrect, and Kitty Carlisle starts.
I voted for number 1 because his hair's all slicked down, as if he's been in the water a lot.
Well, that's conceivable. Let's go to Tom Kennedy.
I went with number 1 also, Gary, because number 1, he has a very affirmative approach. He said his folks were scared but used to it, and he believed in it.
Okay, and Peggy.
Well, number 2 has the wet hair, that seems to me. And also, he has the burning eyes of a fanatical escape artist. So I voted for him.
Whatever that is. All right, and we're going to go to Bill Cullen.
Gee, I feel like we're sliding number 3. Your hair is lovely, number 3. You have that dry protein look, which is all in today. But number 2 looks to me like he just got out of the tank. That tank, I mean. And for that reason, I voted too also, for number 1.
Well, Peggy's out there all by herself with number 2. Everybody else is on number 1. The votes are all in. Will the real Norman Bigelow please stand up? There he is. Oh. Almost a clean sweep. Well, Norman, we've been talking about this. Now I'm afraid you're going to have to go do it. So if you go and strip down to your trunks and get ready, we'll find out about your friends. Number 2, sir, what is your real name and what do you do?
My name is Charles Anatra. I do market research for the Copeland Research Company.
Nice to have you here. And number 3 with the beautiful hair, no votes. What is your real name? What do you do?
My name is Bruce Berlin, and I'm a real estate broker for Douglas Elliman and Company.
Okay, the time has come now for me to go up and see how Norman's going to do this thing, and I hope I don't have to use the axe. Sure. Now, Norman is out here, and his assistants, and we're going to start to do this thing. You're going to have to take my word for it, friends. I'm going to be the assistant. And, you know, I don't lie to you because there's no future in that. What do you want me to do, friend?
I want you to pull the chains across my wrist as tight
Across
as
the top
possible.
wrist?
Top of the wrist.
How tight?
As tight as you want. Make sure I don't get
I
out.
hate this. Okay.
And now?
That's a Yale lock. Okay, that's tight, yeah.
Behind my back.
Both? Oh, boy. And we got a steel bar in between here. And this one tight? You sure tight, huh?
Real tight.
Okay, yeah. And another lock, I heard it click. Okay, that's fine. Now what?
Pull the chains between my arms.
Pull the chains between your arms. Let's turn you around front here. All right, and what do I do after I got them through your arms?
Pull them tight.
Pull them tight. Cross your chest?
Lock it.
All right, we put... Oh, boy, this is the first National City Bank lock. I wish you could see this thing. That thing in there, complete with key. That's on there. Now what? Another strap. Where does that strap go?
Right around my arms.
Oh, that goes around your arms?
And buckle that tight.
You sure you got the axe handy, fellas? Here we go, tight.
That's terrible.
Don't forget the earplugs.
Circulation.
Here we go. Okay, you're in. And, buddy, I mean you're in. Now what?
What about his wife?
Crank it up, he says, and we go up. We're going to have to just get the mic in the picture because there's no way of not getting the mic in the picture. goes up the ladder, and over the top of this 360-gallon tank of water, there is a little board for him to sit on until such time as he apparently gets his feet up through 2 loops in the top.
Oh, my feet.
All right, he puts his loops through his feet. See, Tom, I'm real good at this. He puts his feet through the loops. And now I assume, what more chains? Now chains are going around the ankle. Anybody got a straw? I have a feeling we're going to need it here. He's got the chains around the ankles, around the arms, across the chest, up through the legs. And now what do we do?
Would you hold the rope, please?
I hold the rope, yeah. Hey, Chuck, you want to come over here and hold the rope on the counter? I'm busy with my mouth. Okay. Hold the rope, and you hoist up. Keep the rope taut. And when we get him high, we remove the board. Give the board to me. We take the board off, and now he's getting ready. All right, he's going to take a big breath. And there he goes, filling his lungs full of air.
Down.
Down. And so far, he's at 10 seconds under there, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, and already the manacles on his hands are half off. He's having a little trouble. He's got those free. Now the legs are free. Don't ask me what happened. I don't know what happened. Now he gets the chain off from around his neck, and chain from around his feet, gets out, gets the chain off from around his chest and around his neck, and in 45 seconds, very much. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, number 3, very much for being with us on To Tell the Truth. How about that? Get on, That's one of the soggiest acts I ever shook hands with.
I was going to say. Great rehearsal. Now let's do it. And
now I tell you what, in a moment we're going to meet a charming young lady who is a living example of divorce Italian style. But first, let's have a commercial or two. And now let us meet, as I said a moment ago, a charming young lady who is a living example of divorce Italian style.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Luciana Paluzzi.
Number 2.
My name is Luciana Paluzzi.
Number 3.
My name is Luciana Paluzzi.
And here is the story of Luciana Paluzzi. It says, oh, don't move, ladies. We want to look at your pretty faces. Stay right where you are. It says here, I, Luciana Paluzzi, am an Italian film and television actress. I have appeared in such films as Return to Peyton Place, as a femme fatale in the James Bond Thunderball, and I am currently starring in a new film entitled Come Together. In 1962, I was granted an American divorce in California. This decree was valid in every country in the world except Italy. Recently, under the newly liberalized Italian divorce law, I was the first woman to receive a divorce in Italy. Signed, Luciana Paluzzi. And I must say that one hardly knows what to say about a thing like this. You don't know whether you say congratulations or I'm sorry or Happy New Year or what you say. But in any event, Tom, you have to go first.
Number 3, how long were you married?
Very short time, about a year.
Number 2, how long were you married?
2 years.
2 years. Number 1, what was your name before you changed it?
Luciana Paluzzi.
And number 2, in your films, do you speak Italian or do you speak English or what?
Both.
And number 3, how long have you been an actress? Does it say here? When did you first start acting?
I started acting when I was very young.
Number one, how old were you when you started acting?
Oh, I was about 14 and a half.
Uh-huh. And number two, there are, up until you, no divorced women in all of Italy?
Not actress. I was
Not
the first,
what?
I was the first actress to get a divorce.
Oh, actress type divorce.
We have a little disparity here. The affidavit says first woman. Now, that's number two who said first actress. Now, we don't know whether number two is the correct one or not. We'll have to find out later. And we'll go down to Peggy.
I don't know if this is being rude or not, but number three, to whom were you married?
I was married to an American actor.
What was his name?
Brett Halsey.
Okay, thank you. Number one, what are the grounds for divorce in Italy?
Oh, there are about 4 or 5 cases in which you can get a divorce. Do you want me to explain them to you?
No, they're probably the same as here. But number two, aren't they going to have another vote because a lot of people are against the divorce laws, or do you think they're there to stay?
I think they are there to stay.
Thank you. Number one, who's Dino Risi?
Who, did you ask it to me?
Yes.
Oh, he's an Italian director.
Thank you.
And that takes us, please, to Bill Cullen.
Gee, I don't know, the significance of this entire thing escapes me, or maybe I'm being particularly dense, but if you were divorced in America and everyone except Italy recognized it, number two, I will address this to you, what did it matter to you that whether or not Italy recognized your divorce?
Yes, it did, because I'm an Italian and I want to be able to remarry again. So
Where-
I have to get a divorce.
Number two, I'll stay with you then. Where were you married here in the United States? Were you married in a civil ceremony or a religious ceremony?
Civil ceremony.
Number one, if you were married in a civil ceremony, then in Italy they do not recognize that as number one. Were you married in a civil ceremony too?
Yes, I was.
Do they recognize a civil ceremony in Italy?
Yes, they transcribed the marriage from the Italian consulate. They send it down to the Rome, where they keep all the papers and everything, and they transcribe the marriage there.
Well,
And from Bill, we go to Kitty.
Well, I'd like to clear up something. Number two said she was the first actress, but number one, were you the first woman to be divorced in Italy or the first actress?
The first woman.
The first woman, aha. Now, number three, what were the grounds for divorce that you got your divorce on in Italy?
Because the new law has just been voted last spring, so that's
Well,
why
what
it
were the
came through.
grounds, number two?
What was
because
the cause?
it was more than 5 years that I was separated from my husband.
Oh, I see. Number one, did you have children?
Yes.
And what are they considered in Italy up to the time you got a divorce?
What do you mean? What do they consider?
Children.
Well,
You rephrase that.
Yeah. Would you mind explaining that?
Your situation was ambiguous, to say the least.
What you meant was, are they considered Americans or Italians? See, I'm glad I came to the show. I learned so much when I come. On the basis of such misinformation as we have learned, we must now mark our ballots and decide whether we think it's number one, or number two, or number three. We pay $50 down for each wrong vote. We pay $500 if the whole ball game goes out the window, and Tom Kennedy starts.
Well, number two said I was the first actress rather than first woman to be divorced. Number three was too vague, even on numbers of years that she was married and when she started. She's just very young as an actress. Number one was much more to the point and affirmative, and was also surprised when I even asked her why she changed the name. So I think that's number one.
All righty, we've got a one show, and we're going to go down to Peggy.
Well, I voted for number one because she knew who Dino Risi was, and he is a famous Italian director, but he hasn't directed here, and you'd have to be Italian to know him.
How come you know him with a name like Peggy
Because
Cass?
what do you think?
Peggy Casciella?
That's right.
It's nice to have you here. Let's go to Bill Cullen.
Well, I know who I voted for, but this number I got here looks like a 7. I voted for number Z. Actually, I started to make it 3 because she had a sort of sad look in her eye, and then as I got halfway through, it wasn't sad enough, so I turned it into a 1. I tried to save the situation. But
well, all right.
that is a 1. That is a true 1.
We've got a whole thing shaping up here. Kitty, what are you going to do? Go
Well,
against
they're
the
all
tide?
very pretty, and they could all be actresses, and they could all be famous actresses, but I am convinced that it's number one.
But 3 has got on that great
Hey,
suit.
so early in the week, we're way out on a limb. We may be right, we may be wrong. The votes are all in. Will the real Luciana Paluzzi please stand up? Luciana, thank you very much. Let's find out about your friends over here. Sorry about that, friends. Number 2, what is your real name? What do you do?
My real name is Clara Menaldino, and I am happily married.
When you said you were just the first actress, I thought our producers had lost our mind, but then that wouldn't be all that unusual, you know. So, number 3, what is your real name, please, and what do you do?
My real name is Kula Papageorgiou, and I work for Boutique Valentino on Madison Avenue, and I'm Greek.
Miss Paluzzi, time has run out on us. We can't change the laws of time. We just can only say goodbye, and thank you very much also for Imposters for being with us on To Tell the Truth. Good luck. Tom Kennedy, who is our guest all this week, so far is batting 1,000%.
Oh, bravo.
But then, Tom, it's only Monday.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Friends, tune in tomorrow and watch Tom Kennedy get loused up.
Watch him return to normal.
We'll see you then. Don't forget to come back.
Transportation and other consideration provided by Pan American World Airways, featuring theater in the air, international flag food service, tours on tape, and weather insurance, all new from the world's most experienced airline. Our central characters today will receive a selection of St. Mary's luxuriously smooth percale sheet and pillowcases in a delightful variety of colors and sizes. St. Mary's instant high fashion for your back. Prizes or product mentions were furnished and or paid for by the manufacturers or supplier of the products or services identified on this program. This is Johnny Olson speaking for To Tell the Truth, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Moore.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, and welcome to Tell the Truth. We have something pretty fascinating to start with. This is an art exhibit, except 2 of the paintings are not by professional artists. This first one, if we can get a close-up, is a painting that was done in the style of Utrillo, or Utrillo if you prefer, and it was done by President John F. Kennedy. This is an original, not a copy. Now, over here, we have another painting, and this appears to be a picture of the Kennedy compound at Hyannisport, and it was done by Senator Teddy Kennedy. Now, this third picture was done by a real artist who helped the Kennedy brothers in learning their art, and he painted with them and shared his knowledge. And we're going to meet him as soon as we've met our art-knowledgeable panel here on To Tell the Truth.
Heavy Pass. Bill Cullen. Kitty Carlisle. And Tom Kennedy.
All right.
What did you say, Doc?
What did I say, Doc? Well, first thing I said is how glad we are to have Tom Kennedy with us all this week.
Thank you, Gary. Pleasure being here.
Tom, do you paint?
Do I paint?
Yeah.
No, I don't paint.
Only anybody on the panel does.
I don't.
Well, I'll tell you, we've got...
My face.
only un peu. And Tiny, you just put a nose on in the morning, right?
I didn't say it.
Now, let us then meet the painting instructor to the 2 Kennedy brothers.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Robert Morey.
Number 2.
My name is Robert Morey.
Number 3.
My name is Robert Morey.
3 positive gentlemen, only one, of course, is Robert Morey, and here is his palatable pronouncement. It says here, I, Robert Morey, am an artist and a former U.S. Marshal. Through the years, I have had numerous painting sessions with 2 remarkably gifted non-professionals, President John F. Kennedy and Senator Edward M. Kennedy. The president had a great interest in art. He was originally inspired by the vivid colors, the sweeping landscape, and distinctive architecture of his native New England. Later, he painted a wide variety of scenes. Here is a painting by President Kennedy of a French street scene that is reminiscent of the work of Utrillo. I encouraged Senator Edward Kennedy to paint after his plane crash in 1964. And I must say, he really knows his craft. This work, done in acrylic and called Compound Hyannisport, was finished by Senator Kennedy during a painting session with me in 1969. Here is one of my own paintings called Kennedy for President. It is an abstract of the Democratic Convention of 1960 showing JFK on the teeming convention floor. Signed, Robert Morey. And, panel, while you turn your thoughts to the easel, we'll go out and make some bread.
Brought to you by the Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family.
We got a fascinating spot here. We have 3 gentlemen, all of whom claim to be Robert Morey, the artist who gave painting instructions to President Kennedy and Senator Edward Kennedy. And we'll start the questioning with the maid from Massachusetts, Miss Peggy Cass.
Thank you. Number 3, how did you become friendly with the Kennedys?
Back in 1946, when he first decided to run for Congress.
Are you from Massachusetts?
Yes.
I see. Number 1 is, what is Utrillo's first name?
Maurice.
Thank you. Number 2, who did the official portrait of President and Mrs. Kennedy?
Marx.
Carl? I see. No. Number 3, what New England artist was famous for seascapes?
Winslow Helmer.
Thank you. And number 1, who did the portrait of President Johnson that he didn't think was such 100% good?
Peter Hurd.
Thank you. Number 2, have you ever shown professionally?
Yes, I have.
Where?
Museum of Fine Arts in Boston.
Was that a show or just an oh, I see. Are you represented by a gallery, number 2?
Yes, I was.
Which one?
Shaw's Gallery on Beacon Street.
Thank you. Number 3, and that's in Boston, right?
Right.
Thank you.
You'll squeeze a name in every chance you get.
Why not a little hometown
I'm from Baltimore, friends. Let's have a little hand for Baltimore. Too late. If it isn't spontaneous, it doesn't count.
I knocked out the
Let's go to Bill Cullen.
John Kane, one of the famous primitive artists, came from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I just thought I'd get that in there. And number 1, where did John Kane, one of the famous primitive artists, come from?
He came from Pittsburgh.
That's right. You see there, a pure and simple guess. Number 3, Jacqueline Kennedy recently had a painting done in connection with a magazine, I believe. It was originally...
No.
Yeah, it appeared in a magazine.
Right.
Harper's, was it? Yes. No, you asked Johnson. You asked Johnson. Number 3, who did the Jacqueline Kennedy question?
I believe it was Schickler from New York, an artist. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name properly.
Right, and number 1, I think you answered Peter Hurd in reference to the Johnson question.
Correct, that's right.
Number 1, what is a maul stick?
A maul stick is usually a long stick that has a pad on the end that you use as a prop for your arm against an oil canvas.
Number 3, there's a famous American realist who now has an exhibition. I better not use the word now because we're on tape. Who has an exhibition at the Whitney. He's a famous painter of light and light effects, and he's very famous. He's been dead about 4 years. Can you tell me his name?
No, I can't.
Oh dear, I just wish I had one, that's all.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. We're going to get to Kitty. Maybe Christmas.
Number 1, what 2 French brothers were very famous for painting seascapes and sailboats and things?
Number 1?
Yes.
You've stumped me.
I've stumped you. Oh, dear. Number 2, Jacqueline Onassis paints. Have you ever seen any of her pictures?
No, I have not.
Number 3, what is the easiest medium for a beginner to start with?
Well, in recent years, the acrylics
is that the easiest?
Become very popular.
And number 1, what did President Kennedy and the Senate start with?
Both of them started with pastels, actually.
Is that, in your opinion, the easiest?
Well, it's quick. I mean, I think that's the biggest problem. You know, you have a problem controlling paint, and you can rub the pastels out very quickly, that's all.
And that takes us to Tom, please.
Number 3, do you feel that you could teach any Kennedy how to paint?
Well, I think they all have talent.
It's a facetious question, but number 1, rather. Are politicians very patient type students?
Well, I believe, in my experience, I would say yes. They generally are doing it for relaxation, and you know, it isn't something that they're uptight about. It doesn't matter to them. They're doing it for fun. So sure, they're.
But they
relaxed.
take instructions well.
Oh yes, yes.
Number 2, were either Jack or Teddy Kennedy left-handed?
No, they were not.
And what is the difference, number 3, between acrylics and oils? I've never known.
Well, the binding of the medium is bound with acrylics with a plastic instead of a linseed oil or turpentine.
And number 1, how does one go from a marshal to being a painter? How did that happen?
Well, actually, my background is painting. The Marshall thing really came as a result, quite honestly, of my exposure to John F. Kennedy.
And number...
Hey, there goes the questioning time, and it becomes balloting time. You all make yourselves busy while the audience and I take a look at number 1. And another look at number 2.
I am going to go.
And another look at number 3. It would cost us $50 for each wrong vote and $500 if none of the votes comes out to be right. And Peggy, you look like you're having trouble, dear.
I am. I don't think it's number 2 because of Marx. It was Schickler. I never heard of a mall stick. I'm sure you're right, but number 3 seems more like a Kennedy person to me, so I voted for him.
That's a 3 we got.
I mean 3. Did I say 2? 3.
No, you said 3, and that's what's showing. Let's go to Bill Cullen.
Oh, no, I agree with Peggy on the marks as far as number 2 is concerned. Number 3 had all the right answers, but number 1 had all the right answers, plus he had the knowledge of what a maul stick was. Not many people know. They haven't, well, it's not used much. It hasn't been used since my day, but on the basis of the maul stick, I voted for number 1.
Well, you got a 3 and a 1, and a Kitty Carlisle coming out.
Well, I voted for number 1 because I think he's gay and fun, and I think they would like him, and I think that he knew a great deal about painting. And I was talking about the Juffies, but it was a very weak explanation.
Well,
so.
the Duffys to change their name.
They were that. And let's go to Tom Kennedy, please.
Well, number 3 actually sounded more like, as a matter of fact, he even sounded like one of the Kennedys, and I thought they'd throw him and just to throw us off. And I was very much impressed by the mall stick thing.
Yeah, I like
And
that.
anybody who knows John, Kane, has got to be all right in my book. I went with number 1.
Number 1 has almost got the whole thing wrapped up. We're going to have to see about this Will the Real.
I can tell an artist when I see one. Go on.
Who have you gone for?
I went for number 3 because of Aaron Schickler.
Will, you can tell an artist when you see one.
Of course.
You want to change your vote?
No.
I'll give you a chance to change your
No,
vote.
I'm not changing.
You're right. Okay. Will, it's not in the rules, but I'll let you change if you want.
I don't want to change. He looks Irish to me, and I think he was with the
I'll
Kennedys.
take the curtain.
Will the Real, Robert Morey, please stand up. I tried to talk you out of it. Sorry about that. And let's find out about number 1, sir. What is your real name, please, and what do you do?
My name is Clark Robinson. I'm a creative director, vice president in an advertising agency in New York, Friedrich, Fearon, and Strohmeyer.
Good to have you here. And number 2, sir, what is your real name, please, and what
My
do you
name
do?
is Robert G. Greeley. I'm vice president of the nation's largest record storage, New England Storage Warehouse Company in Boston.
Mr. Morey, are we to assume then that Robert Kennedy never painted?
Not to my knowledge, Gary.
It seems strange. I believe you told me that this one of John F. Kennedy does not belong to Jack the Onassis.
Well, not to my knowledge. I know that there's 3 that I know of, and Ethel Kennedy has 2, and this is a personal friend owns this this Utrillo here.
Well, it's been a fascinating spot, and thank you very much, Mr. Morey and Imposters, for being with us on To Tell the Truth. dumb Peggy Cass. It's often...
Yeah.
It has often been said that you can't take it with you. Well, now, Peggy, in a couple of minutes, you're going to meet a lady who did. She left New York, and she took with her the most delicious part of this city. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. And now let's say hello to the lady who moved far, far away from New York.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Georgina Newman.
Number 2.
My name is Georgina Newman.
Number 3.
My name is Georgina Newman.
All right, only one of them is, of course, and here is Georgina Newman's migratory message. Oh, ladies, don't move back. Number 3, don't leave us so soon. You're too pretty. Come back and stand on your mark. There you go. Here's the way the story goes. It says, I, Georgina Newman, have completely changed my lifestyle. Just 10 years ago, my husband and I were part of the New York City advertising and publishing world. After a vacation in Wyoming, we decided not to go back east. Instead, we decided to bring a touch of New York sophistication to a ghost town in Wyoming called Atlantic City, which was a gold rush town in 1868. We opened a restaurant now called the Miner's Delight, which was named for the principal gold mine there. And instead of serving the local specialties of steak and frozen lobster tails, we serve only exquisite gourmet food. Our clients never know what they're getting to eat because we decide at the last minute whether the meal for the day will be blanquette de veau, tornadoes with béarnaise, or breast of chicken under glass. Well, we must be doing something right. Although we are the most expensive restaurant in our area, hungry customers come to eat at our restaurant from as far away as 300 miles. Signed, Georgina Newman. About. I haven't been to Atlantic City in years. Let's go to Tom Kennedy, please.
I thought they were tornadoes.
In Wyoming, yes.
Number 3. Why was Atlantic City named Atlantic City out there in Wyoming?
Because it's on the Atlantic side of the Continental Divide. The Pacific side is Pacific Ocean.
That
so
makes
it would be
a lot
Pacific
of sense.
City.
Number 2, how long have you been in Atlantic City, if it doesn't say here? 10 years ago, I see.
10 years.
I'm sorry, I answered my own question. How long did you live in New York before that?
Oh, most of the adult life, I would say.
You're not
you
going
really
to tell
want
us your
Jake?
age, are you?
If I can help it, yes.
All right, number 1, in New York City, you were in the publishing field, is that?
Yes, that's correct.
How does that in any way qualify you for the restaurant business?
Well, it doesn't. That's just the beauty of it.
Well, number 3, and it's a gourmet shop.
This is Tom, and we go down to Peggy.
Thank you. Number 1, what is a croquant bouche?
A croquant bouche is a sandwich which is made of cheese and ham, which is grilled on
Thank you. Now, number 3, what's vitello tonato?
I have no idea.
Thank you. And number 2, what does the word Coors mean to you if you were a beverage?
Beverage?
Coors.
As in C-O-U-R-S?
C-O-O-R-S.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking of the wrong one. Not with a beverage.
Okay, thank you. Number 1, what is the kind of alcohol that is, when you make chicken merengue, what kind of alcohol do you put in it?
I use red wine.
Thank you. And number 3, how long...
Hey, thanks to you, Peggy. We're going to go to Bill.
Well, knowing little or nothing about food, I'll dwell on the New York aspect of your life, number 3. You said your husband and you were in the publishing and art field, is that correct? Number 3?
Well, my husband was in the advertising business, and I was in the publishing business.
What advertising outfit was he with? Can you mention that?
Well, at one time he was with the Cudner Agency, and another time he was with an Urban Waising Agency,
and I'll then go to number 1. You went to Wyoming, and you decided to stay there because why? You just didn't like the New York life, or what? I won't put
it
words.
got to be a little bit hectic, and it was so beautiful out there. And my husband had a high blood pressure condition, so that we felt life would be much simpler and much more agreeable, which it is.
You mean that you think that life in Wyoming, in Atlantic City, that little town, is more relaxing than life here in New York City?
Indeed it is.
I believe that.
Could you? Let's finish with Kitty, please.
Well, I'm fascinated. Number 2, who else lives in this ghost town?
Originally, when we first got there, 3 people.
And where do you, number 3, where do you do your shopping? Number 3. Number 3. Where do you do your shopping?
Well, 35 miles away. Land of Wyoming. 35 miles away. Land of
number 1,
Wyoming.
how many people live there now?
17.
And number 2, how much do your meals cost?
Per person,
Yeah.
$6.50, which is very high.
And number 3, how many people does your restaurant seat?
36 people.
And number 1, how near are you to Cody?
We are about 400 miles.
Oh my goodness, you're really in the middle of nowhere.
Yes, we are.
You'll get
And
me
number
from
2, have you
Wyoming.
got any children? They go to school out there or anything?
The schools are excellent out there.
But they go quite far away, no?
I am sorry, Kitty. We're going to have to stop asking and start making a decision. So you'll find a ballot in front of you, and we'll take a look at our ladies. We'll look at number 1, and we'll look at number 2, and we'll look at number 3. The usual penalties are in force, of course, and Tom Kennedy starts us.
Well, I think, Gary, I forgot to write it down, but while I'm talking. Number 1 has on a Max Factor type suntan. The other 2 have real Wyoming type suntans, but I think number 3 is the one who had the most explicit answers and the best tan.
That being so, why did you end up down on number 1? He's a guest. He can change. He's a guest. He can change. He can too.
Whatever.
No, you want 3?
Huh?
Oh, that's to you. That means I'm
Well,
wrong.
listen, he hasn't heard anybody else's opinion, so it doesn't make
haven't
any
heard
difference.
anyone.
He hasn't been influenced by either Kitty or Peggy, so he's got it 3. I'm making my own
thank you.
rules. We're going to go down to Peggy.
Well, number 2 didn't know that Coors is that swell beer they have out in Colorado and Wyoming. I can't imagine living out there and not knowing about that beer. Number 1 didn't know that brandies and chicken merengue and you were thinking of croque monsieur, croque bambouches, the little profiteroles. So I voted for 3 because not everybody knows about Vitello Tornado.
I did.
It's tuna fish and veal.
All right, we got a pair of 3s, and we're going to go to Bill Cullen.
Well, that's true. I didn't hold with what number 3 said about the advertising business. And number 2 did not know Coors Beer, which is the beer in that area. So for that reason, acting along the same logic that Tom Kennedy did, I voted for number 1. And if you want to insist that I change, I'll be
stuck with your 2
See,
because
it's
you've been
number
around here. A pair of 3s and a 2 and a Kitty
I
Carlisle.
weighed very carefully the Coors beer, and I realized that Coors beer is very famous out there.
Yep.
But this lady is a gourmet cook, and she knows all about French wines and French
And what
food.
does she serve with sauerkraut?
She doesn't serve sauerkraut. She said blanquette de veau and all that chicken under glass, so I voted for number 2.
Well, gee, number 1, I did you out of a vote. I'm sorry about that, but you did. Tom did mean to go for number 3. We got him split 2 down the middle, so will the real. Georgina Newman,
It's 1.
please stand up.
There she.
Georgina. Georgina, we'll be back to you. Number 1, I cheated you out of a vote, so you're going to get
You'll
50
owe
bucks.
me one.
I'm going to pay you $50 anyway.
That's beautiful.
So what's your real name and what do you do?
My name is Betty Marks, and I'm a literary agent.
Hey, nice to have you. Number 2 with 2 big wrong votes. What is your real name? What do you do?
My name is Isabel Riley. I work with the Gene Riley Group. We do attitudinal research. In my spare time, I run a house and 7 children.
Mrs. Newman and friends, thank you all very much. You've given us a good time here on To Tell the Truth. Off you go. And so, friends, until the same time tomorrow, this is your White Tornado saying goodbye for us and for all the panel, and we hope that you'll come back again.
Transportation and other consideration provided by Pan American World Airways, featuring theater in the air, international flight food service, tours on tape, and weather insurance, all new from the world's most experienced airline. Our central characters today get an elegant wardrobe from Cyril Shirtmaker, styled with a master's touch. New long points in today's exciting colors and stripings from Cyril. Prizes or product mentions were furnished and or paid for by the manufacturers or supplier of the products or services identified on this program. This is Johnny Olson speaking for To Tell the Truth, the Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Rescue target game.
Shoots away! Shoots away!
Dick, can we go home now? Why, Gabriel?
Have you heard about soccer boppers yet? They're great. Just roll them up, push in the stem, slip your hand inside, and you're ready.
Here's another challenging toy, Silly Sword. Just blow up the soft vinyl blade, pull it through the collar, twist in the handle, and you're ready for action.
Soccer boppers come two to a package. Silly Sword includes inflatable blade, collar, and handle, sold separately from Sensible.
Mouse power, Mickey Mouse power. The Mouse Power Ranch is lots of fun, but it takes mouse power to make it run.
You wind Mickey's arm up, that's the key. And that's what sets all the mouse power free.
Mouse power. The horse and wagon move all around. Mouse power makes all the hay come down.
The Mouse Power Ranch is lots of fun, and you get mouse power to make it run.
Mouse power, Mickey Mouse power. The Mouse Power Ranch. Other mouse power sets also available. A fun toy by Remco.
Director Lloyd Gross, recording date May 18th, 1977. Take one.
Little and get her.
Gentlemen from New York City, Joe Garagiola.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome to Tell the Truth. And as you can see in these cages, we have them filled with parakeets. Now, lots of people own parakeets these days, and the chances are pretty good that their pets came from the hometown of our first guest. And we'll meet our Paragon parakeeter in a moment, right after we say hello to our panel, okay?
Here is Bill Collins. Peggy Cass. Frank Field. And Kitty Carlisle.
Okay, everybody admiring the parakeets, and got one right next to me right here. So I'll tell you what, we're going to just go right into it and say, let's meet, and listen to this introduction. Let's meet a cagey guy.
Number one, what is your name, please?
My name is Gary Scott.
Number two.
Gary Scott.
And number three.
My name is Gary Scott.
Boy, number two didn't fool around. Number three wasn't taking any chances, was he, huh? I'll tell you what, well, panel, it's up to you to find out who the real Gary Scott is. And here are his paragraphs on parakeets. I, Gary Scott, raise and sell parakeets. Would you believe that we sell about 10,000 birds a week for pets? Parakeets come in 90 different colors, and they're smart, too. One parakeet I know has a 4,000-word vocabulary. I raise them in Waurika, Oklahoma, the parakeet capital of the world. And it was in Waurika where we featured the greatest parakeet show on earth. Everyone agreed that it was strictly for the birds. Signed, Gary Scott. Just wondering if you had an Italian parakeet, if he did 4,000 words, what would he use, his feet instead of his hands? Those kind of things get to me. Hey, we're going to find out more about Gary Scott, but first, let's listen to these great messages. Never mind. They're all checking the parakeets here, but it's not here we're worried about. It's over there with the caged parakeets are three fellas, and one of them is Gary Scott. And he raises and he sells the popular pet. And we're going to start off with our weatherman who always brings his cold air masses from Canada, and today he's going to bring us some questions.
Little
Frank
hot air.
Field, yes.
Number one. Joe Garagiola has a vocabulary of 3,000 words. You say you have a parakeet with a vocabulary of 4,000. That's correct.
Nice, Frank.
All right. Number two. What kind of temperature would one raise a parakeet in? What's the ideal climate?
There really isn't an ideal climate, but most people try to keep them at room temperature.
Number three. What's one of the big problems in maintaining parakeets? What kind of diseases are they prone to?
Well, it's commonly known as parrot disease, parrot fever.
Psittacosis?
Yes, sir.
I made it up. Number one. Number one, why do they call the bird a parakeet?
Well, the parakeet originally comes from Australia, and the correct name is the Australian shell parakeet.
Kitty.
Number one, you mean to say to me that that bird, any of those birds can talk 4,000 words?
Not every bird.
But what do they say when they talk?
Well, whatever you teach them. You have to take a baby parakeet. A lot of people are mistaken by buying adult parakeets, and they try to teach them to talk, and you cannot teach an adult parakeet to talk.
Well, number two, what do your parakeets say to you?
Whatever you teach them.
Well, number two, rather, how long do they live?
Oh, about 15 years if something doesn't happen to them.
Number three, can they bear to live alone, or do they live better if there are two of them at once, male and female?
They live better together.
They enjoy themselves more.
Yes, as a male and female, they enjoy themselves together. Yeah.
I love that sentence. Did you love that sentence? Okay, Bill.
I like to pursue how they enjoy themselves. No. Number three, you say you can teach a parakeet to say most anything. Are there any sounds that a parakeet cannot make?
Yes.
What, pray tell, are they, number three?
I don't know. I'd probably have a lot of trouble teaching them to say Bill Cullen.
Oh, really? Number two, when you buy a parakeet, aside from its health and its age, what else, if you buy one that talks, what else enters into the price?
Well, the color, for one thing.
Number two, do minor birds talk? Do they have a larger vocabulary than a parakeet?
A minor bird has an excellent vocabulary. I don't believe it's any better than a parakeet.
Number one, when you buy a used bird, no, I mean you can buy a pre-trained bird. Is that not so?
That is correct.
How much would a parakeet cost me with a vocabulary of, say, 400 words, number one?
A lot would depend on the pet shop, the person that came into the pet shop, but could run you anywhere from $50 to $200.
Number two, isn't 4,000...
Buzzer, and let's go to Peggy Cash.
Thank you. Number two, can all of these birds here talk?
No, they cannot.
Which ones can talk that are here?
None of these particular birds do talk.
Oh, didn't bring us your finest, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, number three, I think this Snow White one here is absolutely beautiful. Now, how much would that bird be? Considering it can't say anything, I want a good price.
In Manhattan, probably about $12.
Oh, that's not bad. Now, number one, what do the English people, you see little English spinsters with these birds. What's the name? What do they call them over there?
In England?
Yeah.
That I do not know.
Oh, thank you. Number three, do you know?
Parakeets.
Number three, boy, he's a beauty, isn't he? Well, I'll tell you what, they're going to have to vote. They're going to have to mark their ballots. And what do you think? Do you think it's number one? Or do you think it's number two? Or do you think it's number three? Now, we pay $50 for each incorrect vote and $500 if all the votes are wrong. Now, Dr. Frank Field, you got us started. How did you vote?
All right, I'm taking number two. He seemed to know a little more about parakeets, so just a hunch.
Okay, just a hunch. Kitty?
Well, they were all very good, and they all had sort of Western accents, Middle Western accents. I went for number two. I don't think a bird like that would cost
$50 to $200, even though he can talk a little bit.
Okay. Bill Cullen.
Well, you know, we have a rule on this show that if we have seen some of the people on the show, whether they're right or wrong, we can question but not vote. Well, I have to disqualify myself because I met one of those gentlemen in the men's room, which,
Well, what does that got to do with this?
well, I want you to know where I met the man. Because you might...
How do you answer Kitty's question?
How'd you know he was the real one?
He had his bird in his hand.
Oh. Off the ice! Get out of here! In the penalty box, boy. That's 15 yards. Illegal use of the mouth, boy. Oh. In a penalty box. Okay. All right, Peggy, try to save the show. This is a family show.
Well, Bill.
Oh, Bill Cullen.
Well, I happen to know that in England they call these dogs, these dear sweet little birds, budgregars or budgies. So I voted for number 2, you filthy thing.
I tell you, we're not going to be around for. Let's ask that question. Will the real Gary Scott please stand up? Okay. All right. Gary, while you get ready, he's going to get ready for a demonstration. And there's no other way to say it with this bird, the parakeet. And we'll find out who the imposters are. Cullen, you're ruining it for everybody. Number 1, what is your name and what do you do?
My name is Walt Hudson. I'm originally from Columbia, South Carolina. I now work in New York City for Fieldcrest Mills.
Okay. Number 3, what is your name and what do you do?
My name is Troy Ferguson, and I'm originally from Rock Hill, South Carolina. I'd never seen him before yesterday. And I'm a country music singer. I'm the leader of the group known as Troy Ferguson, Sue Smith, and the Country Gentlemen. And we work in Manhattan.
Okay. Let's find out about the parakeet and Gary Scott. Gary, you got one in your hand.
Yes, sir, I sure do.
Now, first of all, are you hurting that bird? Look like you're squeezing it.
Not at all. I just barely got a hold of it.
Just barely got a hold of him. Now,
this is so he can't bite me.
Now, how do I know if I'm buying, is this a baby or an adult?
This is an adult bird. The way you would tell whether it's a baby or not would be the lines across its forehead. It would be a baby bird if it had lines going across its forehead, black lines.
What are you doing by spreading his wing? Is that the way you buy a bird?
This is so that people can see that it's fully feathered and in good shape, you know.
Now, how much would that bird cost?
About $10, $12.
Hey, that's pretty good. That'd be worth buying. It's a pretty one. Gary, thank you very much, and I'm sorry you had to meet Bill Cullen in the men's room there. But thank you very much for playing our game, and thank you, our 2 imposters. Oh, boy. Well, I'll tell you what. Our next guest says he has a solution to one of the biggest problems facing the United States, the oil shortage. So that ought to make you stick around. See, we are still here, and we're glad you came back, because right now we're going to meet a man with an answer to our gasoline shortage.
Number one, what is your name, please?
My name is John Ware Lincoln.
Number two?
My name is John Ware Lincoln.
And number three?
My name is John Ware Lincoln.
Listen now to John Ware Lincoln's Fuel for Thought. I, John Ware Lincoln, have a solution to one of the major issues facing the United States, the oil shortage and rising gasoline prices. The answer is methanol, or wood alcohol. When added to gasoline in a 10% solution, it can significantly decrease pollution, increase mileage, and requires no engine changes. And what's even more important, methanol can be made from solid waste. And if 90% of all such waste were converted to methanol, our dependence on foreign oil for motor fuel would be totally eliminated. I've expounded my theories in a book entitled Methanol and Other Ways Around the Gas Pump. Signed, John Ware Lincoln. I tell you, if we start using solid waste and I tell that gas station guy to fill it up, I ain't going to look, I'll tell you that.
It won't look like that by the time you get it.
You've been hanging around Bill Cullen. Let's begin the questioning with Kitty Carlisle.
He's corrupted everybody, it's true. Now, Mr. Lincoln, number one, if this is true, why hasn't it been adopted yet? It seems so logical, the way it's just been explained.
The need for it hasn't arisen until very recently.
Well, but the need is here now. Number two, why hasn't it been adopted universally?
Well, that's because the production of methanol at this point is very limited. It's about 1 billion gallons.
Number three, is it expensive to convert solid waste into methanol?
It's expensive at the moment, but with proper development, if it were done in the volume that gasoline is, it would be considerably cheaper.
And number two, what would it add to our fuel bill then, when we added this to the ordinary gas?
Quite a considerable amount at this time, but at a later period it could be much less.
Thank you. Number one, is it not true that solid waste has been converted into building blocks for houses and things like that?
Yes, but at a certain expense.
Well, is your...
Whoop, buzzer. Now let's go to Silver Tongue Cullen.
Sir, if you'll pardon the expression, sir, is methane gas the gaseous form of methanol? Number three, excuse me, I should have...
Yes, it is.
Staying with you, number three, is there any place now where methanol generators are in use on a small scale for private use?
Yes, there's a number of places where methanol is used at the present time.
Number one, do you know where they would be primarily, number one?
Yes, most of the chemical companies have methanol production.
On a private sense, number one. Person,
yes,
where would that be? Just for an individual?
In boat yards, a great deal of methanol is provided for antifreeze.
Number two, do people on their farms create methanol or methane gas?
No, they do not.
Is there any relationship between methanol and swamp gas or methane and swamp gas?
They're all gaseous forms.
Number three, on a farm can't...
Buzzer, and let's go to Peggy.
Thank you. Number one, are the big gas companies for this?
No, not entirely.
Well, I mean, would they support it, or they think it's a rotten idea?
At least two of them are able to blend other things with gasoline now.
Well, now, number three, would a 10% decrease in the use of gasoline in this country absolutely eliminate the oil shortage?
It would reduce considerably the oil shortage. It would, so far as the use in automobiles.
Thank you. Number two, is methylated, this stuff, is it the same as methylated spirits that the drunks use?
No, it is not.
Oh, because that I think is cheaper, not cheap enough to use in your tank. And number three, what is it's cheap enough to use in their tanks. Number three, what is your background?
I have a Master of Science.
And number one?
I have a Bachelor of Architecture, Bachelor of Science.
Thank you. Now, number two...
buzzer, Frank Field.
Number one, in order to burn this fuel, what kind of engine would you need?
In blends of the mixture, no changes are necessary.
Number two, what kind of an engine would you need in order to burn this special kind of fuel?
We can convert the present engine for about $100.
Number three, is there an engine that can burn this fuel?
Yes, the internal combustion engine can be modified to burn the fuel.
Number three, is manure a good source of... Excuse me, Bill. I was... yeah. Is manure a good source of methane?
Yes.
For this production? Number two, did you say that there was a place in somewhere where this is being used? It was Bill's earlier question.
Well, it's being currently used in West Germany.
Number one, how much of this material can be produced in a short time?
1 billion gallons a year is produced now. That's 1% of the gasoline production.
Well, that means that our game's over. Now it's time to vote. Do you think it's number one? Or do you think it's number two? Or do you think it is number three? $50 each incorrect vote, $500 if all the votes are wrong. And Kitty, you got us started. How did you vote?
Well, very often, very clever inventors only have a BA, and I think that he knew about 1% of all the fuel being used now is that what is it called? Methanol gas. So I voted for number one.
Number one. All right. Bill Cullen.
Well, numbers 1 and 2 didn't seem to either, perhaps it was the way I phrased my question, be aware of the methane generators or things like that they have on farms. And they do, both also using other farm waste, our garbage and things like that. So number 3, I didn't get a chance to ask him. I voted for him.
Okay. Peggy.
Well, I thought they were all adorable, but I thought number 1 was really terrific.
Okay.
Well, I voted... Let's see, I voted for number 3 because I did not meet him in the men's room, and...
The logic on this show, you just can't argue with it. All right, that's kind of unique. The ladies voted for 1, the men voted for 3, and we'll find out now when we ask that great question, will the real John Ware Lincoln please stand up? Let's find out who the imposters are. Number 2, what is your name and what do you do, sir?
My name is Dr. William H. Van Precht. I'm a psychoanalytic psychotherapist at the Adler Clinic in New York City.
And number 3, what is your name and what do you do, sir?
I'm Ralph Chamberlain. I'm Director of Development for the Salvation Army.
Mr. Lincoln, let me ask you, how far away are we from this? Are we ever going to get there? Won't the big gasoline company stop you from it?
No, we could start doing it tomorrow in a very small way, adding a small percentage of methanol or one of the other alcohols to our gasoline. The engine of an internal combustion car is very tolerant. It's already accepted large proportions of this during the last war in Europe.
Are you receiving opposition now to your idea from anybody?
None at all.
None at all. Well, are we close or are we pretty far away from it?
There are several bills before Congress to initiate methanol production.
Mm-hmm. Well, we thank you for coming by and playing our game. We thank you, our 2 imposters. Thank you very much.
Our central characters today will receive this FMAM portable with TV band from General Electric. Lets you enjoy TV sound without a TV set. In the kitchen, outside, or anywhere. And Joe DiMaggio says Mr. Coffee with exclusive coffee savers saves coffee, saves money. And Bissell's revolutionary new Century 2 sweeper cleans to the wall and around furniture with unique corner brushes. Sweeps all floor surfaces. Bissell.
Now, you have to admit that this show was a bit unique thanks to our good friend, Mr. Bill Cullen. Bill, we thank you, and you and your friends. We'll see you again. So long, everybody.
In addition to the cash awards, our first team of challengers will receive Sarah Coventry, the exclusive fashion jewelry you can buy from the brand. Sarah Coventry, jewelry with know-how. And our second team will receive Turtle Wax Super Hard Shell Car Wax Kit with high-speed applicator, a pre-whip formula that cleans, waxes, and seals in the shine from Turtle Wax. This is Alan Coulter speaking for To Tell the Truth, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Continuing tomorrow on the 4:30 movie here on Channel 7.
Presenting McDonald's Star Trek meal. Parents, take a good look. It's the only meal approved for your kids by the United Federation of Planets. Outside, the Enterprise, action, intrigue. 5 exciting boxes based on Star Trek, the motion picture. Inside, a regular hamburger, fries, soft drink, a McDonald and cookie sampler, and a Star Trek prize. Star Trek meal, games, jokes, puzzles. Your kids will love them. McDonald's Star Trek meal.
Just got it. My first new car. This 1980 Chevy Monza. Low price, easy on gas. You don't have to get a foreign car to get that. You see, I heard they're building more small Chevys than ever. So I just walked in and drove out with what I wanted. Low price, easy on gas. Chevy Monza's got it. Now I've got it.
Yes, Chevy's got it. Just come to get it. Get a brand new Chevrolet.
So do mine.
But Breath Savers last long. It tastes great.
Same with mine.
But Breath Savers are sugar-free.
Sugar-free?
New Breath Savers are sugar-free. Delicious blue-in-the-middle Breath Savers, packed with a long-lasting breath freshener.
I'll try Breath Savers, because I want fresh breath, but I don't want sugar. Mind if I try one?
Hey, Vicks Sinex Long Acting's amazing.
Lasted you through the day's plowing.
More than that. Got me breathing more like my old self again.
Vicks Sinex Long-Acting Nasal Spray not only lasts up to 10 hours, but clinical tests show it's so effective it can have you breathing like your old self again.
Amazing. Sinex lasted you through the long haul. Oh, more than that. Got me breathing more like my old self again.
Vicks Sinex is long-acting. More than that, it can have you breathing like your old self again.
Tuesday on Happy Day.
I think that is disgraceful.
Joni's going all the way to make her boyfriend happy, but Fonzie's going to stand in her way. Then it's 1 in a Million, America's new hit comedy.
Simmons, I have a problem.
Well, have you tried a new shampoo?
The world's richest woman is still speaking out.
Tomorrow.
Don't worry, Mom, I'm eating right.
Don't worry, Mom. I'm eating right.
Don't worry, Mom. They're eating at Arby's roast beef restaurants. Eating Arby's slow-roasted, so wholesome roast beef sandwiches. Slices and slices of tender roast beef.
The kind of roast beef Arby's takes the time to make right.
Don't worry, Ma. I'm eating right.
Billy?
Mother!
Button your shirt.
Don't worry, Mom. They're eating right at Arby's.
car and driver on the TR-7. It tracks as straight as a laser. Peeling back the top reveals a roomy and striking interior. This is one of the great remaining bargains. Motor Trend. With several thousand miles on the clock, the TR-7 convertible still felt tight and solid. All things considered, it's an exhilarating car to drive. Road and track. The TR-7 convertible must rank as one of the most comfortable, practical, and entertaining sports cars on the market today. Triumph TR-7, the sports car for the open-minded.
Tonight, a new night for Angie.
I got a headache.
Angie sees the fire go out of her marriage.
Thank you. Chicken lips.
And tries some new tactics to fan the flame. Then, meet one of the year's best-selling authors, the only one who's also a cop.
You watch that mouth of yours or I'm going to put a fist in it.
Dennis Weaver.
You're under arrest! Hold it!
The premiere of Stone.
Tomorrow on Three's Company, Chrissy and Janet try to get Jack to shape up. Then Lotka goes gaga over a beautiful visitor from the old country on Taxi. Then Jennifer's life hangs in the balance while Jonathan duels a sadistic swordsman on Heart to Heart. Now stay tuned as Angie is afraid the fire has gone out of her marriage. Next, here on ABC.
10-Speed Turner had a lot of things I didn't have. Police record, a bag of hot money, and enemies. Until he gave them all to me.
Everything you've heard about him is true.
10-Speed on Brown Shoe.
Just a little touch and a strong little touch. Just a little touch, just not what I see.
Evita at the Broadway Theater.
Ooh la la, Sassoon. Ooh la la, Sassoon. Sassoon.
A coffee like a man should have character. It should be distinctive and rich. Savoring. The coffee with character.
The death penalty at 11.
He's got to finish his spinach before he can come out. The snow will melt by then.
Eating right during the winter is important, but as a government survey has shown, 9 out of 10 preschoolers didn't get the recommended levels of iron, and 5 out of 10 didn't get enough vitamin C or A. But Flintstones Plus Iron helps make sure kids get the iron and 10 essential vitamins they need. Flintstones, we make them for kids, because the odds are against them.
I'm finished. So are we.
I went into Wendy's for the first time. I had a hot and juicy, and I loved it. That night, I had a wonderful dream. I took hot and juicies everywhere. All I could think about was that juicy meat, those juicy toppings. So, I decided to devote myself to bringing pleasure to people just as I have found it. You want a real good hamburger?
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Tom McKee.
Number 2.
My name is Tom McKee.
And number 3.
My name is Tom McKee.
Only one of these people is the real Tom McKee and has sworn to tell the truth. And now, from Studio 6A in New York's Rockefeller Center, let's meet our panel. Our Prince of Poetry, Nipsey Russell. Star of their Playing Our Song on Broadway, Anita Gillette. The ham that made West Virginia famous, Soupy Sales. And Broadway's favorite Texas Madam, Fanny Flagg. And that's our panel. And here's the host of To Tell the Truth, Robin Ward.
Thank you. Such a good-looking studio audience. Wish I could turn the camera on you. Just look terrific. It's great to see you here. You open your envelopes and follow along as I read. It's exhausting. I, Tom McGee, a U.S. Navy pilot, am really flying. In 46 appearances on the daily television game show Tic-Tac-Dough, I won 88 consecutive games and came away with cash and prizes worth more than $312,000. My prizes included 8 cars, 3 boats, 2 canoes, a piano, a hot tub, and 16 different luxury vacations.
My word.
My win makes me the biggest winner ever in the history of television game shows. Signed, Tom McGee. Let's start the questioning with Anita.
Oh, number one. Was tic-tac-toe your biggest, you won the most money on tic-tac-toe?
That was the only show that I did.
Oh, the only show. Number two, was that the only show you won?
That's right.
That
The only
much?
game show.
Number three, did you have to have a lot of luck or more knowledge? I don't know that show.
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. Number two, what do the income tax people do to you?
They haven't done anything yet. Won't do it until April of '81.
Number
It's gonna
one,
be close.
do you know what they're going to do? I mean, do they take away half of your money or what?
No, it's income averaging, and it's going to put me in a lower tax bracket, I hope.
I see. Number two,
And we go to Soupy.
Yeah, you won all those prizes. If you lived in New York, you could open your own bank. Number one, who produces Tic-Tac-Toe?
It's Barry Enright.
Number two, who's the host?
Martin.
Number three, how did you get on the show?
Just call them up and ask them to take the test that they give.
Number one, have you heard from a lot of relatives and things about all the prizes?
Well, quite a few, yeah.
Number two, you're going to sell the prizes, you're going to keep them?
I've already sold some. A lot of them are in my garage.
Yeah, I don't know. Number three, what is the, I'm sorry, I didn't hear, what was the total winnings? Did it say how much it was?
$312,000.
What's the income tax on that, number three?
It's going to depend. We haven't figured it all out yet, but it's going to be somewhere around 70 to 80,000.
And we go to Fanny.
number two, are you married?
Yes.
Oh, number one. Number three,
Yes.
you're married? I see. Number one, let me ask you this. Now, on these 16 trips, where did you get foreign countries?
No, I haven't gone on any of the trips. I have a year to use them, but being in the Navy, I simply don't have the opportunity to go to places like Tahiti or Bangkok.
Do you have something to Europe?
One trip was to Brussels, Vienna, and I believe the Tyrolean Alps, but I'm not going to be going on that one either.
82, we'll do it. Number three, when you won all of these things, were you just totally stunned? Were you able to just keep going, or?
Well, obviously I kept going, but...
Well, now let me ask you something. Are you in the Navy?
Yes.
How could you get out of the Navy?
And we go to Nipsey.
Number one, at what studio is that show taped?
That's done at Television City in Hollywood.
Yeah, number two, which produces that, Jack Barry or Dan Enright?
Jack Barry.
I see. Number three, what does one have to avoid on that board to keep? Is it a dragon? Is it a?
Yeah, it's a dragon.
Okay. Number three, you say it will be only $70,000 tax on $312,000 income?
Roughly.
All right. Number one, you say that money will put you in a lower tax bracket?
Through income averaging, yes, and not all the prizes were cash.
I see. In averaging income, how many years back do they go?
One.
Oh, I see. All right. Number two.
Ringing the bell, and that means time is up, and now it's time, panel, to vote for number one, for number two, or for number three. Whoever, in your opinion, is the real Tom McKee, and we pay $100 for each incorrect vote. And 4 incorrect votes will give our team of challengers $500. So the ballot's all marked, panel. Anita, have you made your decision?
Well, yes, I've made a decision. I don't know exactly why. I just think number one seems to know more. I really have no idea.
Okay, and Soupy, who got you?
Well, they all three were great. Number two had problems figuring out. He said Martindale, and I think if you had that kind of money, you'd know him backwards and forwards. And number one knew right away it was Barry and Enright in the studio. I'm not saying number one.
All right, and Fanny, who got your vote?
Well, I wasn't on that show, and I have trouble saying Wink Martindale. I voted for number two because he just looks tickled to death and he looks happy.
And Nipsey, who'd you vote for?
Well, I had number two in mind, but it's really Dan Enright who is the line producer of that show, who's there most of the time. So I went for number three. I know that you go back 5 years in averaging income.
All right, you voted for number three, as do some of our studio audience. Now we're going to find out which of these people is in fact making his 48th appearance on a game show this very day. Will the real Tom McKee please stand up? Now, through the courtesy of the producers, we have a bit of videotape of Tom's last appearance on Tic-Tac-Toe. If you just watch the monitor here, you'll see Tom in action. 88 games. You missed 32 questions also out of 385. And you were on, as I mentioned, 46 shows. Ladies and gentlemen, that is quite an accomplishment, is it not? Of course, you're already in the Guinness Book of World Records, and you sort of set a hallmark for contestants to follow on this show and all other game shows, Tom. Tom, congratulations. Marvelous. Before we talk to Tom, let's find out who our imposters are. Number one, you got yourself 2 votes. Would you tell us, please, who you are and what you do?
My name is Sherwood Brooks, and I'm a pilot and traffic reporter at WSYR Radio in Syracuse, New York.
Yeah, that's correct. And number 2, can you tell us about yourself?
I'm Peter Van Winkle, Senior Vice President, Sunbanks of Florida.
Oh, fantastic. Tom, this is you. You've won $312,000. This is an all-time record in game shows. With your cut of today's show, it'll be $166, and it's a Tell the Truth T-shirt. So it's really fantastic. There were 3 incorrect votes. You've won yourselves $300. Thank you for joining us on the show. We'll see 2 of you on one-on-one. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll be back after these messages, so stay where you are.
Remember when a candy bar used to cost a dime? Now, Robin?
We are back, and let's meet our next team of challengers.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Lenore Madruga.
Number 2.
My name is Lenore Madruga.
And number 3.
My name is Lenore Madruga.
All right, panel, once again, you can open your envelopes and follow along if you would as I read. I, Lenore Madruga, am a wife and mother, and until 1974 also had a successful career as a model and fashion commentator. Then I fell victim to cancer, to which I lost my left leg and part of my pelvis. I fought off dependence on painkillers and was determined to live as normally as human will and modern technology would allow. I worked with a specialist to design an artificial limb that was virtually indistinguishable from my real one. Once I learned to use it, there was no stopping me. Within months, I was back at work and again able to dance, drive a car, ride horses, and even water ski. My book about this experience shares its name with a foundation I've started for amputees like me. It is called One Step at a Time. Signed, Lenore Madruga. And welcome in. It's good to see you. And panel, these 3 courageous ladies all claim to be Lenore Madruga. Let's start the questioning with Nipsey.
Number 1, is the car that you drive equipped with a gear mechanism that can be done just by the hand?
No, it isn't. I drive a sports car.
Is it a regular gear shift sports car? Number 2, you say you were a wife and a mother? Did you have your child before your illness?
Yes, I did.
And sticking with number 2, what you say you back to dancing?
Yes.
Just any kinds of dancing?
Disco dancing.
Disco dancing?
That's what I was doing beforehand.
Now, number 3, the affidavit stated that the leg was indistinguishable in sight from your real leg. Is it made of some fabric different from ordinary prosthetic legs are made?
Well, it's made from metal underneath, and then it has foam rubber on the top, and then it's...
And we go to Anita.
Oh, we do? Oh, okay. Number 1, how long was your rehabilitation period?
With the prosthetic limb?
Yes.
I got the limb, and in about 2 weeks I was walking.
In 2 weeks. Number 2, what company made your...
It wasn't a company. No. It was a private prosthetist.
I see.
And he does this. People come to him, and you give him, he measures you and orders this. And there's no set company in this country. That's why I'm starting this organization, because I want to get an organized company so people know where to go, so it's standardized throughout the country.
Number 3, did you have to go through any chemotherapy when you had your cancer?
No chemotherapy, no.
I see. Number 1, did you have to have any chemotherapy?
No, they were able to turn me.
And we go to Soupy.
I really admire you, whoever it is, very much. Where did this happen, number 1?
At,
where are you from?
Oh, I'm from California.
Number 2, where are you from?
Tracy, California.
Number 3, where are you from?
Tracy, California.
Number 1, what does your husband do?
He's a rancher.
Number 2, you were a model for any agency?
No. I was doing runway modeling, and I was doing still photography for department stores. Things like
Number
that.
3, answer me this because I do not know. When you are a victim of cancer, do they ask you, I mean, is it, you should not have any more kids, or is is it advisable not to?
I could have had other children, but I would have been bedridden for quite a long time, and my husband and I discussed it and decided that it was better.
And we go to Penny.
Number 2, who publishes your book?
McGraw-Hill.
Number 3, Signet. Number 1,
McGraw-Hill, hardcover and paperback Signet.
is it out?
Yes.
Good. Is it selling?
It's in its 3rd printing.
Terrific. Number 2, you mentioned painkillers. What kind of painkillers were you?
Well, I was taking a morphine-like drug, and then I took anything at all because the pain was terrible. After you get a leg taken off, there's like a horrible phantom pain. And what happened was I got addicted to the drugs.
To morphine?
It was a morphine-like drug, and I took morphine and codeine and Darvon and any drug I'd take until I couldn't see anymore, and then I had to go to cold turkey.
They're ringing the bell panel, and that means the time is up, and now it's time to vote for number 1, for number 2, or for number 3. Whoever, in your opinion, is the real Lenore Madruga. And the ballot's all marked panel. Nipsey?
Yes.
Who'd you vote for?
Number 2 had the information about runway modeling, and the terminology was correct. But I took a different tack. I just went on the brightness and the cheeriness of the countenance while they were talking to us, and I picked number 1.
Okay. And Anita, who'd you vote for?
Yes, well, I felt very much like Nipsey. I felt that number 1 seems to have a thing about her, an aura. Yes.
Okay, and Soupy?
I thought they were all marvelous, and number 2 seemed to, I mean, she didn't pad her part to say that she was a big-time model or a big-time dancer and everything, and she seemed, when talking about the drug aspect of it, I voted for number 2.
All right, and Fanny, who got your vote?
I voted for number 2 because she seemed terribly intent upon getting her message across, and I wish her, whoever it is, luck.
Well, our panel is divided, as usual. Now we're going to find out, in fact, which of these ladies has had the courage to take life one step at a time. Will the real Lenore Madruga please stand up? Before we talk to Lenore, let's find out who our imposters are. Number 2, you got yourself a couple of votes. Would you tell us, please, who you are and what you do?
My name's Pat Doro, and I'm a dentist in private practice here in Manhattan.
And number 3, could you tell us something about yourself,
My
please?
name is Patsy Parasuti, and I'm a wife and mother.
All right. Now, we have some videotape of Lenore, which I'm sure you will find somewhat amazing. If you watch the monitor here, you'll see. Boy, that is amazing. How long before you could do this, Lenore?
Well, it's about a year after surgery, and the reason I did it is because the feeling of independence and freedom that I have on a water ski, it makes me feel quite whole and normal, and it, believe me, it's worth the strain and the effort to get on that water ski.
There you go. Well, Lenore, not only are you an incredibly charming person, but you're a great inspiration to other people across the country who've had this terrible illness.
Thank you.
It's a great pleasure to have you on the show. I'm sure many people out there would like to know where they can write to get more information on your organization.
Right.
You could tell us.
One step at a time, Tracy, California.
All right, that's simple enough.
Yes.
Thank you very much. There were 2 incorrect votes. You've won yourself $200. We're going to see 2 of you back on one-on-one, so don't go away. Lenore, continued success.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll be coming back right after these messages, so please don't go away.
Watch Prime Games and it doesn't make this year's cleanup a breeze. So call 1-800-652-6060. No COD orders, please. Why is everybody talking work?
I love to play games.
Here are 4 people you've met before. Coming up. Now, panel, you, of course, have run across Sherwood and Peter, who pretended to be Lieutenant Tom McKee, and, of course, Pat and Patsy, who just left us, who were imposters for Lenore Madruga. Now, you do know something about these people. There's one fact about one of them that we have withheld from you until this very moment. One of these four people is also involved in a fairly ordinary activity, except that they do it underwater. It's up to you to find out what the activity is and who does it. And Fanny, are you ready to question Sherwood?
I am ready.
Hit it, Mama.
Single Sherwood. Sherwood, what do you do under the water, honey?
Play golf.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Do you play with other people or by yourself?
No, there are three of us that play.
I see. What are the balls made out of?
Brass.
Fanny, is Sherwood our underwater golf player, yes or no?
Oh, who cares? Yes, I
That's
think
a
he is.
yes for Sherwood. And Soupy, are you ready to question Peter?
Yes.
Hit us.
Peter, what is it that you do?
I play hockey.
You play underwater?
Right.
How many guys are on the team?
5.
I want to go out and tell Chicken Little and Henny Penny about it. How long, what do you use a regular hockey puck? Do you...
Right, it's brass.
Brass?
Soupy, is Peter our underwater hockey player, yes or no?
Certainly,
That's
yes.
a yes for Peter. And Anita, are you ready to question Pat?
Pat, is it that you bat gold fillings around the bottom of the sea or something?
No.
What
I
do
play
you...
co-ed volleyball.
Co-ed volleyball underwater. Where do you do this activity?
We do it at the Health and Rec Club here in Manhattan.
In the swimming pool? I see. Do you have enough of the deep... You just do it in the water, though?
Yes.
I see. Do you...
Anita, does Pat play under the water, yes or no?
She said no. I mean, no, she plays in the water, not under it.
No, I said under.
Does she play in or under the water, yes or
No.
no? No for Pat. And Nipsey, you ready to question Pat?
Yes.
Start now.
Patsy, what do you do underwater?
I tap dance.
Tap dance underwater. Do you do it vertically or, upside down or
No, standing up.
standing up? Now, what's the surface of the pool like?
I do it in a box.
In a box?
Yes.
Underwater. Is there glass panels to the sides of the box? Can people see you do it?
I'm sorry, are there...
Are there glass panels to the sides of...
Nipsey, does Patsy put herself in a box and tap dance underwater, yes or no?
Well, of all the things that have been said here that are possible underwater, I'd say yes, she did.
That's a yes for Patsy. The decisions have been made, and now it's time for the truth. Will a real person who does something peculiar under the water please stand up?
You can't fool a brass ball.
There you go. Here's
Now, panel, I thought you might like to see what an underwater hockey stick looks like, and that's what it is right there. And speaking of brass, we have the brass puck here, which is a pretty heavy little devil. And we also have a tape to show you just how underwater hockey is played, if you look at your monitor here.
Game's great exercise. Developed so that anyone can play.
I wanted to ask about the scuba gear.
You have to use strategy and teamwork. Practically no body contact because the two hands have to be on the stick. Teams range in size from 3 for family pools to 5 for Olympic. You have tournaments, and like any tournament, you have a referee.
Is it across the line or in a net?
Across the line.
Across the line.
Deep end.
I guess playing hockey underwater kind of cuts down on your spectators, doesn't it?
We have a lot of underwater spectators.
Do you help out in the scuba gear?
We've had as many as 200 people.
Well, it's an interesting concept. I think it's probably an interesting game. I don't know. To each his own. There were 2 incorrect votes. You won $200. We thank you for joining us on One-on-One, and don't drown, okay? Thank you, Peter. Thanks for joining us. We'll be right back after these messages, so don't go anywhere.
Hours a day.
Poor Joe. I'll bet it was for transportation. I had no idea how much it would improve Marge and Joe's lives.
Call 1-800-909-7766 now for a free, no-obligation, in-home rascal demonstration. That's 1-800-909-7766. Call now.
Robin. Well, you know, this puck is heavy. Feel that?
It's not heavy. It's my brother.
It is. On that note, we will say goodbye. And
How about this note?
Thank you for joining us.
I look at it like this.
To our great studio audience, we thank you for coming down. We'll see you the same time next time on What Else? To Tell the Truth. Thanks so much. This is Alan Crawford
speaking for To Tell the Truth, a Mark Goodson, Bill Conlon production.
Allergies. Thankfully, there's new Pediacare Allergy. There's no alcohol, and it doesn't make her so sleepy. It has the formula pediatricians prefer over Benadryl Elixir. As long as she has allergies, I'll trust Pediacare.
These days, there are more pain relievers than ever. But last year, more people switched to Tylenol gel caps than any other. Extra strength Tylenol gel caps. Concentrated, powerful, easy to swallow. Join the switch to Tylenol gel caps.
Run down, run, it's Toyota. Shopping time.
It's Toyota shopping time.
It's Toyota.
Time is running out to get a great deal on 1990 Toyota cars and trucks.
You feel so good. 'Cause that's a real
Hurry, incentives up to $1,400 and money-saving option packages won't last long.
Going fast. Great Toyota deals while they last.
So hurry to your Toyota dealer for great year-end deals.
Toyota shopping time.
Two arch-rival breakfast cereals.
Total. Kellogg's Just Right.
Both 100% nutritious. So what might make one better than the other?
Just Right has vitamin B1. We have vitamin B1. Just Right has vitamin B2. B2. Just Right has iron. Oh, we have iron. Just Right has vitamin E. Oh, plenty of E. Just Right has vitamin B6. B6 here. Just Right has almonds. Just Right has sweet dates, plump raisins, plus 4 different tasty grains. Just Right has 2 out of 3 people preferring our taste, which means Just Right is just better.
Kellogg's Just Right. It's the taste that makes it just better.
Look who's about to change Monday night family comedy, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He's trying to fit in with his rich uncle's family.
Oh, this place is huge, man. Next time I go to my room, let's take some breadcrumbs.
With the butler.
Come with me, Master William. Make it sound like we back on the plantation, so we like, Master William, Master William.
And with his cousin.
Well, who are your heroes?
Well, my dad. And Brian Gumble, he's darn good.
Your family's gonna love The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, premiering on NBC next Monday.
Brain, I'd like to speak to you. Yes, you, Brain. You see, Brain, you're just like the body. You need exercise so you don't get weak and flabby and slow. See, the games you need to play are thinking, reading, studying, and questioning. The more you train, Brain, the better you'll feel about yourself. You'll be able to talk about things. You'll be able to see things, recognize them. You'll know everything. People will ask you questions. You'll have an answer, and you'll feel...
You know, I've always wondered about a lot of margarines and spreads that say they have a buttery taste. And you pin them down, there's no butter in them. Read the label on Kraft Touch of Butter spread and see for yourself. It's made with creamy, rich butter. Yep, just a touch. So when Kraft Touch of Butter says buttery taste, there's no doubt about it. I wouldn't serve anything less. Kraft Touch of Butter. A touch of real butter makes a real difference.
To take Kraft macaroni and cheese to Kraft cheese and macaroni. Want to be in it? Nah, but your float looks delicious. Eggs.
Kraft cheese and macaroni. The easiest.
I'm a Daily Sam.
I read that.
Got a hot story. Kraft potatoes with you should be cheese and potatoes.
And I suppose this is cheese and pasta?
That's the real scoop, doll.
Kraft side dishes. These are the cheesiest.
Have you heard the news about Simplest? I have. But Simplest just sounded too good to be true. You see, Simplest is a new, all-natural ingredient that not only replaces fat in delicious products like these, but puts back the taste. So it's out with the fat and in with the taste. Soon, foods like these will stay just as rich and creamy, but without the fat. Just look for this label on other labels, because, it really is true.
Try all-natural Simplest, only in new Simple Pleasures.
New Burger Buddies flame broiled mini cheeseburgers. 2 for the road. And no pickles for the big ones. To make a great new snack, sometimes you gotta break the rules.
From the recipes of great Country Inn come Country Inn rice dishes. Authentic rice recipes packed with rich, creamy cheeses or ripe kitchen-cut vegetables. Delicious Country Inn rice dishes from Uncle Ben's.
NBC Monday Night at the Movies will return following these messages.
The rules of etiquette in Bel Air. Never talk openly about wealth.
Yo, this place is huge, man. Next time I go to my room, we'll take some breadcrumbs.
Make polite conversation at parties.
I used to fence at Bel Air. Really? How much you think we could get for that stereo?
Fresh Prince of Bel Air, premiering on NBC next Monday.
Play the TV13 Wheel Deal, and you could win a fabulous prize.
Play Wheel Deal and win an introductory 6-month membership at Seven Flags Fitness and Racket Club in Des Moines, one of the top 10 facilities in the country. Or join now as a non-primetime member for as low as $29 a month.
To win, watch Wheel of Fortune weeknights at 6:30. When you see the Wheel Deal on your screen, be the first to call with the right answer. Watch Wheel of Fortune on TV13 and win. What every woman needs to know is at the 3rd Annual TV13 Des Moines Women's Show, September 7th through the 9th at Betts Auditorium.
Working at Hardee's not only gives me the opportunity to advance in my career, but also the help I need along the way.
Hardee's is a great place to work. I meet a lot of nice people.
Making biscuits from scratch makes me feel right at home. I enjoy helping our customers rise and shine every morning.
I meet so many great people work at the drive-thru window. I give them great food and quick, friendly service.
Here you go. Thank you. I go to college. Working at Hardee's provides me with flexible hours so I can work and study.
As employees, we receive the best training and guidance. The advancement opportunities are great.
Our employees at Hardee's are dedicated to quick and friendly service.
Hardee's, we always provide quality service. It's team effort that's important to us. Together, we bring you all kinds of good stuff.
This Labor Day, I'd like to salute Hardee's employees and our valued customers, the working people of Iowa. We tip our hats to you and Labor Day.
Labor Day celebrations across the country tonight at 10.
I'm using this other long-distance company. Try to call Phoenix, I misdialed Fiji. I call the operator. She says she can't give me instant credit. I say AT&T always did. She says, you're not dealing with AT&T.
If you miss dealing with AT&T, it's easier than ever to come back. Just call 1-800-421-0500 right now, and we'll switch you back for free.
They kept saying how much money I'd save. Then I get the first bill. I'm not kidding. I thought it was a typo. I mean, where were the big savings?
People who thought they could do better than AT&T are coming back for the real value. You can, too. It's simple. Just call now and come back for free.
Takes longer getting through, but I'm saving a ton, right? Wrong.
You gotta read the fine print. I couldn't believe it.
You're not dealing with AT&T.
Oh, I am now.
1-800-421-0500. For dependable, crystal clear AT&T long-distance service. Call now and we'll switch you for free. You couldn't pick a better time to come back.
There's an ancient grain from the Orient that we've been overlooking. Whole brown rice, including the bran. Kellogg's brings you Kenny Rice Bran. Crisp, delicious flakes of brown rice. And because the rice bran hasn't been sifted away, it's more than a delicious cereal. It's a healthy cereal. Kenny Rice Bran. Now we can all benefit from generations of traditional Oriental wisdom. Live well, eat well. Kellogg's Kenny Rice Bran. Also with almonds and raisins.
I hear you looking. We're thinking about it. We're listening. You're in.
Coca-Cola Classic. You can't beat the real thing.
My allergies are completely gone. My eyes cleared up. They were red. They hurt. They itched. They were irritated. And then it started clearing up the sinuses. And now all that pain is taken away, and it feels great.
Tylenol Allergy Sinus. Allergy relief that goes clear to your sinuses.
Looks like a birthday card, Tommy. For you.
Let Sesame Street Vitamins send a birthday card on your child's next birthday.
Wow, it's Pittsburgh.
You could also win a birthday party from age-formulated Sesame Street Vitamins from Johnson & Johnson. Check your Sunday paper.
Daddy,
Daddy, where do burger buddies come from?
Gee, Alice, why don't you tell them?
When we get off of this thing, let's tie the knot.
Why not?
Look, Alice, they've got your pickles.
Look, Ralph, they've got your ketchup.
New Burger Buddies, little baby cheeseburgers.
Oh, brother, don't tell me they're still not going to tell us.
To make a great little snack, sometimes you've got to break the rules.
Of nature.
The Honda Civic four-door sedan. It comes with a roomy interior, large, comfortable seats, four-wheel double wishbone suspension, and an advanced 16-valve fuel-injected engine. Unfortunately, some colors are not yet available.
Hey, you made it.
How you doing, man?
Right.
Mom and Dad asleep?
Yeah, we weren't expecting you until noon.
Let's let them sleep for once. When did you learn to make coffee?
You have been gone for a while.
Nothing brightens your morning like mountain-grown Folgers. Mountain-grown coffee has more enticing aroma and richer flavor than any other kind.
Got a little thicker on the neck, man. Guys don't change. You never did let us see, baby. Oh.
Why do Hershey's Kisses have little flags on top?
Fantastic savings on every
So they'll get good reception. Little Hershey's Kisses. Big chocolate taste.
Here's Johnny.
He's very funny.
I like humor.
Well, I like his jokes.
Carson, he's the king.
Still like a classic.
No, he comes close.
I watch David Letterman more.
Viewer mail. Letter number 1.
Dear David.
If it's late and it's funny, you know it's NBC.
Look at this face. So innocent, so cute, so funny.
He's the new face of family comedy, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, premiering on NBC next Monday.
This lady struck it rich when she was given a claim to a silver mine by one of these three men. Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Ed Smart.
Number 2.
My name is Ed Smart.
Number 3.
My name is Ed Smart.
Only one of these people is the real Ed Smart, and is the only one sworn to tell the truth. Now let's meet our panel. Host of Let's Make a Deal, Monty Hall. Star of Mama's Family, Vicki Lawrence Schultz. Film and television producer, David Niven Jr. And temporarily unable to make her usual grand entrance, our very own Kitty Carlisle. Here's the host of To Tell the Truth, Lynn Swan.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Kitty, you look lovely. Vicki,
Thank
the
you.
ladies look so wonderful.
Thank you, Lynn.
Let's get right to the story presented by our first team of challengers, all three of whom claim to be Ed Smart. And here is his story. Please, read along with me. I, Ed Smart, give away silver mines. For years, I stood idly by while my hometown, Aspen, Colorado, was sold to the highest bidders. Middle-class homes were torn down and replaced with $5 million condominiums. The working people, whose parents and grandparents settled this valley, were being driven out by showy, big rich snobs. I decided I had to do something, so I started giving away free of charge claims to the rich silver mines of Aspen Mountain. I gave them to local young people who agreed to work the claim just like their great-grandfathers, the prospectors, did 100 years ago. Although, as a result, I've been bullied, shot at, and dragged into court by the big money interest, I know that helping the working people take back their town from the jet-set rich is the right thing to do. Signed, Ed Smart. We'll find out more about this millionaire prospector right after this. Welcome back to Tell the Truth. All right, panel. All three of these people claim to be Ed Smart, a millionaire who gives away silver mines in Aspen, Colorado. So, Kitty, let's start the questioning.
Thank you. Number one, do you own these mines?
They are not mines, they are claims.
Well, number two, how can you give them away if you don't own them? Or do you own them?
You have the right to them, to the use of them. They're locations, mining locations.
Uh-huh. And number three, do you know Pussy Pepke, who is sort of the guardian angel of Aspen?
I know the name, but we're not intimate friends.
I see. And number two, why can't everybody... Number two, hello? Why can't everybody live together? Every town should have different kinds of people, rich people, middle-class people. Why can't they all live together? Why are these middle-class people being driven out?
Well, I've never been invited to live with someone else in Aspen.
Oh, I see. Well, number one, it was not my question.
Thank you, Kitty. David.
Thank you. Pun not intended, but it doesn't seem to me to be a terribly smart thing to do to give away silver mines. But moving right along from there, number one, have you ever worked in a silver mine?
Since 1949.
Number two, how many mines do you own? That's my question. Let me start with that.
A few hundred.
A few hundred. Number three, are owning a claim the same, is that the same thing as owning a mine?
Having a claim, working a claim, and having a mine on the claim, different, completely.
All right. Number one, do you pan for silver like gold?
Only if there's a very good source of water.
All right.
David, thank you. Vicki?
Well, I'm still totally confused. Number three, I don't understand how it is you give these mines away. They're yours, you own the property?
Okay, let's clear up the terms.
Let's do that.
You give a claim. That is a piece of ground that may, in time, become a mine.
But how is that yours to give up?
Well, I bought them.
Ha-ha, okay, that's all I wanted to know. Now, how much can a young couple, if they have the average mine, number two, how much money could they actually make doing this?
We make a small joke.
Number two, butt out, three. I'm throwing at it with you. Hurry up here now, number two.
If they're real lucky, there's no limit to what they could make.
So they could make a substantial living doing this?
Yes.
All right, now back to Kitty's...
Vicki,
darn, I was going to clear this up.
Monty.
Number one, is there any silver left in Aspen Mountain?
10% of the silver in Aspen has been mined. 90% of it is still there.
Well, if 90% is still there, number two, how come the rich came and got it away from the people?
That's a good question. Well, this is a supposition that it's still there.
Number three, can you turn back the clock? Once these people have the property, how do you take it back from the rich?
You can't take back the property that they have, but you can make it possible for people that are not rich to stay in Aspen by working a claim which might become a mine.
Number one.
Sorry. Monty, thank you very much. The time is up. Are we clear on the
Yes.
claim? Yes. About the claim and the mine? Yeah. Well, listen, it's time.
That's a game.
Yes, it's time to vote for either number one, number two, or number three. Our team of challengers will receive $500 for each incorrect vote with a guarantee of $1,000. And if the panel is completely fooled, they'll receive $3,000. So if it's clear or not, Kitty, we start the voting with you.
Well, I loved all three of them because they all had sort of a wry humor. Number three answered my question about Pussy Pepke, and he knew a lot about the claim and the difference between the claim. But number two looked to me like a dreamer philosopher who would think of a thing like this. And also, he's rather vague, so I voted for number two.
Okay. The person who didn't give you all the answers. David.
Well, I don't agree with you, but I never do. I did not accept the fact that you pan for silver the same way as you pan for gold. I didn't know that one could do that, and number two did seem very vague, and I didn't therefore understand him, but number three seemed to answer very articulately a number of questions.
Vicki? Vicki? Do you have an idea?
I do. I have a really vague idea. I also did not think that you could pan for silver, and number two, I think, was nodding off a little too much for me. I don't know. I went for number three. Is that right? Okay. There we go.
Monty, make a deal for a silver mine here.
Backwards? No. It's right.
That's right.
It's right.
I pick Vicky. I'll tell you something about that number 3. Even if he is the wrong one, he looks like a guy who would give away silver mines. Look at that hat and that mustache and the nice little tie.
Or like Miracle on 34th Street, right?
That's right. He was the Edmund Gwynn of his time, and he is the man who should give away silver mines. So I voted for him.
We're a bunch of
Number 3, the man dressed like a million. Well, all your votes are in. Number 1, you didn't get a single vote. Number 2, you have a single vote. But number 3, Dapper Dan of the challengers here, you've got all 3 of the votes there. All right, now it's time to find out who the real millionaire miner is. Will the real Ed Smart please stand up? We'll get back to Kitty's dreamer and philosopher in just a moment. Number 1, what is your name and what do you do?
My name is Mac McGuffin, and I'm an electronics engineer for a small research and development company in Southern California.
Terrific. Number 3, you pulled 3 of them. What's your name? What do you do?
My name is Bill Wilkinson. I'm a writer. My claim to fame is I was recently selected as Mr. Hot Sauce at the Calabasas Chili Cookout.
Welcome, Mr. Hot Sauce. For your superb job in getting 3 incorrect votes, your team will receive $1,500, okay? Great. And now let's meet Lana Lansford, who he gave a mine to. Lana, come on out. Okay. Welcome. Now, Lana, is it easy work, working that mine? No. It's hard work?
It's hard work.
Do you have to work it the old traditional way with a pick and so forth?
I do.
Boy, how much money have you gotten out of there? Quite a bit?
No, but I'm looking for a lot.
You're looking? Well, you'll keep going. Thank you very much for being here on To Tell the Truth. All right? We'll be right back with the youngest editor-in-chief in America right after this. We are back to Tell the Truth, so let's meet our second team of challengers.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Jane Pratt.
Number 2.
My name is Jane Pratt.
Number 3.
My name is Jane Pratt.
It's up to you, panel, to locate the real Jane Pratt, and here is her story. Please, read along with me. I, Jane Pratt, am the youngest editor-in-chief in the United States. I'm in charge of Sassy, the hottest teen magazine in the country. We have over 600,000 subscribers. When the publishers opened the doors for business a few years ago, they were looking for someone who could write, think, and talk like a teen. I landed the job wearing a funky thrift shop outfit, and I had the right attitude. After the first year, our readership soared, but we were criticized for our totally frank and honest stories, such as, I was a teenage stripper, and if you think you're ready for sex, read this, or 17-year-old alcoholic hits rock bottom. Pressure groups tried to put us out of business, and 5 major advertisers pulled out. But we didn't change our style. We didn't bow to the pressure. Our readers want to know the truth about what is going on in this world, and we'll continue to write about it. Signed, Jane Pratt. Okay, let's start with Monty Hall.
Well, I don't want to seem overly hard on you young ladies, but when you write articles like, I was a teenage stripper, and you say you're providing the truth, number 1, what truth are you providing with that article?
Well, it's the truth that a lot of teenagers can get into that kind of situation, and as it happened, it had something to do with a child's mother, a pushing situation. And it's just better for them to be informed.
Number 2, did any of the major advertisers who defected ever come back?
Yes, they did. Actually, it was major pressure groups like the moral majority that had caused the problem. So when it abated, they came back.
Never mind the moral majority. Number 3, what about PTAs?
We didn't have any problems with PTAs.
Now that you've had this...
Thank you, Monty. That was quick, huh, Vicki?
Yeah, time goes fast. Where does this magazine originate, number 2?
It originates in New York with Lane Communications.
And number 1, what is your education? How far did you go in school?
Well, I went to Oberlin College, and before that I went to a friend's school, a Quaker school.
Number 3, how old were you when you landed this job?
I was 24.
And you had graduated from college, number 3?
Yep.
Who are your readers, number 2?
My readers are mainly teenage girls from, say, 14 to 19.
And number 1, do their parents know what they're reading?
Yes, often they use the articles to help discuss a particular problem they have with their parents.
Number 2, do you think that parents are...
Vicki, thank you. Bill scares you.
Oh, that's my pen.
David.
Thank you. Number 1, as a matter of interest, why did you turn up for this job dressed in a sort of funky way, funky thrift shop outfit?
They required someone that was not too, you know, the type that is so dry, and they wanted someone more interesting, someone that could talk to teenagers.
All right. Number 2, what was the right attitude that you had at the time you went for this job?
Well, I think I was more in touch with what the teenagers were thinking, or at least I thought I did. And that's what I gave to them.
Okay. Number 3, how old were the people that hired you?
Probably, I don't know, twice my age, maybe.
And staying with you, number 3, there
David, thank you. You can't stay with number 3. Kitty.
Number 2, do you ever tell them they're not ready for sex?
Yes, I do.
And what is that based on? Number 3, what is that based on?
Well, there's so many things that go into it, you know, whether they feel that they're ready, whether they've talked to their parents about it, whether they're mentally prepared for it.
Thank you. Number 2, where did you go to college?
Oberlin College in Ohio.
Oh, you all went to the same college, I see. And number 1, who's your publisher?
Land Communications, or my actual publisher is Barry Kaplan.
And number 3...
Thank you, Kitty. Time is up. Time for you to vote for either number 1, number 2, or number 3. So, panel, if you're ready to cast your ballots, we'll start with Monty Hall at the end.
Well, it's very difficult to choose between these 3 ladies, but 2 of them dressed real funky and one just a little bit in the Jean aspect, and I think that maybe in her modesty, she betrayed the fact that she really is the one writing these sensational articles. So I went for number 3.
Vicki, are you surprised at that logic?
Yes. Not that I have any logic at all myself. Number 2 looked more like the thrift shop type to me. Number 3 looked a little bit... Number 1 and number 3 stuttered on a couple of answers for me, and so I went for number 2.
David.
Well, I'm confused, but that's nothing new. I went for number 3 for the simple reason that number 3 is the only one that doesn't have her earring in her left nostril. Oh, no, excuse me, the only one with the left nostril. Excuse me. Thank you.
Well, I got so confused, I was sort of daydreaming because number 1 said she went to Quaker school, and my kids did too, and I kind of kept thinking, I wonder if I would recognize any symptoms. And generally they try to fool us by dressing the real one not that way. They try to, but I voted for number 2 anyway. She's dressed like the funky one, and I thought her answers were wonderful.
Okay, well, with all the votes in, number 1, you don't have a single vote. Number 2, you have 2 votes, and number 3, you have a pair. So it's time to find out who the real sassy lady is. Will the real Jane Pratt please stand up? The boys did well.
The boys did really well.
Let me ask you a question. You have to think young. How do you keep that young attitude? How do you keep aware of what teenagers are doing?
Mainly, I don't try too hard. I tend to do the kinds of things that they do. I go to the same concerts. I hang out in malls a lot. I shop in the same kinds of stores.
Yeah. Can you keep this job for a long time, do you think?
I don't know. They said think about retirement at 30 when I got the job.
Oh, boy, that's getting way up there. Let's find out who your imposters are. Number 1, your name and what do you do?
My name is Lovely Previn. I'm an electric violinist, and I'm a mom of a 13-month-old son named Max.
Very good. And you are also the daughter of?
Andre Previn.
Andre Previn is your father. Yeah. Great man.
Great conductor.
Great conductor. Number 2, your name and what do you do?
My name is Jenny Seelman. I'm a graduate student in history.
Terrific. Well, there were 2 incorrect votes, so your team will receive $1,000. Thank you very much for being here and playing on To Tell the Truth. We'll be right back to play one-on-one with someone from our studio audience right after this. It is now time to play one-on-one with someone in our studio audience. So, Burton, who do you have for us today?
Well, Lynn, today we have Jerry Peak, originally from Birmingham, Alabama. She now lives in Azusa, California.
Well, welcome,
Hi.
Jerry.
Hi.
Nice to have you here. Here's your chance to play one-on-one. I want you to meet a young man who has 2 stories. Please meet Chris Muncy. Chris? He steps right up. Now, Chris is going to tell you 2 stories, only one of which is the truth. If you can spot that story, you'll win $500. So, Chris, what's your first story?
On a trip to my grandmother's, I noticed her town was not on the map. I convinced Rand McNally to put the town on the map.
Okay, now that may or may not be the truth, so listen to Chris's second story.
My grandfather left me his old tool chest. In it, I found a baseball card worth over $75,000.
Big bucks for baseball cards. Panel, to help Jerry win $500, each of you will ask a question about each subject. Let's start with the map story, Kitty.
Chris, where was your grandmother's house?
Parrot, Virginia.
Thank you.
David?
Chris, how did you convince Rand McNally?
I wrote a letter to Rand McNally.
All right. Vicki?
How do you know who Rand McNally is, Chris?
Well, I've been interested in geography for a long time, and I started to get their maps when I was 5.
All right. Monty?
Does a town have to have a certain size or population before it gets into Rand McNally?
No, not really, but if it is 1,000, then it's automatically included.
Okay, Jerry, you've heard the first story. Now the second story, the baseball card. Kitty?
Thank you. Who was the car? Who was the card a picture of?
Honus Wagner.
David?
Who told you it was worth this amount of money?
I have price guides at home.
All right. Vicki?
Are you a baseball card collector?
Yes, I collect baseball cards.
Monty?
Is that the highest priced baseball card, the Honus Wagner?
I think so.
Okay. Jerry, you've heard the cross-examination. Is young Chris the man who put his grandmother's town on the map, or did he find that baseball card in his grandfather's toolbox?
God, he's wonderful with both of them, but I believe he put the town of his grandfather on the map.
Okay. Well, Chris, what's your true story?
To tell the truth, I put my grandmother's town on the map.
Jerry, congratulations. You've just won $500. Okay? Thank you for playing one-on-one. We have a piece of tape commemorating Parrot, Virginia's appearance on the map. Let's take a look at it.
I'd like to present the town of Parrot with the 1991 Rand McNally Road Atlas.
Now look very closely. Parrot is now between McCoy and Bell Spring. Chris, you did a terrific thing for your grandmother. You're to be proud and thanked for all of that. Thank you very much for being on the show. We'll be right back after this. Thank you very much for being here. We'll see you later on To Tell the Truth. So long.
This is Burton.
Behold the day with GSN's daily affirmations.
Let the games begin.
Weekdays from 9 to 3. Only on GSN.
Hope you guys enjoyed our Super Fever Chat for today. Oh, yes! And I hope you join us next time for more fun on Super Fever Chat. This is me saying good night.
Never know why you don't know how.